almost arrived late. But for now we leave. Hello? 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 Hi everyone! Wait, I just messed up something with my mic, so I need to make sure that I secure it. Okay. This hairstyle is my fave so far. Beautiful. I'm glad you like it! It was very experimental. Welcome everyone. I'm gonna showcase this in a bit. I'm kind of having some weird technical difficulties, so that's kind of why it didn't appear as soon as it was 10. And I might need to fix it before we actually move on to the main part of the stream. I don't know why my browser has been kind of just randomly not dying, but weird still. But it's okay. For now, we don't need to fix it right now because for now we chat. Hi everyone, welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. Just checking one thing real quick. Yeah, one moment. Oh, okay. Hi everyone. Hope you had a nice rest of your day. I hope you had a nice time in the person stream, like in the stream of the person we raided. I really didn't get to stay at all because I was already kind of late. People were waiting for me, but it seemed like the stream, I don't know, this person seemed to have like fun vibes. If you got to stay and see the art progress or chatted with the person, I hope you had a nice time. I hope I get to lurk in a stream of theirs one day. Seems like they weren't really used to raids, so that I was wondering if I ever raided this person before, but they didn't seem to really know how to handle raids, so I'm guessing I probably did not raid them before. I don't think it was their first raid though, but still. But yeah, okay, let me say hi to everyone. Okay. Yeah, I'm just really lost today. So scroll. Okay, I can see some messages from before the stream started. I guess I'm still gonna read those people so that it's easier to keep track of. The Elder Scrolls. I mean, I am 87, so I guess it kind of makes sense actually. It is actually the lore behind the game. It's a game, right? That's the real thing actually. Whatever they tell you in the game is wrong. My version is the correct one. Okay, so hello Alensky, welcome. Hello. Wait, actually one sec. I realized I'm on the wrong window. Okay. Take two. Alright. Take two, okay. Hello Alensky, welcome. Hello Metal, welcome. Hello Binary, welcome. Hello Arachnoid, welcome. Hello Alex, welcome. Hello Gauzo, welcome. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hello Ryan, welcome. And I think that's already it. Thank you for the hydration reading, by the way. I'll drink. It's really cold today. Like, it's still so cold that there's still frost outside. And like the humidity on the windows is crazy. But I can also feel it. I just feel like it's really cold all the time. I used to have some, like, not really sleeves, but stuff I will put under my shirt or something. And oh, hi Seikat, happy 16 months. Who's this pretty lady with a beautiful hairstyle? I'm gonna showcase it, don't you even worry about it. Evening cold cozy, morning cold pain. I kind of don't like evening cold too because I still feel so cold that sometimes it prevents me from falling asleep because I don't handle the cold very well. Like my hands and feet get really like freezing cold, and it's to the point that it like literally physically disrupts me. Like, I cannot fall asleep because my feet are like ice cubes or something. Same for my hands. And it's annoying with the hands too because then it's numb and you cannot do crap. And you're just like, oh, I want to draw, I want to type, I want to like do anything, but it's too cold. But it's okay. I wish I had my... Oh my god, that's a very ugly emote. I'm sorry, I must be honest. I regret seeing this. But what was I saying? Yes, I wish I had my little arm warmers, if that makes sense. I used to have something like that where you put them under your shirt. It's not like full sleeves, right? Because it's like stuff between your, I don't know, upper arm and lower arm. Do you even call those upper and lower arms? Hand arm and forearm, I guess. Up until your hands. And I had one. It was really cozy and I like to even sometimes stream with it, but I don't have it right now and I really miss it. Luna got 4 arms. Sometimes I do actually. I mean, right now I technically do. Look, I do. You're right. Oh my god. We're onto something. Oh my god. You spoiled the thing. Alright, anyway, I forgot to greet a few people. Let me do that real quick. Yeah, I didn't finish greeting people. Oh my god. Well, I didn't greet the YouTube side and the new people, so... Hello, Sekat again. Thank you for the 16 months. Hello, Mugi, welcome. I didn't drink in the end. I wanted to talk about how cold it was and I forgot to do the hydration redeem. I'm gonna do it in a bit. Hello, Havono. Hello, Lone Blade. Hello, Indigo. Yeah. Yeah. And on the YouTube side, we got Mr. 45, who wrote a message at 8 AM saying, I hadn't really realized how fun OC making can be. I'll be sure to make more in the future. Thanks. Good luck on the group star. That's what you all end up doing. Thank you. Also, hello, Steven on the YouTube side that just joined us. Welcome. I'm gonna showcase the hairstyle in a bit. Happy 5 streams, Indigo. And thank you for following, Pig. I'm gonna drink first because otherwise I'm not gonna remember. Okay. Great. These OC making stream were some of my favorites. I'm glad. Do you prefer being called Luna or Hilly? Either work. I don't have a preference. You can call me Luna, Lunacy, or Hilly. They all are fine. Thank you for asking though. There's so much about it that I love. I'm glad. But yeah, to talk, wait, I guess, okay, should I? Oh my god. What do I do? What do I talk about first? Oh god, do I talk about the stream? Do I talk about my hair? Oh my god. So many things. Luca, thank you for, well, welcome rather. Thank you for claiming your daily tea. Enjoy your peppermint tea. I always forget to really acknowledge the kind of tea you get. I should take a look at it more properly sometime. But yeah, just to showcase the hair, I guess, first. And then we can actually move on to the main content of the stream. I'm gonna have to unhug you, but... The hairstyle for today, since I've been... For the people that have just joined us today, I've been just playing around with hair extras and trying different hairstyles every other day. And so today it's a new hair! And actually, for once, I'm almost glad that the cat toggle was redeemed because I actually think this toggle works really well with this kind of hair. But yeah, this is a long hair with a very long hair strand and some little fluff stuff on the side. It absolutely works well with cat ears. Yeah, it feels like those character types, you know, the ones that are like a bit expressionless, if that makes sense. You know, like, I could almost, like, look like a little... I have a toggle where I just don't have as many details. Like, my eyes are very clear. Could be an Android or something. Bzz. Welcome to the stream, everyone. I am Lunacy Android. It is a pleasure to see you today or tonight. I hope you enjoy the new hair in today's stream. Welcome, everyone. I won't do that. I won't do that. But do you see the vision? Like, I feel like this kind of hair works well with this specific type of character. I like it. I like it. But I also think it looks good like this. Also, welcome, Jacob. I think this hair also works pretty well with different... Like, for example, I think it can still work okay with the ribbons like this. It doesn't feel too off compared to some others. I still prefer it without, I think, but I don't think it's too weird. And also, it can work with, like, my normal hair length, but I also still think it's better with the long hair. So, just for reference, guys, that would be like this. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. I prefer longer. It could probably maybe work a little bit with the short hair too, but I don't like it as much, so I disabled it for today, but I'm still gonna showcase it. Wow. Short hair. Wow. It feels like there's a lot going on. Yeah, my favorite is still the long hair, so this is what we're gonna go with today. Probably. Yeah, I'm glad you guys seem to like it. Honestly, the long hair strand in the middle of my face, which, you know, in real life must be really unpleasant to feel that specific thing right in the middle of your face. I think that's really disturbing. But in anime, it looks really cool. But the little ear fluff on the side, I literally did them yesterday. I was like, you know what? I think that will look good. That will look cool too. And then that's how it happened. And I think that's a good addition. Without it, I could even show you how it is without it, I guess. Or, you know, without the bangs, because I have them separated. One sec. So, for reference, if it was just without the bangs, it would be like this. Which now feels really empty. Now my forehead feels particularly exposed. Even though that's what I'm used to do. Pew! Today we keep this. And without the little ear fluff, it will just look like this. Which, you know, isn't too bad. But I still like it like this. But I also like it with the ear fluff. The short hair looks kind of cool. Really? You think so? I think it depends with what. I think this plus the ribbon might be a bit too busy. Because there's just a lot of stuff going on. I think like this, it works okay. Yeah. Also, rest will have one no. You know what I was thinking when I also had this kind of like the side fluff on the top of the hair? It kind of feels like it could be animal ears too in a way, right? Like, could be wings or something. Could be like, could be an owl or whatever that is. Like, okay, wait. I'm gonna bring back the cat, don't worry. But like, do you see my vision? Could you imagine me being an owl with this kind of hair? Does it work? It's like, I don't know. I don't even know how to call this. But aren't there some owls that are having like this kind of weird hair fluff thing on the side? Well, it's not really hair, it's feather, right? But yeah. Oops, sorry, I just bumped into the... Who? Ahahaha, you're so funny! I remember seeing a prank like this that goes like, oh my god, they've been talking about you, they've been saying you're an owl! And then the person's supposed to answer like, who? And then they're like, oh crap, I'm not beating the allegations! I have seen it happen. It's pretty funny actually. But I know about this joke already. You're not teaching me anything new. But yeah, I'm glad you guys like the hair. I think it's pretty nice. Someone haunted by an who? Yeah, that also works. I used to have longer hair and it will really bother me whenever they will cover my eyes. Right. It's like awkward when your hair is like long enough to bother your eyes, but like not long enough to be tucked behind your ears. I mean, I guess you could still clip it or something, but I hate when that happens. But it's like if you have bangs, it's like, and you want to grow them out, it's almost an unavoidable phase. Boss, there's somebody on this floor haunted by the owl. And then the boss goes through 7 stages of grief when he realizes. That's actually funny like this. You know, if I had a boss, I will tell them. But the thing is, I am my own boss, so it doesn't really work. Or actually, does it work? Wait. Okay, guys, I got this. I'm gonna look really delusional, but that's okay. Oh my god. Okay. Roleplay time. Boss! You'll never believe what's happening! What is going on? There's someone in this stream that is haunted by an owl! Who? I think that's way too low pace for it to work. I hope you liked my beautiful roleplay slash skit that I totally didn't steal from anyone here. Yeah, you're welcome, guys. I am a bit of an entertainer myself. I know. I should have gathered some of the clapping sound effects that I like to use, just so I could have someone clapping for me right now in audio. Hello, Dark Fluff, welcome. Wait. Oh, Dark Fluff, you got my favorite tea. Let's go. For once, I'm looking and I see something I like. Enjoy. If you ever come across this tea in real life, I hope you try it. It's my fave. It's my favorite. I hate when my hair gets to that length. As soon as that happens to me, I get a haircut. That's fair. That's fair. But you know, I mean, especially if you want to grow them, I don't know if it's as common for women presenting people, or rather for men presenting people, but like wanting to grow out your bangs, you have to not cut it, because otherwise you're just doomed with the bangs forever, right? Like, no, I want to grow it out. I don't want the bangs anymore. I want them to be on the side, just like lunacyhilly, when she doesn't have this kind of hair right now. But then if I cut it, it means I'm just postponing it, and then that means I never do it. I'll probably order it and check it out. I have never seen it around here. It's not like the tea that you'll see super often in like a tea, like, you know, in a cafe or something. But some coffee, no, oh my god, some tea shops, tea stores have it. I'm saying everything wrong. But yeah, I hope if you try it, I hope you like it. Bangs get in the way of my glasses, that's a no-go. Yeah, I can imagine. I tend to, whenever I have bangs, I tend to have them a bit on the side anyway. Like, not on one side, but like they're just kind of, you know, kind of similar to the other bangs that I have. The ones I had in my stream, the peak one. I could show you though, I have it still. It's not gonna look really good in this combo, I think, but I could show you still. Actually, does it really work? Yeah, see, it's like kind of parted in the middle, right? My bangs tend to, I tend to kind of part them on the side like this, from the middle. So it actually isn't too bad when they get longer, because they just get swept on the side easily. But Lately, I've been actually bothering to cut my bangs myself, and surprisingly, it doesn't look disgusting. So I guess I'm no longer reliant on someone or just giving up on my hair. Yay! Is Lapsang Sochong? I actually don't know how to pronounce this. Tailors of... Wait. Tailors of... Oh my god. Wrong thing. I want to scroll up the chat. Oh my god. Sometimes the chat is kind of broken. Anyway. Wait. I wanted to read the message. Where is it? Tailors of Harrogate Good Enough. Honestly, I have no idea. I don't know what brand we use here. But if you found it at a discount, honestly, you should order a small quantity anyway if you can. Because if you don't like it and you spend money for it, then you still have to finish it and that's a bit awkward. So, feel free to try something that's not too expensive, and especially that's not a big portion. So you're not potentially trapped. It's 125 grams. It's actually a lot though, isn't it? If you don't like it, you're gonna be stuck with this for a while. But it's up to you. But, I'm not sure how much that will be in tea quantity. I think sometimes in teas you can order like 50 is usually the minimum, and that's usually what I recommend for tea that you don't know about. Because otherwise it can take a while. Because especially if you don't like it, you're gonna be less likely to want to drink it. So you're gonna drink it less often too, and then it's just gonna be a big portion. I guess if you don't like it, you can just give it to someone. You know, like, hey, this is tea that I think you might like more than me. Take it. Up to you. But yeah, I just hope if you do get it, I hope you actually like it. Otherwise, it's, yeah. Hello, Sparf! I'll just keep it for when you come visit. Delusional. But yeah, I hope you can find someone that likes it if you don't. I do hope you like it though, of course. For transparency, I usually take it with like sugar. I like my tea with sugar, so if you don't like it as is, you might want to try it with a bit of sugar. With milk, it's actually pretty good too, because Lapsang Sujong is smoky tea, and that's not really for everyone. And I think milk was a good way to balance it out if it's too smoky for people. I don't really drink it with milk anymore because I don't really digest it well. How did you hear cigar? Sugar! You know? The thing that starts with S-U and then it ends the same as cigar? Sugar! Why would I put a cigar in my tea? That's... What the hell? That's disgusting! Ew! Cigars are smoky, that's true, but... Is that how you mix it up and then it becomes smoky tea? Oh my god, just thinking about it, I feel absolutely repulsed. My god. My god. Smoky tea sounds interesting. Yeah, I really like it personally, but I know some people... Like, it's not the most popular thing, so... Yeah. How can someone drink milk with tea? That ruins the taste of the tea. I wouldn't say it ruins the taste of the tea, but it does soften the taste if you are... If it feels too strong for you. I personally do like the creamy, sweeter taste of drinks. And you know, why would we gatekeep a way to drink something if you're not forced to drink it yourself? Why does it bother you personally? Why do you feel so offended? Why do you take it so against yourself? Why will you prevent someone from living their life? Depends. If you add tea to milk, it doesn't affect the tea flavor as much as adding milk to tea. You'd be surprised. I think it will really depend on the tea, how strong it is, how much leaves they were, how much it's infused. Yeah. It's only tea, why you have to be so mad. Yeah. SMH. I'm sure that's how... But I'm sure they don't smoke it with cigar. Oh my god, I said cigar. See now I'm all... it's all messed up now. And somehow I'm gonna decide to blame you for this. instead of my own lack of reading skills. Hello, Savvy. But yeah, cigar and tea, straight from the 40s noir movie. Is it really this combo? Isn't it like cigar and then, I don't know, some whiskey or something? Some scotch, some gin. I'll be honest, I'm saying random alcohol names, but I don't really drink alcohol, so I don't really know what it is. I just feel like in those movies, that's usually the ones they're asking for. So I'm like, probably one of those. Dark chocolate goes with whiskey and smoke. Oh, okay, interesting. Interesting. Got 50 grams of Lapsang Souchong and 50 grams of Earl Grey. Oh my god, that's the perfect lunacyhilly formula. You have my favorite tea plus the tea I drink every day on stream. You'll feel like you'll drink it and you'll turn into a purple-eyed anime girl. You might turn evil though, so be careful. Make sure you fulfill all your good deeds before drinking it. You never know what could happen. Also, Kosan, thank you for following. Welcome to the stream. What you're talking about? We're talking about tea right now, but that's not initially what we were supposed to talk about. It happens. Gin doesn't really go with smoky flavor. Okay, okay. See, there's some alcohol experts here. A cigar with some whiskey will be really nice right now. I really see, as someone mentioned, the the setting of the noir movie, you know, the cool jazzy music. You just walk into your home and you have a very cool like trench coat or something, and you pour yourself a cool drink in a cool glass. You get your cigar and then you know, you see your like your back sitting on a couch. And it's like, what could this person be doing? And then it just like it just pans to whatever they're watching, and it's just an anime girl on the screen. It's just me, and I'm like, hi guys! Oh my god! Yeah, I love that contrast. You tend to go with rum or whiskey or bourbon, that sort of thing. Okay, okay, okay. Interesting. Will the drawing skill transfer to? There's only one way to find out. Is perfect lunacy also a tripping hazard then? What do you mean? I don't even trip? What? What are you talking about? Or do you mean tripping like taking trips because I travel all the time? I don't think that's what you mean though. I'm pretty sure that's not what you mean. You're just cool. Perfect scene. Thank you. Thank you. I don't drink tea much except for education tea. Only water, tea leaves, parsley leaves, and no sugar. That's still tea though, isn't it? I think it's fine to drink whatever you like. Gin tends to go with citrus, grassy, or botanical flavors. Okay, when is Mr. Indigo making a stream on, you know, teaching stuff about good alcohol combination, but then gets banned because promoting alcohol? I don't know if it's allowed on Twitch. Probably is, to a certain extent, allowed. Because there are drinking streams out there. You know, I could imagine, like, you know, I know there are some bartender VTubers. You could probably like have people that actually make cool cocktails and stuff like this. I could imagine that. Also, thank you for the hydration redeem. And hello G-Gamer. And hello Shay. You promised Dungeon Boss and I will put missing speech and then trip and then start to feed themselves. Oh my god, you remember this! You remember when I said that? I'm kind of touched. It's been like probably over a year since I mentioned this stupid gig. But yeah, I like the idea of being like really cool and ominous, but then just, yeah, trips and dies. And then it's just very underwhelming. There's a cartoon like this in Deltarune that I really like for very similar reasons. But I'm not gonna give the names because you probably, if you played Deltarune, you probably know who it is. And if you didn't play, I don't want you to say who it is so that you don't get spoiled. I like losers. That's all I can say. I like the idea of being a loser so that people don't have expectations from me. Hello, Legend Sager! Welcome! You can do it, just can't have a thing where people pay to make you drink. Okay, really? I was sure that there were some streams like this. But interesting. Honestly, it's probably good that there are like some rules to prevent it. Because I think it can go south really quickly. But yeah. Drink for a donor redeem. But there are people that have like... Aren't there people that have like subathon goals that are like drinking, like drunk stream? Maybe it's still different because it's not like taking a shot every time someone pays, so... And it's more a concept, so maybe it's okay actually. Okay, interesting. Drinking and alcohol content can be fine on Twitch, but you can get banned for anything like drinking challenges, games, etc. because it falls under the no self-harm policy. I'm low-key sure I have seen streams doing that, but you know, I'm not a snitch. I'm not gonna give names because honestly, I don't even know who. Like, I have seen it, but it's not like I know the names of the people that do it. It's a big gray area. Yeah, I can imagine that. Well, I wouldn't do a stream like this, so I don't need to worry about it. It's fine. More like drinking and smoking on screen stream. Smoking VTuber models are out of danger, so yeah, as long as you talk about alcohol and smokes, but make sure not to say certain words while talking about it. Wait, what? But I have definitely seen people literally drinking, like, you know, real life streamers smoking, vaping, and drinking live. Oh well. It's okay. Again, not really relevant to me. But it does seem to be a gray area. Okay, I guess let's just talk about what's planned for today. Also, I just want to get the YouTube chat again because I have missed it for a bit. I'm so sorry, Steven. Only time I had longer hair was when I was a teenager. Went through a whole surfer skater phase for a while. Damn, I enjoy some honey with my tea. Honey is pretty good. Honey's pretty good. Especially when you get like... when you get a cold. I used to really like honey with milk, actually. Like, you know, warm cup of milk with honey. That was really good. I feel like it reminds me of my like childhood when I will not be able to sleep or when I will be sick. And then you have this and somehow it felt like the most comforting thing ever. Now I cannot drink milk anymore, so I guess F to those times. So we watch anime girls and anime girls watch drinking vaping streams. I don't really watch streams much, to be fair, but there are some, you know, really big streamers, like, you know, some of the top of either the United States or even the Forbidden Country, that sometimes I see clips of because it's just kind of passing on my timeline, or because I have friends that really follow them and talk about them, and then I'm like, ow, okay. And then I witness it. But I don't really watch a lot of streams, not gonna lie. I love honey and lemon in my herbal teas. Oh yeah, lemon is a popular thing to add to your tea. I never actually did it. The Forbidden Country, I laughed and almost choked. Are you new to this concept? Because that's how we've been talking about my home country for the past years. But yeah. Okay, anyway. As much as I love talking about tea as a person that drinks tea every stream, and I'm saying this, but I'm kind of a fake because I just drink the same tea. Earl Grey specifically has citrus in it already. Oh! I guess I know about it. Bergamot. Bergamot is citrus? This is a quote I didn't even know. Oh crap, guys, you know, okay, people that have been here at the beginning of the stream when I just arrived heard that I had some technical difficulties. I realized I did not get to fix that, so let me do this real quick. Yeah, I don't know why my browser just keeps screwing me over, which is not very pleasant, as I'm sure you will imagine. So I'm just gonna open a few things. Okay, and then I'm gonna need... Just want to make sure my screens are ready for later. But yeah, to talk about today's stream, I'm sorry, I'm really gonna have to get back to the main topic. As much as I like talking about tea, I can tell it's really distracting me. So unfortunately, I have to put an end to this. But thank you for sharing your preferences about tea and other stuff like that. It was cool. But I will no longer be reading those. Today the stream is not exactly the same as the usual streams we've been having. As in, it's not really an art stream. It's a stream about original characters for people that have been around. Oh, that's how it works. Okay, sorry, I'm getting distracted by my technical fixes. Basically, the stream is a stream where we get to have a little bit of closure about all the characters we've been making on stream. For people that have been around for a while, you already know, but for people that are a bit more new here, we had a few special streams where we made an original character from scratch with the chat. So basically the chat will decide on specific features, specific concepts, and then we kind of try to make everything work together, and then we come up with lore ideas, features, all that stuff. Okay, wait. This is something I first did in 2022, but then I did it again this year. So we made one OC per season of those 2 years. So we made like a total of 8 characters. And I know some people that have witnessed those really like those streams. And again, for the people that are new here, you probably don't know about this, but this is my last month of streaming. And so I want to have like a few proper recaps or a few proper closures to the special events that we had during my VTuber journey. So I wanted to have something special for this specific thing. So today we'll have a little introduction to all the characters that have been made on stream so that everyone get to know about them, especially for the first few ones, because I don't think the people that watch me in 2022 are necessarily the same as the ones that are around in 2025. So that's gonna be a good way for you guys to know about how, you know, what kind of cool characters were made. There are a few characters where some features were never fully confirmed, so I was thinking we could also think about those final features together. And... what do you mean last month streaming? Oh, I finally made the comment for the hiatus, by the way. Last month this year. Oh, for those that don't know, I am actually going on an indefinite hiatus after this month. This is my last month. I might not come back. I don't know. We'll see. But the point of the stream today is not to talk about the detail of my hiatus, because otherwise we're just never getting to the stream. But you can find the information. I made a stream to talk about every point. I think the thread that I linked in the comment, that's the Twitter thread, it does have the link to my VOD that talks about every point. But yeah, so we have around 2 weeks left. And I wanted to have a special thing for people that like making the OCs together. So I want to have a proper introduction to all the cool characters we made. A cool little opportunity for people to also think of finishing details of the characters. And also I would like to make how do I say this? I want to make a story, like a little story. It doesn't have to be even like fully canon or anything, but a story, because oh my god, I'm really bad at organizing the sentence here, but all the characters we've been making are all very different concepts. They're not characters of the same story necessarily. They have their own different lore and stuff like that. But I was thinking it would be cool to think of a cool little, or rather cute little story where they get to meet. Hello, Riru! Thank you for the raid. Hello, hello! Welcome, raiders! How was your stream, if you're around? Hope you had a nice time. Where winds meet. I don't know about this game actually. I hope it was a fun one. Welcome raiders, I'm lunacyhilly. You can call me lunacyhilly. I usually draw, but today I'm not drawing. Probably. If you need to rest, feel free. If you want to chill, feel free. We're gonna basically be looking at original characters we made on stream with the chat, completing some facts we never finished, and making a story where all the characters get to meet and interact, basically. I just realized that doing that recap for the raiders was so much easier than doing the recap for the people in the chat for some reason. Thank you, Dudu. Thanks to you, I was able to explain the thing I was trying to explain for the past 5 minutes, and I was having a lot of trouble, but for some reason it's super easy when it's a raid city. It's a new Chinese ancient style game. Ooh, I hope you had a nice time. Thank you again for the raid. I think I got a hydration redeem, so let me do that real quick. But yeah, I'm not sure I'll draw today due to, well, the highlight of the stream being not technically odd, but just OC stuff. I just want to introduce the characters to you, basically. Because, again, I don't think all of you guys know about them. But I did make them a little page on Toy House. For people that don't know Toy House, it's a platform where you basically post about your OCs, and usually you can like write all the information you want, and I like to use Toy House to keep the OC information organized and stuff like that, so this is what I did. So all the characters made on stream got their own Toy House page. I actually made a specific comment for those, which is the stream OCs instead of the OCs, because the other OCs are just not specifically those. So I'll be going through the Toy House pages as we go anyway, but if you want to check them out separately from the stream, you can just do that here. Actually, I think on YouTube it's in the description, so you can also access that here. Alright! I do need, before we go and move on, I do need to change the playlist before we go, because otherwise I think I'll forget. So let me just try to think of something. I do like this playlist though. Sorry. Also, did I say goodnight to Didu? I don't even know. Oh my god. Good night, Lidu. And hi, Spongy. Also, hello, Cobra. No, wait, that's not Cobra. That's Block. Wait, is Blockskiff the one I call Cobra? I don't think so. But yes. Oh man, I'm not inspired at all with the playlist. Not gonna lie. Part of me low-key want to just keep what we have. You know what? I guess let's stick to what we have right now. We might change it later, but for now I think I'm fine with just keeping what we have. So we'll be moving a little bit just to make sure that I'm not cropped weirdly. Okay. Let's move on with the OC introduction, guys. Alright. Happy 35 streams, Arachnoid! Thank you for watching me for so long. I had to move the chat because I think some features are gonna be appearing in the upper corner sometimes, so just in case I moved it. I don't remember actually. My screen was initially set up, but then my browser again just keeps dying, so that's a bit awkward. Where is this window? Oh, it's there. It's perfect. Yeah, you wouldn't have seen the icons as well. Okay, so those are all the 8 characters that we made on stream in both 2022 and 2025. I'm just gonna have to change things a little bit though, because I actually can't see the chat as much. And I do want to read you guys. You guys, you need to be read. Also happy 7 streams, have or no? Let me just move things a bit. Okay, you guys will be moved here. Oh my god, I just realized I never cleared all the redeems that I had from yesterday. This is really awkward. How many? Okay, I got 3 hydration redeems today. I don't remember if I did all 3, but I'll do 2 of them. No, sorry. I meant I knew that I did 2, but I don't know about the 3rd one. So I can clear those, and the others I'm gonna just guess that they were done. But since I'm also not sure, I think I'm just gonna refund them after all. There we go. You forgot? Yeah, like whenever they are redeemed, some of them are automatically just considered done, but just in case you don't get to do something that's redeemed, you can refund it. And I usually forget to clear that queue of things to confirm that I did them or not. And then I see I have like 20 things that I don't remember if I did them or not. So yeah. So this is the list of all the characters, this is an alphabetical order, but we're not gonna go with the alphabetical order here. We're gonna go with the chronological order. So from the very first OC made on stream to the last one. I'll be showcasing some pictures. Well, it's usually just one. And I'll be, you know, kind of just talking about what the characters are, the concepts, and people that contributed to them. I'm just actually, again, you can access those pages yourself in the pinned comment. The link there is literally the link that leads to this specific page, and if you click on every character you will see all their profiles and information. I'll still be going through it today to introduce them properly. But I'm kind of wondering if I have proper pictures of them. I think I wanted to do this earlier and then I forgot. So let me just quickly export all the pictures of the transparent files of the characters and blah 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 blah. I think that would be nice. Give me a moment. I am very disorganized today. For some reason I find your artwork to be based on pixelated artwork style, but it's not really the case though. It's not really a pixel art style. And it's not really my inspiration, but I do think pixel art is really cool looking, so that's not something I won't mind hearing, I guess. Okay, let me export all the transparent files. So then I can just... That's the character. Do, 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 do. Sorry, you're gonna need to give me a minute. Best organization award goes to... Mystery Monkey. I only know media and I'm really new here. To be fair, half of them were done like several years ago. This is not something we did every single year. So like half of them were from 2022, and realistically speaking, I think most people watching are not people that are necessarily or were necessarily active at this time. So, you know, it's probably normal. Okay. Just exporting the pictures. Thank you for your patience. I should export them in order so that at least I don't make you wait for like 5 hours. Hi Dobby, welcome. Okay. I think the others I can handle. So the past OCs are here. Can just save those. Okay. So the first OC that we're gonna showcase, the very first one that was done on stream, is Freya. I'll be showcasing her in a bit. Oh crap, she's getting cropped here. That doesn't work. Girl. Why? Where are you anyway? Here, okay. Okay. Oh no, she keeps oh no, she's not cropped anymore. We're fine. We're so back. We're so back, chat. We're so back. Perfect. Just gonna save the file and then we can showcase her. If my program wants to work. Alright, thank you for your patience. Gonna do this. Okay. Okay. I'll be showcasing every character. By the way, so for people that don't know how this works, they all have some sort of specific concept. Like, none of them are just normie human beings. They're all specific character concepts. And then every specific feature was decided by a chatter. And then the names were also decided by the chat. And some story ideas or concepts were also decided by them. So basically, the ideas are kind of based on all sorts of ideas that you have to make work together. I love the band crossing the face with this haircut. Definitely higher tier one. I'm glad you like it. Seems like people quite enjoy that one. Okay, God. I really hope I can keep track of the chat. It's kind of an awkward angle for me. But anyway. That's just the one from this year or older as well. We're gonna do all of them. So including the ones from 2022. All 8 of them. This year we only did 8. No, 4. 1 per season. Same for 2022. We're gonna be showcasing all of them because it's important and I do value them all. They all have the same value to me, so I think, even though I think for the regulars they probably will have more emotional attachment to the recent ones because they've been around for them. I do want to today to focus on every single character and still include all of them and stuff like that. Because they're, you know, they're the OGs in a way. Alright, so I'll be just going forward with the first character that I think will appear here. There we go. Freya! That's her! I have some art of her, so the drawing that I exported of her just now is her transparent sprite. I wonder if I can include it somewhere. Probably. Just give me a sec, because I think her size is a bit big. Dana! Okay, she's gonna be here. That's the character we drew. By we, I mean I, but based on things that people decided. Woohoo! I might make her smaller, actually. Here. Imagine this to be her very cool official page, okay? And then that will be perfect. You know what? I could even give her an extra cool effect. Sorry. If I go with like this. It doesn't really look good, actually. I lied. Okay, I didn't mean to do that. This. This. Ta-da! She has a shadow now. Yeah, okay. Okay, so this is Freya, the very first OC made on stream. She was done on January 6th of 2022. Right now, I think most of the facts are just random facts, but then specific things are specified with who got which ideas later in the chat, or rather in the page, so just please wait for this. So her first name is Freya. Constantine is the last name, which is kind of funny because it's also just the first name, but it happens. We had this in Duck Detective too, so you know, it can happen. This is a magical girl character. So she's just like based on just magical girl stuff. She has a magical girl alias that is not her full name, which is just Constant. I'm guessing this is what people decided, but I don't remember. Her age was not really confirmed, and we just said that she forgot, but I think it would be fair to think about the age she could have later on. I'm not gonna ask for the question now, but we can. This is something we're gonna go through later on. But in either case, she seems to be amnesiac in some way. She has amnesia. She does not remember her age. She probably does not remember a lot, to be fair, but it would be nice to still know how old she's supposed to be, even if she doesn't know herself. Born on January 6th, since that was the creation date. A human being, just happens to be a magical girl as well. She has a power that is the power of friendship, but she does not use it, so instead she uses a rifle. I actually wonder how her power of friendship manifests, so I don't know if we ever confirmed that. She's very small, 151. I noticed that a lot of the OCs that we've been making, the characters are either very small or very tall. With no, you know, no in between. She has steel as a color, but actually, I'll be probably... I've giving her a proper hex code, because all the others OCs I think have like a proper hex code, so it would be cool for her to have something that feels a bit more official. And we decided for some reason that her symbol was the circular peace sign, because I think back then I actually let people decide on things. I think if I were to do it now, it will not be that. But yeah, affiliations, we don't know. She's just a magical girl, and the story, we never really made a story for her. But yeah, I think for every characters that will be made on stream in general, I will expect all of them to have their own individual story, and the story we'll be making today, where they all interact, is an additional story, but not necessarily their main story, if that makes sense. Peace, friendship, and M1 Garen for when first to fail. Yes. I think we did say that she didn't like to use her power, but I do not remember the specific things. So basically, among the prompt, this was a prompt that was actually a pre-made one, like it was kind of trending on the internet, which was called Let's Build a Magical Girl, and the artist is Calderoids. You can probably find it if you type Let's Build a Magical Girl on the internet. You'll probably find the prompt yourself. Though usually those are for like Twitter posts where the first comment says this, second comment says that, blah 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 blah. We worked around it a bit differently by revealing things one by one, and then the fastest comment gets there. But yeah. So the teal was the first thing that was confirmed, which is probably why I just wrote teal there. But I'll probably get a more proper X code later. She was supposed to be a ponytail, which I ended up giving her a low one because of some other things that wouldn't work together. Someone wanted a swan ballet theme, which is kind of why I did a lot of feathers, and one part of her design that you can't really see because you can't see my cursor, but if you could, I will showcase it. You know what? I can probably showcase it actually. One sec. Capture cursor. Okay. Oh. Oh. Hello? Oh. Wait. Hello? Okay. Sorry. Okay. Basically, the part here. You see this? You see this? The kind of darker teal part here, it's supposed to be like feathers. It's supposed to be kind of like a tutu kind of thing, but also not fully a tutu. It's just like a tutu corset, if I can call it that. Yeah, this thing right there. Feathers. Imagine this to be feathers, okay? And even the little part of the top here is supposed to be I feel like it's actually more inspired by like ice skating outfits than necessarily ballet itself when I think about it now. I think here it's probably supposed to be shimmering, and I was very lazy. And here it's like probably also a bit feathery. Yeah. Yeah. And more feathers here. Roses for no reason because I need accent colors and not just one singular tone. Someone wanted overalls. God. Looking back, I'm like, people are crazy. Which technically she has. She has overalls here. Like, her outfit is actually overalls with shorts here. With, like, the sleeve and this, like, one of the sleeves that's falling here. And the shorts. And then on top of it, there's the corset that you see right there. And then someone wanted a cowboy hat, which I had to change it as a fedora because otherwise that would have been hard to make it work. And this is why she had to get a lower ponytail, because with the higher one it wouldn't really have worked. God, looking back at it, what have you guys been doing with the answers? They're all just so random and not working with each other. I'm surprised I even got to make this character work. Hello, Jeremy. Wait, did I say hi to Jeremy before? I don't even remember. And then a seal as a mascot, which I think works well because, again, this character has vibes that sometimes remind me a bit of ice skating more than ballet. Now that I look at it again, and I feel like the seal is probably better for this kind of vibe. What's her origin story again? All in due time! All in due time. Thank you for the hydration redeem. What was chat cooking? I remember being low-key mad when it was happening. I was like, why do people keep asking for stuff that just does not work together? What do you mean? A cowboy hat after someone said a ballet theme? What the frick? But thankfully it got accepted as just a fedora, and then I kind of had to make it work, but I was honestly, when this specific stream happened, I didn't have a rule that was saying like no meme answer, please cooperate and try to make it coherent. Eventually I had to make rules like this because, as I keep saying, I do not want a skibidi OC. But I was afraid that it will go that way. But I really language, but I didn't curse. If you think I cursed, you heard wrong because I did not. I use a word that is not a curse. Skip videos. Honestly, with some people, I do not have much trust, you know. But yeah. This was the main parts that, like, just based on those specific things, you have to just make a design, which eventually became what this is here. I wish I still had the VOD, honestly, but this was pre-debut. I was still a PNG tuber and I don't have the VODs of those times. Alas. But yeah, I just tried to make it work somehow with like overalls, ballet, swan ballet, and a fedora. And I honestly actually like how the design came out. It's one of my favorites. Like, it will be in my upper half of like designs that I like. But also I think it just kind of fits my type because I do like cold tones and the teal is very cold. It almost feels icy. Again, ice skating kind of. And the accent color works well. And I kind of like the seal. I think the seal looks really cute, actually. I kind of peaked with it. I didn't know how to draw a seal, but I'm glad I made it work. But yeah, now for the additional facts. We decided on the name later on. The magical power being the power of friendship. The weapon being decided. The special symbol, we already talked about it. Oh, we had also some fact that I never wrote for the other characters actually, but the strength and weakness of the character. This character works better under stress, but forgets minor and unimportant things. But actually, I think we decided to probably work with like the amnesia part, since she forgets a lot of stuff and she doesn't even remember her age, which is written here. She forgot. Actually, I was too low. Hello, Savvy. Yeah. And then other specific pronouns, the height, the personality. This character is tsundere actually, and she likes swans but dislikes cats. How cool she do that? And she likes preparing obscure seafood. Interesting. Yo, there are so many things that I actually forgot about the characters. I literally did not remember half of those because I didn't look at it. She does look like an old Western character. Because of the fedora? But yeah. And then we just wrote that she forgot her past. So I think this is I'm glad to see that there are more facts than I thought there were initially, like with like hobby, likes and dislikes, strengths and weaknesses. I did not know that there was this. But this makes me happy because we can probably work around things. So I think I'll be down to think a bit more about her lore in the chat. Her MBTI I don't think is necessary if she's amnesiac. Affiliations I think could be interesting to think about because depending on her age, she could just be affiliated to a school. And also if she's a magical girl, is she like an independent magical girl? Does she work with other magical girls? Lots of stuff like this. For this story, I won't be having an answer to that. I'm not gonna like necessarily think of, I mean, I'm not even against the idea of thinking of a title for her own story if she had one. But I don't think that's the priority here. Impressive amount of info! Love that. How's the stream? So far so good. We're just introducing the very first character. So now, I'll just write down in the chat what I think could be interesting to think about. Just gonna change the font though. Okay. Text. Okay, you can see this. I'm gonna move it. Woohoo! Here. Missing facts. It's kinda big still actually. I might need to resize it. And this is one thing where people are free to give suggestions and we try to make things work. So age, even though she forgot. What else was there missing? I guess her backstory. Story title. Here. And potential affiliations. And honestly, MBTI I'm not even against. I don't know if tsunderes usually have the same kind of MBTI stuff. Yeah. I'm just gonna change the color of the font. So it's one of those things where we can think about it together. I can also think about it. You can think about it if you want to give suggestions, if there are things you want to imagine for the character. Even additional facts. It's technically okay. And then we're gonna make those edits on the character. Of course, if you do provide some of those information, you'll be credited like everyone else has been here. You know, see, this one is by Kitty, this one is by Rone, blah blah blah. So you will be technically, your name will be appearing on this page. I'll be opening a new tab actually. Just to make edits on the character. Oh my god, I haven't done that in a hot minute. Alright. Oh my god. Yeah, this is what the page on Toy House looks like. And you can have fields with category, which I really like, because then it feels really proper here with the info right there on this page. And then additional stuff, which I like. Alright, let's see. Her age, honestly, I don't know why. That's kind of just following the stereotypes, but I'm kind of used to... magical girls being like still students, like middle school or high school students. I could see her being a high school student. So then she's like, you know, oh my god, I have to alternate between a high school student life and a magical girl. But at the same time, if she has amnesia, new important info: her right pinky finger is slightly shorter than the left one. I can technically add this. But, you know, feel free to also, you know, provide information on the other stuff. I just realized I never showcased the text. My bad, guys. I was so busy doing it on the other screen that it never appeared. Here. Hannah Montana with powers. How old are high school students? 17? It usually ranges from 15 to 18, I think. But I could imagine her being a high school student, yeah. I write down the fact about the... extra prompt. Actually, here. Here. Oops! Wait, I didn't mean to do that here. This. This will be here. No, wait! Oh my god, I'm doing it wrong. Why am I doing it wrong? Why am I doing it wrong? Okay, here. This time. What the hell is this? Okay, I'm very confused, but whatever. Right pinky. You don't see this because of the chat hiding it. Okay, here. Pinky is slightly shorter than left pinky. But if possible, let's try to answer the main questions first and then add additional trivia, because I'm just scared that it just becomes full of random stuff at the end. How did I set this up? You know what? I'm just gonna copy paste this specific thing and edit it so that it's more fitting. Extra facts. There we go. Her right. Is it the right that's shorter or smaller? For real? I mean, I'm not against it. Even though I don't think that should be the main focus. But it can still work. Right pinky finger is slightly high place than the left one. Hello, Yaruki Zero! Had to relaunch. Twitch mobile disconnected. Welcome back! Alright. Oh wait, crap. I realized that no, you don't see the text as well with the... It's really, really dark. Oh, it's really, really bright. Okay, wait. Wait. We're gonna be changing it to... this. Wait, that's not a color I wanted. There we go. Should I change the font? Do I have a cool font that could work? Oof, wow. Okay, no. We're not doing this. This is not good. I'm trying to see if there's a font that looks a bit better than whatever this is. Okay, here, sure. I can imagine those fonts to work with her. And I made several illustrations with this character, actually. Which I think might be the only character that I got to draw more than once. In retrospect. Probably because she was the first one. But she also had a drawing holding her rifle. Because I think I never drew the rifle here. So here she has the rifle fitting her character design. And here she actually has the little peace sign. Since it's her symbol for some reason. I low-key feel like she was supposed to have a logo as a magical girl. Like, I can imagine the lore of the of this little symbol that represents her, that she was supposed to come up with something, but she was very uninspired and low-key didn't care. So either she just chose a random thing or someone else chose something for her, being like, you know, you got the power of friendship, so let's just go with that. And then she just went along with it. That font is nice. I'm glad you like it. Oh my god, sorry, I do realize that now it's hard to see things. I'm gonna give it a little border. Her mom was a 70s hippie. I wonder if her parents... First of all, I wonder if she has parents. And I wonder if her parents even know about her... you know, her... magical girl activities. Because most of the time, that's kind of secret, right? In most stories. You don't even share that with your family or best friends. Only with other magical girls or something like that. So I actually wonder. Hi, Kyle! I'm gonna move the chat a bit because I realized that you guys get hidden by the moonsters. Here. Perfect. I remember this one. I really love this one. I'm glad! I'm glad! I'm gonna write the mom thing about being a 70s hippie because honestly, why not? Her... Could be her parents even. Okay, I need to copy paste this though because I don't know why the font is just not the right size. Her parents were 70s... Wait, it's not. Hippies. Hence her peace sign symbol. She didn't want to choose one because she didn't care. And that was suggested by Jeremy, at least the first half. You know what? I'm gonna put this in a separate thing since that one is just whatever I said. So. Suggested by Jeremy. Oops. Oh my god. My dude. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay. She didn't want to choose a logo, or no, a symbol, I guess, for her magical girl activities because she didn't really care and wanted to think, or no, and didn't want to think about it. Okay. Anything else I missed? Let's see. Hello, Coca-Cola. All right. So for our age, since we said potentially high school age, I just realized that again. Oh my god, it's really difficult to keep this working somewhere without... I'm just gonna put it here. So, age she forgot. But I'll write high school age for now. This is probably a high school student. What I wonder is if she's amnesiac. I really have a hard time seeing this word for some reason, but I wonder how this is affecting her student life as well. Like maybe she used to not even be it soon, but from her amnesia, she, you know, it kind of, she kind of changed, or the other way around. Maybe she used to be it soon, but in this specific time frame she's not. I could imagine something like this. High school student. Wait, that's an occupation, my bad. And then we're gonna have to think about a high school. And maybe some of the OCs created with Moonster have been adopted for charity. Which one is concerned? None? None of the OCs that were adoptables for the charity were characters made with the chat. Or was it? Was it your takes? I do remember that there was a I knew it was part of the event, but I don't think it was something you guys decided on. But those are not part of the doc because they are not OCs, they're adoptables, which is kind of not the same thing. Like adoptables usually are like basically a design that you sell, but it doesn't have a personality or a name. It can have a concept, which was the case here because it was basically a wheel and they are different different summer concepts, and whatever the wheel lands on is what we get. So we got the palm girl, the palm tree girl, and the cricket girl. But I don't think that the design stuff was stuff where you guys decided anything. Does she have a bird partner? She has a familiar, but it's actually a seal. It's pistachio. That is right there. She's not gonna get another one probably. Although maybe she could have wanted a pet bird. I don't know. Sorry, I missed some comments. Adoptables are nameless? Yeah, because I think that's something the person that buys the adoptable should think about. When I make designs for adoptables, I want to provide a design, but I don't want to give people like, you know, I think it should be in their freedom to decide on names, backstory, personality of the character even. So it's best to just not add too much to it. So all I gave it was just palm tree girl and cricket conductor, which are more like concepts rather than names and personalities. The palm tree girl is named now. Nice. Okay, let me see things. Sorry, I missed so many things. It's kind of hard to keep track of the chat here. Oh my god. Okay, sorry. Let me scroll up a little bit. I feel like a lot of people after amnesia often are less emotional and cool, which fits her expression. So maybe she was it soon before. Okay, I'm gonna include that. Thank you. Oops. Well, that works. It's fine. So she was a tsundere before her amnesia, but is now less emotional overall. Thank you. What else? Maybe she wasn't interested in the magical girl stuff at first, thinking her school life was more important, but after something happened to give her amnesia, she started focusing on magical girl stuff because that's the only part she could remember clearly. I like this idea. Okay. Origin... I'm struggling, guys. Oh my god. Originally, oh my god. Originally had no interest in being a magical girl. Declined the offer or whatever. To focus on her studies instead. But after her amnesia occurred, she started focusing on her magical girl activities, as it was one of the few things she could remember. Perhaps she even is hoping to find her memory again. Perhaps she even wishes to find answers to her past. Thank you for the suggestion. Bye. But now I really wonder what caused this whole thing. Maybe she approached a magical feather and it turned her into a magical girl. Sure. Maybe that's how she turned and got like the offer, and she's like, I don't want to do that. And then she was like, no thanks, I'm gonna study because I want my diploma and I want to get into a good university. But then, boom. She approached even a magical feather which turned her into a magical girl. Suggested by Havono VT. Okay. I'm gonna put this higher because I feel like it's better that it's here in order of like, first it happened, but then she was like, no, I'm not interested, and then this happened. You touch in feather and boom, you become a pro shooter head shooting monsters. Actually cool, imagine, again, that's not actually her power though. Her magical power is different, but for some reason she has a very uncharacteristic weapon. Unless her weapon, despite having a rifle, like the shots, I guess, are providing feelings of friendship to others. I don't know, actually. If she entirely refused the offer, she could have been attacked by whatever magical girls fight because she was noticed as clearly a magical girl. And without any power, it made her amnesiac. Ooh. That could work. I could see that, yeah. So, the backstory, we kind of have it. Oh my god, imagine! Imagine! Maybe initially she was supposed to have a completely different weapon, but then since she declined, the weapon was given to another magical girl instead, or whatever, you know, cute stuff she had. So then she had no choice but just find a random weapon. It's like, oh crap. Here, take this. Gives a bazooka. Okay, I'm gonna include this. So, whoopsie moment. Okay, let me. Okay, I'm gonna actually separate those. But then got attacked by the enemies. The main enemies. As they thought she was a magical girl. With no magical power to defend herself. But still with the blessing of the magical feather, so that she's not literally dead. Freya becomes amnesiac. Okay. Thank you for the hydrate. Okay, interesting. Let me think. I'm gonna write about the friendship bullet or whatever. Friendship bullets just make me think of a completely different game. Take this friendship pellet. So Freya, had she accepted the initial magical girl offer, Freya, I'm just gonna remove this, will have received a different weapon more befitting the magical girl aesthetic. However, after declining, it was given to someone else instead. Gonna put her here. It was given to someone else instead, to another magical girl. Who was recruited instead? I wonder what kind of original weapon she will have gotten. I could imagine her with a very pretty... how do you call this? Like... Oh, rapier? I could imagine this, but I also was thinking of something like a bow. Because of all the feathers that she has. I could imagine some of the arrows to be with the stuff, you know? Magical rifle, that's what she gets after. But I'm talking about her original thing. Because I feel like a crossbow doesn't feel super magical girl. Right now I'm talking about her the initial weapon she was supposed to get, which is more fitting of that aesthetic of magical girls. Because maybe I think still the bow aesthetic will work well because she's still shooting her friendship feelings or whatever towards someone. But then she doesn't have this, so instead they give her something else to shoot with, which is gonna be the rifle. So I think I'm gonna go with the bow. Hello, Wooly. An elegant... Do you call this just a bow? Arc? No, how do you call this? Is this just a name? One sec. Because I feel like... Okay, it's just bow, okay. A beautiful... bow. A weapon more befitting the magical... Because you know, bow can be both the weapon, but also like a ribbon. Maybe it was initially a ribbon that turned into a bow. Maybe the other girl will get something like this. But we're not exploring other characters today. Transforming from a ribbon. Maybe as a magical girl, she would have had a really different design altogether. A tide. Oh my god, I love this actually. A tide bow turns into a weapon bow when she bows out of respect. I actually like this. Like you know, magical girl transformations. I could imagine something like that. You know, bowing, like a very elegant bow, and then magical girl transformation. Upon bowing down. I'm gonna just write it on the side actually. I'm just gonna finish whatever I said. To still be able to execute her power of friendship, shooting, friendship, and like some kind of feelings onto enemies or targets. I'll just write. She had to get a rifle instead for some obscure reason. Maybe the rifle is something that she already had. Like maybe I was about to say maybe one of her parents had this, but if they're hippies, it doesn't really work. Okay, let me just write down the idea that the original weapon, the bow, will work as a ribbon accessory that will transform into a weapon. I'll just write the original bow. Was intended to work once the carter bows down elegantly. This will trigger their magical girl transformation. Thank you, Mitchell, for the cool idea. Lots of puns, but it actually works, so I'm gonna take it. Okay. It could be this thing where she was given a weapon by default, but she was too American and could change it, which makes the familiar to be concerned. I don't know. I don't think it fits her personality to just randomly go for the rifle, actually. I think she can go with it, being like, okay, whatever, but I don't think she would choose it by her own will, especially if she just literally lost her memories. I think it's a bit uncharacteristic of how I see Freya. Even though it's pretty fun. Maybe when not in magical form, she does have the high ponytail and the bow is worn on her ponytail. Well, it doesn't matter because she doesn't have that bow anyway. That's if basically those things are if she actually accepted the offer and got the very first thing, but she doesn't have it, so she's never really seen wearing anything. It's not like this ribbon will not transform into her rifle. Actually, how will her rifle manifest itself though? Because the bow made sense to turn like from one bow to a bow when you bow, but the rifle, I'm still not sure. She can pull the rifle out of her hat like magician with rabbits. You know what? Why not? But how does her transformation happen? Because she only get that hat when she transforms, right? But I like the idea. I'm gonna write it down. Thank you. With her rifle instead, she pulls out the rifle out of her hat like a magician. So I guess we kind of have some of her lore now. More or less. I just saw Gauser had the same idea. Isn't rifle out of her hat an actual thing? Is it? Kind of like the vibe of Sakura Card Captor, where her staff is initially a keychain that just grows when it's needed. But then how... Like... Since we know now that it comes out of her hat, like, is it she has a keychain that allows her to transform? How does it work? Also, hello Angel, thank you for following. She gotta transform first before she can use the weapon. Exactly, yeah. Let's look at her design again. Okay, maybe that's gonna give us some ideas. Oh, you know what? Okay, this is not about her. This is about Pistachio. Which actually, we don't have a lot of facts about Pistachio, but you know, technically this isn't about him. I could imagine his little suitcase to be full of really useful stuff though. Like maybe sometimes it will bring really, really cool stuff that will help her in times of need. But right now... Because like, I'm trying to think about what she could be carrying around. But like, everything she has in her design is kind of... I guess he could just transform with a random. This isn't about her. This is about him. Pistachio, I mean. But I know this is a meme. Actually, she could just be carrying a feather, and then it's, you know, it just happens to be the magical feather or something. Because maybe you need to have the magical feather to be able to transform. Like, you know, when you get your magical powers, you have to carry the feather around because it's the blessing of the magical entity or whatever it is. And without it, you don't have magical powers. And so she just carries it, I don't know, somewhere in her uniform. And then she just has to do something with it, and then it transforms herself. Especially since she has some... a lot of feathers in her design. I think it can work and not feel too weird. I think I'm gonna write this down. So, upon becoming a magical girl, she carries the magical feather, which grants her how will I word this? What are we doing? Absolutely love your model. Thank you! It's not what I normally look like, but I'm glad you like it. But looking back on some... Actually, I should have made a watch comment to explain this better, because I'm really bad at explaining, but... We're looking back on characters we made on stream in the past and completing some facts, and then making a story where they meet, but we're still on the first character, finishing some of their story. Or some of their facts that we need to figure out. Yeah. She carries the magical feather that granted her magical girl powers. She needs the feather to transform. Or use her powers as it is. It works as the blessing of the magical I don't know if I want to call it entity, but I'll call it that for now until we get better names for it. Thank you for the hydration. Okay. So, in that case though, if she is kind of recruited, that means she works with other magical girls, or at least with the magical girl, like the magical entity. So, how would I call it? And then I also need to figure out a name for her high school. I think we got enough of the backstory lore, honestly, to remove it from the stuff we need to figure out, but we still need to think of a title for her story, which is always really annoying. As well as her other stuff. I want to give her a fancy name instead of just magical girl, you know? Or at least a name for the people that she works with, you know? Through the cold obscurity. I don't know if it really fits the story though. I think I like to give something related to her design. Let me think. You know what? In times like this, something pretty useful that there is looking at like synonyms of words. So for example, synonym of magical. And then synonym of girl. You know, maiden could work well. Let me think. But I'm not super vibing with the synonyms I find. Mystic Maiden? Now it feels like she's like, she could be part of Marvel's. Mystic Maiden. I like the maiden part though. Mystic. One sec. Wait, did this site I used to use change? It looks really weird. She's the Mystic Maiden of Bodia. Well, now she doesn't have a bow. And, you know, every magical girl is supposed to have a different weapon anyway. Like, you know, the bow that she didn't get, that someone else got, she will have been the only one having it. I'm sure there are other magical girls that have different weapons instead, that do different stuff. Although an aesthetic with like magical girls with everyone having bows is also kind of cool. You know what? I'm actually thinking about it. I'm trying to think about it. I think actually it could work. I was kind of not open to the idea, but now that I think about it, like, you know, an aesthetic where everyone is like very elegant archers, and then you have this girl with her rifle. That actually could work. Although I wouldn't call the place Bodia still. But maybe, yeah, maybe every magical girl is supposed to have a bow, actually. I still don't really get why she doesn't. I guess maybe she actually, after getting declined the, you know, after she declined the magical girl offer, maybe it was never offered to her again, and she just happened to have the feather, and so she just kind of took it by herself against the actual, you know, against the actual people's will, you know, like the magical entity or the recruiter, because I guess the recruiter is probably Pistachio actually. But then it doesn't really explain why Pistachio is still there. Okay, let me write things down. Pistachio is the recruiter. Every magical girl is an archer, maybe an angelic archer, and that explains why they have wings. But her, she's just having feather, but she's not. She more like looks like a weird swan, kind of. But after declining the offer and losing everything, including her memories from the attack of the enemies, she decided to... She took like a stray feather, or not a stray feather because it sounds like it's a random feather, a feather on the ground to become a magical girl out of her own will, but against no longer in the recruiter's interest. Shiny feather on the ground, literally. She took a I even write it. Because she probably knew what it was, because it was probably introduced to her. By taking this feather, you'll become a magical girl. No, I'm good. And then, oh, attack now. I lose everything. Oh, this feather's still here. I have nothing left. I will, yeah. I don't trust Pistachio. Maybe he normally shouldn't be here, but because of this situation, and he's the one that left the feather on the ground, he's now assigned to make sure she doesn't mess up or doesn't like disrupt stuff. Pistachio is the one responsible for dropping the shiny feather. As a consequence, he is demoted. And now assigned. He was demoted. He was demoted from recruiting. The recruiter status. And is now assigned to watch over Freya to make sure she does not cause any trouble. So she's kind of a double... Like, he's kind of a double agent, in a way. Double agent, kinda. Alright. I like that. I missed some stuff, I'm sorry. Also, happy 5 stream, Doomsano, hello! Hello, Snuggles! I'm very late. The magical girls are the archer. Wait, that's just... So basically the archers will be the name of the magical girl association? You know what? I kind of like it. The archers. For now, I'll write it. Thank you, Jeremy. I'll write it down among your ideas. The magical girls... status name? Name status? Status title, I guess? The Archers. Sorry, I'm very late with the chat. I'm gonna catch up with stuff. Oh my god. Mac dude, okay. I made some typos, but that's okay. Each girl has a different form of a shooting bow. True. You know what? In the alias... Here, this is the magical girl alias that she has, but I want her to be called an illegal archer or illegal magical girl by the actual other magical girls. And famous nickname. Okay. Did I miss anything? The both name also fits the feathers. Oh, would you prefer them to be called the feathers? That also works. I'm not sure what I prefer. What do you guys think? Hello, Kaneki. Oh my god, I'm so late. Our official magical girl gonna hunt her for being rogue magical girl. I think they probably want to save face because the magical entity should never find out about this accident. Otherwise, they're scared. So they're trying to pretend they have it under control. So they act probably okay, but they hate her. And if they realize that she's gonna be acting bad, they're gonna probably try to dispose of her. The archers are afraid to admit their mistake to the magical entity or whatever it's called. Maybe it's just gonna be called like the angel or something, honestly. So they pretend everything is fine. And I have no idea. And everything is under control. But secretly hope to get rid of Freya. So actually the main enemies are the other magical girls. The other main antagonists are the other magical crew. and not the big villains that are depicted in magical girl stories. Ooh, wow, this is going places. Hello, LaFleur! Okay. Maybe she becomes the first of the gunners because she used a rifle at some point. I'm sorry, I can't take that one very seriously. Maybe something with fire because it's a firearm. But at the same time, it doesn't fit her design super well, so I'm not sure. The Order of the Feathers. Oh, I like this. The Order... Okay, you know what? The Order of the Feathers is like... the whole... like, the general thing. The archers are the people, like the magical girls. But the Order of the Feathers is the whole thing that work for the magical entity. But... so basically, the Order of the Feathers work for the magical entity. The archers work for the Order of the Feathers, which work for the magical entity. Freya was supposed to be an archer to work for the Order of the Feathers, but now just doesn't officially. Yeah, I like this. Okay, I'm gonna write this. The Order of the Feathers. Organization, I'm gonna call it. I don't know if that's really a good name for it, but... Happy 3 streams, Kaneki! The main villain, the bureaucracy. Every time! Hi, Tuna! Return of the OCs, yeah! Also, hello, Astaloon! Altaloon every time! I'm so sorry. Every time I get it wrong. Every time. Okay. We got quite a lot. Okay. So affiliations we kind of have. So I'll call it... So, I call it the Archers, but then I'll say that she's only unofficially affiliated. Unofficially. And then she probably has her own crew as well. Her own crew. I need to think of her high school too. And then we're probably getting there. The fact that the other magical girls don't like her make me think there's one girl in their group that really likes her, but she's also Tsunan. It's Super Doom Yuri, probably. Probably. Let me think. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by other stuff. There we go. Doom Duty, its peak. We love that. But we can't focus too much on the side stuff and specific individual characters though, because otherwise we'll never get to all the other characters we have to work on. Although I really like where the story is going here, not gonna lie. Maybe the actual group of the Archer actually don't know what's going on, so they're just told she's a villain. Probably, yes. They're probably, you know, they're like, look, this is a girl that wasn't supposed to be part of you guys, but she's forcing her way. And then it's like, wow, that's kind of weird. Why was she not chosen? And she's claiming it. This is dangerous because she has access to powers she shouldn't have because she wasn't chosen, even though officially she initially was. But they don't know that, so they're like, ah, this is concerning. So I still need to think of... I think for her age, given how much... I don't know if this is appropriate to say, but like... I feel like the story is getting a bit darker than, you know, what I initially thought. Not like I mind though, I like it. But because of her, because of this, given the fact that she's supposed to be like high school age, I think I prefer her to be 17 over like 15. I prefer her to be slightly older. Otherwise, that seems bad. 17, I'm gonna say. In the end, it will become a battle between the head feather and the archers led by Freya. Wow. Maybe her girlfriend will be called Heather. Because it's close to feather. But I shouldn't think about it now! That's not the time to think about girls! I mean, yes, but not those girls. Only Freya for now. And then their shipping name is literally Feather. Oh my god. My goodness. The problems that comes with world building, not enough time for character building. I mean, you know, if we had just a stream where we focused on her stuff, we would have like the whole day. But we have 8 characters to complete. And then we have a side story to give them, which is not like... This is not gonna be related to her crazy story right there, actually. This is gonna be more like a little side, you know, kind of like those animes where they have chibi versions of their animes and it's just very cute and wholesome and it's just, oh yeah, cute, they're friends, blah blah blah. It's gonna be probably something like this instead. For the story they all have together because they all come from very different backgrounds and probably won't canonically meet under different circumstances. But yes. There's like 4 feathers at the top of the order. The head feather, the wing feathers, the tail feather. She's totally Entity's favorite. Heather? Girls of the feather flock together. Maybe her group is called the flock. Isn't the flock a way to call about, like, you know, a group of people that, like, fly together? Although it doesn't sound very flattering, to be honest. A group of animals, such as birds or sheep, assembled or herded together. At the same time... I realized, doesn't it feel like people are following blindly a little bit? Okay, I'm gonna remove her age and the missing facts, because we probably got that. Affiliations, we kinda do. I just want to find the name of her own personal crew and her high school. The high school, I can probably figure it out. Archers revolt against the feathers. But isn't the archers the name of the workers? You said that the archers is the name of the status of the things, and the order of the feathers is the name of the organization. But the archers are the one working there. So if it's like archers versus feathers, right now, she still has her own crew that is not linked to the official magical girls. She's probably gonna first have her own thing. It's what I'm trying to figure out. And I feel like if she had a group with the magical girls, she probably wouldn't stick to the same official name that their boss gave them. If that makes sense. The sequel is just a slice of life following the no longer doomed Yuri. Or maybe they're already doomed, but they're kind of, you know, grieving. You know. Wait, I can't, God, I can't scroll the chat. Okay, wait. I've been thinking comedy, so I prefer more action. I'm not actually an action person. I mean, I feel like this story here, like her actual story to this specific girl, like her main story, I don't think it will be a comedy. But if you mean for like the stuff that will happen with the others, I was thinking more slice of life, but it can have comedy moments. But I think with the direction that the story is taken for this specific one that we're doing right now, it wouldn't be comedy now. At least that's not the vibes I really give it. Okay, let me look up like some cool school names. I think I want to give it like a cool name that's like somehow, even though it's gonna sound really weird, but even though the high school is not gonna be linked to any kind of magical girl activity, it could be cool to have something hinting to stuff like feathers or birds or something. Bird names. Let's look. Okay, wait. Maybe school with bird name. Maybe there are some schools that have this. With bird name. Bird College. Full Bowl. No. I was hoping there was some cool name up there. Swan High. But then it feels like she's in a ballet school. Swan Lake Academy. But then it feels like she's learning ballet. As cool as it is though. But I don't think that's her. Unless she was actually a ballet student. Would you guys want that actually instead of her just wanting to be a student? Do we want to transform her wanting to study, like being like studying for like, I don't know, math? And instead she's just trying to become a ballerina? That could actually work. And that will still explain why she's wanting to focus on her ballet activity, because she's already very busy practicing all the time. What would you guys prefer? Normal school or actually ballet school? If we go for ballet school, I think the Swan Lake Academy is pretty good. Could explain her gracious movement. And even her design, kind of. You know what? Let's go with that. Swan Lake Academy. Okay. Okay! Illegal magical girl. Alright. Let me actually change a few things then. She wants to be a ballerina. Wait, I need to write down the credits for the Swan Lake Academy. School name. Suggested by... It was Jeremy, right? Yeah. Thank you. Well then, the mom thinking her magical girl outfit is a dance outfit makes sense too. True. So like she can run around with it and her parents don't see anything wrong with it. At Mitchell, he came... Okay. Mitchell, Overdrive. Oh my god. Overdrive and Jeremy McDude. There we go. Yeah, true, it could work. For the outfit thingy. What else do we need? We just... Okay, the only thing in the affiliations that I want is her own crew. And then also the name of the story. Actually, I've realized if she has amnesia but still attends school. Now, maybe it was... Okay, maybe initially she wanted to attend school, but then she hasn't been attending school ever since the amnesia because she doesn't even remember what the hell... What kind of level she's supposed to be at. At the same time, for ballerina school, I wonder if it's graded, like if it's ranged from age or if it's ranged from level. Probably level, so it doesn't really matter. What is an elegant work that matches Swan? You mean word or... The ducklings? No. Her being ballerina could also counteract amnesia because it's a muscle memory versus actual memories. True. Hey, we could have a cool name that's like... I'm gonna write it under the MBTI text. It's called Anatide. It looks kind of fancy, right? This is just a scientific name, like the biological family of water birds in general. Oh my god, here. Like it includes swans, but it can also include ducks and stuff. So it's a bit more open, so to speak. And I just feel like it sounds cool. For her own for her own stuff. Her story is called Black Swan Reloaded. But she's not... She doesn't have... She will be Teal Swan. I kind of like the Anatside thing. I don't know if you can read it here. Swan Dancer in the Forbidden Language. I'm not even sure. Let me check. Is Swan Dancer actually... Is that an actual term? Swan Dancer? Because I never heard of it. I know people that do the ballet of like the swan. Or... I know about the term swan song. I only found out about recent... oh my god. It's not literally black, but the idea that she doesn't fit in the group, though this was a joke proposal. It sounds kind of cool, though. Reloaded might sound like a sequel. Now it could be like a revisit of it. Also, Reloaded, it's like, you know, you reload... Did you say you reload a gun? Or you recharge a gun? You reload, right? That kind of works. Swan Tänzer is swan dancers in German, apparently. Why can't I find swan dancers? Like, do you mean... Oh, did you just mean an actual translation of it? And not like this being an actual term? Like, in the ballet scene? I don't think... I think it will be kind of long in the Forbidden Language. Actually. I do like the Black Swan Reloaded thing. I just... Yeah. I like it. I feel like there's something that bothers me about it, but I like it. So I need to think about it. Just like she called her own group like swan dancers, but use a different language. But her other members probably don't dance. So then it's just making things about herself. I still prefer the Anna Today thing because then it's like, you know, you don't have to be a swan. You can be a dog and you can be valid and you can be cool. As like the whole family. So I think I might go for this. Though really, who is her crew? I don't know. We don't have time to explore that. I think I'll just write that, honestly. The waterfall. Oh, that actually sounds cool. But it doesn't have to be water. Well, technically Anna today is water stuff. Oh my god, I realize this is hard. I don't know. That's why I say her crew is the other magical girls who she turns to her side. I feel like she probably has allies that are not just the magical girls. I want her to have her rebellion arc, you know? Like, I want her to have some of the enemies of the magical girls to actually not be bad people and actually siding with her. And then the magical girls will eventually realize that maybe, yeah, it's not, this isn't it, you know? But I don't know. I don't know. Just gonna remove the parentheses here. That makes sense to me, like an interesting story plant. Like by the end she has her own crew. Yeah, but I still think that her own crew doesn't have to be solely just magical girls. Because I feel like I want to believe the first few members of her crew are not the magical girls. I don't know. Thank you for the hydration. I think we don't really need to have her MBTI, by the way. I think I'm just gonna remove it. Especially if she's amnesiac, I think it's kind of hard to really give her personality in that aspect. But yeah, I just need to find a crew name and a main story title. And then I think we will move on to the next character, because god, it's been already 2 hours. They become magical girls in the middle. Maybe they will all become like illegal magical girls. They all have their own cool weapon. Didn't know we were doing 24-hour stream today. Honestly, guys, if we don't have time for the side story, we will have to skip it. I won't be able to have a stream for more than 7 hours. Can I change the size of this though? Oh, this is too small. Okay, this is good. Yay! Alright, we're good, we're good. There's a lot of text. I'm guessing it's super not readable for you guys. Also, some parts of it were written a bit in a scuffed way, but I'm gonna organize this later. I think it's best that I don't organize the doc today anyway, if I want to save on time. One sec, I don't see the chat. Magical girls, none of them are cats, how dare you. Outside of my ears right now. I need to scroll on. Hair looks nice today, Haley. Thank you, I'm glad you like it. They could be like friends who support her, like in Danny Phantom, where they don't have powers but are her friends that still help her in some way. Yeah, I don't think, again, I don't think the other friends are magical people necessarily, since, again, they're not from the Archers. So unless they somehow became illegal too, which I think Freya is the first case, they probably more like have weapons or tools instead. For now, I'm just gonna write side crew. Could be friends from the dance academy. Perhaps they can borrow some of the powers when performing with her. Oh, maybe. God, that will be... I feel like that will rub me the wrong way. But the thing is, again, she lost her memory, so she doesn't... She probably... All her bonds with people are reset, which might be good and bad. Because the good part is that she was Tsune, so maybe she actually had a very bad reputation among the others. And then from being more... well, less expressive in the way people like her. But it feels a bit wrong that this is through losing a part of your personality that you get friends. You know what I mean? It, like, a part of it feels a bit sad. But maybe through her amnesia, she learns to be more open with herself, like open with her feelings, and that's why she will get friendships with them. Maybe. That could work. Then she could just be called the Swans, honestly. But at the same time... I don't know. I don't know what I want. I realized for this, I think I just don't want people to be like only one, just in one case, you know? I don't think I want just, for example, just people from her school only, or people from the magical girl group only, or people from the enemy side only. Having a mix of things could be helpful. Maybe they will just be called the Wings or whatever. Wow, you used to be such a glitch, but now that you're a shell of yourself, you're a great person to hang out with. Yeah, right. It feels awful, right? Like, so that's why if she just lose her personality, I think it's not gonna, it's just gonna send a really bad message. But it might be better if she just loses the fact that she, you know, maybe I feel like a lot of tsundere characters are also like this because maybe something happened to them in the past and they're scared of getting hurt, so they just reject everything. So maybe by her having amnesia, she doesn't have this thing holding her back, and then she's just more normal. Like, she's just more... She doesn't have something holding her back from communicating. And then people are like, oh, we thought you hated us, but I'm glad that you are opening up with us, and not just being like, I freaking hated you before, but no, actually I think you're okay. Maybe something like that. The girl who isn't a tsundere, she just dislikes you. That happens too. Hi, Silence! Could be friends who she isn't really close with, but after the memory loss, they stick close to her because they feel like they're inclined to help her get her memories back. I guess. I kind of prefer my idea. I'm gonna write it down actually. Didn't have a lot of close friends. Not to say none, but didn't have many friends and no closeness prior to the memory loss due to her tsundere behavior. But after forgetting what made her act this way, she was more open with her feelings. I think it has to be executed so well, realistically speaking, in a story to not feel wrong. One of the girls that used to bully her before the incident now is trying to make amends by helping her just for there to be an event later that still makes her remember all the bullying. Doesn't have to be as extreme as bullying, but for example, being a witness of the bullying and doing nothing. But then the person felt bad for never doing anything against it. But now that the person lost her memories, she's like, I have to do this, and also this person doesn't remember anyway, so it's fine, right? And then she'll remember, she'll be like, you were there, and you didn't help me back then. So how can I trust you that you will help me? Blah 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 blah. Maybe. She was able to open up more and create more genuine bonds with people. I do like the idea that her memory loss allowed her to open up and be close to people. I'm glad. Thank you for the unshrimp. Doesn't have to be bullying per se, but any type of doing her wrong so the person actually wants to make amends. I can write that down, yeah. One of the swans, I'm just gonna call this the students of her school. Did her wrong before and is now trying to make amends for her actions while helping Freya to recover her memories, but hopefully not all of them. Because clearly I feel like that friend will still want to hide what she did. Okay. We're really getting too much into the side stuff territory. I like it though. I like it. I like the story this is. I'm actually very interested. Watch me eventually coming back from my hiatus and you see I have made a whole webtoon or something based on your ideas. Hey guys! Be a banger return. I'm sorry, this was a lie actually. She went underground and created an entire comic series that's sold worldwide. Honestly, it will feel... I think it will be kind of weird ethically wise because, you know, part of the ideas and concepts are not even my own. It's stuff that you guys thought of. So me doing stuff, like making profit from something that I didn't fully make without even telling you guys about it is actually, I think, a bit questionable. I think if I were to make a little webtoon that just like is not profitable and just when I come back I return with something for you guys, that's not crazy. But if like while hiding I was profiting from your ideas, that's kind of wrong. We all know it will be her because of the hilly art style. She returns and gives us all free subs. Yeah, that's the way I compensate you for your ideas now that I am a millionaire. Hi Isaac, welcome! Okay, let me just save this because I haven't saved the update and there's a lot of new facts that we have now. Okay. Okay, what else do we want? The main story title and the affiliation. Honestly, I don't mind really not having a proper next OC. Now we still haven't finished everything. We still haven't finished things. Although we need to move on soon. To be fair, I think not every character has a crazy story, and I think it's fine for some characters to not have a crazy backstory, honestly. I think the next one doesn't have a crazy backstory. She's just, you know, because some stories are more or less need backstories, right? Some of them are just chill, and I think the next character has a more chill thing going on. The last stuff I'm really not inspired with, though. Is this the first OC? It is. It is the one we made. The very first one introduced today. And the very first one made on stream in 2022. But I swear, not all of them will be as demanding. I think this one was left with a lot of questions when we made her. So that's also why. 2.5 hours. Well, to be fair, you know. 10 minutes are just the starting screen, then I don't know, half an hour is me chatting. Technically it's more like 2 hours only, but still. I might go for a little lunch after this one anyway, because I'm getting a bit hungry. I mean, you know, if no one comes up with ideas, and I'm not really coming up with ideas, but I can just think of it some other time. So for now I'll just write her own crew, and then for the story title I'll have to think about it. It would be nice to think of a story name though, but I can think of something later. The Wings Club. I know, I saw you make the pun before and I decided to ignore it. I pretended I didn't see it because I don't even have all that much to say about it. God, Winx was something. To be fair, whatever her own crew could be called could also be the title. I hate that though. Well, I don't hate that, I'm exaggerating, but I usually prefer having cool title names that are like not just a group name. But it's okay, don't worry. We can think of it later. Okay, you know what, guys? I'm just gonna introduce you to the next character. And then we can... I don't think we'll necessarily do the changes today. Not today, right now. But at least introducing you to her. Yo, we thought of so many extra facts. All of those here were like stuff decided on the first stream. All of those were things that we decided today. Can you, like, it's crazy how much we did. You can be proud of yourselves, guys. Okay, I'm just gonna grab the transparent picture of a character so that I can export it kind of similarly to Freya. Give me a moment. I like this character. Alright, get ready, guys, for the next one. Okay, if I do this, will you see it? No, good. Okay, I'm almost done. Just please wait a moment. The next character I'm gonna showcase is this one. This is the second character we made. Just gonna need to grab No, actually, I know what I'm gonna grab. One sec. Look away, everyone! Look away! Look away! Look away! How can I? Okay. Look away, everyone! Okay. We're fine. We're fine. We're so fine. I know what I'm gonna do. Just give me a moment. I don't see the chat right now. Do we do an obscenely long Japanese light novel title? Please no. Please no. Please no. Please no. I feel like even though there are really cool stories that come from it, usually seeing those names make me lose a lot of credibility to them for some reason. Alright, that's the next character, guys. This is Shelly. I'm just gonna increase her page so that you can see her a bit better. And I'm gonna put her here for now. So this is the second OC we ever made on stream, which was in May 2022. So that's actually the spring-themed OC. I know it doesn't feel very spring. It feels more like summer, but it's actually the spring one. Hello, Paint. Welcome. So, I'm getting all messed up. There we go here. So, to introduce her, this is Shelly Petrol, with some nicknames Shell and Petrol, which this one is more of an insult. Why do all the OCs I have get like freaking insults as their nicknames? She's 26, one of the few characters that got their age confirmed. Born on May 24th, because that's the day we created her. She's a mermaid. She's really tall. She's 208 centimeters. The only thing we haven't confirmed is her MBTI here and her story name. But I feel like she will have a very chill story. Derogatory. Yeah, you know, just you said the stitching that whenever it said this, it's like not meant to be nice. It's like, ah, people that don't like her, even though she's pretty liked. Her symbol, and then her affiliations and occupation, and she's like a part-time, like she does a lot of different stuff, as you can see here. She does teaching, she does race, she's a driver, and she's also a tour guide. I forgot that she was a teacher though. I don't remember what she teaches. What is MBTI? Oh, you don't know what MBTI is? It's like kind of personality factor. There's like a lot of personality tests that work like this. Like if you ever heard of stuff like INFP, ENTJ or stuff like this, it's like the MBTI personality test. Yeah. She's definitely an E, by the way. She's definitely an extrovert here. I just don't know what else she will be, but we don't really need to figure that out. Anyway, to talk a bit more about specific facts that she got. Does she transform to a human, or does she do all that as a mermaid? Oh, she's all doing this as a mermaid. This happens underwater. Like the racing, the driver, this is all underwater. All of this. I just forgot that she was teaching, so I don't know yet what she's teaching. We're gonna find that out together. Okay, so she's a girl. Oh, back then I was actually open to not making a girl. This is crazy. Thank God I stopped. I wouldn't have wanted a guy in my OCs. Just kidding. I mean, I don't really like designing those very well. 26 years old. Caucasian. I completely forgot about that, honestly. I just thought she was pale. Okay. Dark purple hair. Yellow eyes. A reddish tail. Honestly, it doesn't look super red now that I look at it. I forgot it was supposed to be red. It's more like coral, honestly. She got some fins. She got a scar at her ribs that you can see. She has a retro fashion style, which I tried to give her some kind of, you know, the transparent kind of plastic like jackets that can have a bit of iridescent colors. I wanted to do something like this. She's kind and sweet. That's so funny. I forgot some stuff were written like this, because to me she's kind and sweet, yes, but I see her more like a funny girl. And she likes sharks. She actually has pet sharks. You're gonna see this later. And then for additional suggestions, which are like as we did the design, because I had to figure things out based on this, which was surprising because actually not a lot of design features are mentioned here actually, but it still is pretty cool. Bubble braid in her hair, looking like a specific bubbly seaweed added later on the design. I'm gonna actually open this again and just show you the Hello? Hello? Oh no! Don't do this to me! Wait. Oh crap, guys. We're cooked. Okay, at least I can click on this. No! Yeah, you can see she has some braids here. And then here, like, this is very scuffily drawn, but like the little green part here is also some kind of bubbly seaweed. Yes. You're getting a cloud flare arrow too. I'm getting it, and I guess it's... I mean, usually those are... Oh, it's back. I was thinking it's from the server that's hosting it, but honestly, I don't know. Yeah, so those designs are from like those little things of greens. I just didn't want to draw the lines of the seaweed, but it's seaweed. She also has seaweed in her braid here, if you can see it, and it's also even forming a ribbon, and she has seaweed there. Seaweed kind of everywhere. What else? Her riding a seahorse like a motorcycle, replaced by a carriage with sharks because she likes them. I could see her like riding a seahorse though. But yeah, she seems to be more like a little bit of an extra personality. She is a shark lady, as it's written here. So she has a lot of sharks that she likes, and all the sharks I think are named after fruits. So this one is lemon. I don't remember the other. We're probably gonna see that. And I think she uses her sharks for like being a driver, racer, and tour guide. Again, the teacher thing I completely forgot. So I think she has a suckerfish here, by the way. You don't really see it that well because of the sprite here, but like here, that little thing here, there's a sea star. Here there's some seashells here and there. But here I think it's supposed to be a suckerfish. Oh wait, you don't see my thing. Wait, here. No? Wait, why do you not see it? Oh, it's so weird. Guys, one sec. Why do you not see my cursor? Oh, here, sorry. Took 5 hours. Here you can see this is a suckerfish. And here sea stars, and here some seashells here and there. But here suckerfish probably. She was approached by a squad of magical girls and didn't want to join. No! Let's focus on her own story, not the other one. Okay. I'm gonna like just keep this for the visual stuff, and the information will be here because it's a bit bigger. Okay, bringing not Freya, Shelly back here. Shelly Petrol sound like Shell and Petrol, which is why her nicknames became that. Symbol to be a starfish with shutter shades, replaced by a shuttered starfish. Right, that's her symbol. That's because she has those kind of... Oh wait, you don't see it well here because it's kind of cropped. But you can see it... Oh, you can see it here. She has like those kind of sunglasses that are not really sunglasses. It's just like plastic glasses. And it's like... There's like some stripes on it. She has this. I think I thought it was retro, so I just decided to go for this, honestly. And so her symbol is like a star with this kind of stripe, basically. She has a lot of stars in her design, actually. You can see one on her cheek, one here, one technically covering her cleavage. Quite nice. Her being at least 208 centimeters, so that's over 2 meters, which is 6'10". And occupations are a cool substitute teacher, a racer, and a tourist guide plus taxi driver. Okay, so someone suggested a cool substitute teacher because they wanted her to have the cool vibes. Okay, I wonder what she teaches though. Maybe she just teaches anything because she's actually really smart even though she doesn't give that vibe. Shelly's so cute. Bonus points for reminding me of Shelter with that name. That was before I had my Shelter phase, honestly. That was still in 2022. Instead of being committed to a single full-time job, she's juggling, isn't it juggling? Between a lot of part-time jobs. I feel like not even because she's struggling, but just I feel like she seems to be kind of a carefree character that just likes to... Sorry, she just probably likes to do a lot of stuff. And she seems to just prefer this over being restricted to one job. I feel like she seems to be a very carefree character, just vibing, honestly. Biology? Ooh, sure. I'll write that down later. She's a League player? What? What do you mean? What does that mean? Hi, Volley. And then she is a shark lady and she loves sharks and has a lot of pet sharks. They help her with her work. And they're all named after fruits. I remember this because of this little... Like, I drew a lemon here just so that I remembered one of them was called Lemon. I wonder how many she has, though. Okay, see, for this character, I don't think there's actually a big need to add a lot of stuff, right? Like, this seems to be a chill character that belongs to a very chill story. And not something crazy that needs, like, a crazy backstory and angst, as we call it. So... I think we just need to figure out some very minor facts, actually. I'll just write the fact that she's a biology teacher. And then her story name, I don't know, and her MBTI, I don't know. I'm not against more facts if you want, but... Well, what is going on here? You were working 5 minutes ago! Okay, it's just having trouble. Is it gonna work? Am I gonna be able to? Crap, I can't. Okay, guys, we have to just write it down for later. So, let me just do some change just before I forget. There we go. Missing facts. That will be MBTI. Story name. That's it. That's literally it. She really doesn't have a lot to her. Well, not doesn't have a lot to her, because that sounds really derogatory, but I like characters that are also like this. I feel like if every character was just very, you know, not edgy, but had a crazy backstory, it would become kind of tiresome. So, I'm just gonna write the additional fact that Mitchell suggested, because I can't write it down here. I write it on the side, and then I watch the VOD and add this. So, text. Biology substitute teacher. Okay. This is very big still. Here. Okay. Did I miss anything? How are things going? We're only moving on to the second character after 3 hours. But I feel like Shelly is a cool character. Doesn't need a lot of facts given to her. She just seems really cool. And like not... She seems... This is gonna sound weird when I say it like this. But I will say... Maybe you're gonna get what I mean. When you think about it... You know... Freya, the first OC we made, is a high maintenance character. And the way that her character, like, as a person, she's not high maintenance. But as an OC, you have to think about so much for her. You have to create so many things for her story to work. Because her story is supposed to be a bit more... It has a lot going on. On the opposite side, Shelly is a very low maintenance OC because she's just chill. She's just vibing. She doesn't need you to create her a traumatizing story. Or details. She's just vibing. I like that. I'm glad we're not having the exact same like amount of work for her after Freya, not gonna lie. Jungling is a role in League. Oh, okay. Oh, you know what? I'll actually write that I need to fix the juggling here so that I remember. Thank you for kind of reminding. It's doing the same for me. Super patchy. I wonder what's happening. But yeah. Her MBTI, you know what? You know what could be fun? Let's try to do an MBTI test. Imagining we're Shelly. Imagining what I kind of imagine her to be like as pitchy, as Shelly. I just read patchy and I just okay. Let me get an MBTI test. Cloudflare is just but a notice up that their services are disrupted globally. Guess we wait to see if it recovers. Surely it will eventually. It's okay. Alright guys, time for the MBTI test to see what Shilly is like. Pachirisu. Yes. Okay. Also, hi Win. I didn't even say hi to you. I'm so sorry. I'm like kind of struggling keeping up with some parts of the chat. Okay. So, sorry. Some parts of the screen are kind of hidden, but it's gonna be, it's this, yeah. Okay, for now, we clear her MBTI. I'm gonna move her a bit here, I guess. Here. Alright. You regularly make new friends. I feel like that fits her. She seems the kind that is very extrovert, very open to conversations with strangers, just very chill. So I could imagine her to make friends very easily. Complex and novel ideas excite you more than simple and straightforward ones. I don't actually think that's true for Shilly. I feel like she's kind of open to anything, but like not more than something else. I think she's kind of fine with either. So she's probably... I'll say disagree because it's not more, it's the same. I don't think she's a kind of character that will think a lot, like that will try to think of new things or think of deep stuff, which is not bad, by the way. But she just is there to vibe. Usually feel more persuaded by what resonates emotionally with you than factual arguments. Actually, I could imagine her to be more of an emotional person than a thinking person. Not in the way that she will let like her emotions guide everything. I don't think she's like crazy emotional, but I feel like she will want people to have a good time more than being right, for example. You know, those kind of debates. Will you prefer people to all be okay and happy and comfortable, or to do things right? And I feel like she's probably more on making sure everyone is having a good time. But she probably also wouldn't like be an extreme case of it. So I'd say probably one of these two here. I'll put it there. Your living working space are clean and organized. I actually feel like that's not her case at all. I can imagine her place to be a mess, actually. No, actually, maybe this. Okay. Usually stay calm even under a lot of pressure. Yes, I feel like she's very... I don't feel like she's a character that will get unfazed a lot. So, yes. You find the idea of networking or promoting yourself to strangers very daunting. I think she just knows it's part of the job. You prioritize and plan tasks effectively, often completing them well before the deadline. See, normally I would think that she's not very well organized, but at the same time, I can't help but feel like if she does have so many jobs, she kind of still needs to be properly organized to some extent to keep track of every job she has, right? Because she has 4 different jobs. Maybe they're not always like happening at the same time. Maybe she has phases where she's only doing one or something like this. But she still needs to at least have a proper, you know, an organized schedule if she doesn't want to fall behind, right? That doesn't make sense otherwise. At the same time, I don't imagine her to be a control freak. You know, normally, if it weren't for the fact that she had 4 jobs, I would probably say that she's not organized. But no, actually, we're gonna give her this one. People's stories and emotions speak louder to you than numbers and data. I think that's true. I could imagine her to not really care about that and be more interested by people's stories, because she seems open to talking to people, right? So she's probably very curious about them. You like to use organizing tools such like schedules and lists. You know what? No. I'm sure she does it in her head. No, actually I don't know. Let's get back to it after the others. Even a small mistake can cause you to doubt your overall abilities or knowledge. I don't think so. You feel comfortable just walking up to someone you find interesting and striking up a conversation? Definitely, that seems like the type. You're not too interested in discussions about various interpretations of creative works. I don't think it's her thing, but I also don't think she's like super close-minded. I think she just has probably trouble keeping up with stuff like this. But probably is also curious. So I'd say probably just a slight disagree. She's not super crazy into those conversations, but she's probably curious as to what the person thinks. But she probably will have trouble interpreting it's herself, if that makes sense. She's like, I don't understand art, for example, but I love to know what you think anyway. No? That kind of person. For this, I still don't know. I'll put a neutral thing. Okay, next. You prioritize facts over people's feelings when determining a course of action. I'll say more feelings. Probably not getting fully walked over, but mostly making sure they have a good time. Actually, maybe this one. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. You often allow the day to unfold without any schedule at all. I could imagine that, actually. She just vibes. Well, she technically does have things to do, though. So maybe just this. You rarely worry about whether you make a good impression on people you met. Yes, I feel like she doesn't think too much about it. You enjoy partaking in team-based activities. I can imagine that, yes. You enjoy experimenting with new and untested approaches. Every now and then, probably. The inside of the person is more important than the work itself. You're right. Then I'll probably put it there. Thank you for your input. You prioritize being sensitive over being completely honest. A little bit. Because she doesn't want people to be sad. But I also... I think she will probably... She probably will say what she needs to say, though. But she might be careful about how she words it, if that makes sense. I don't think she will lie to people. Or be like, yeah, you're completely fine, when clearly what they did is bad. But... I don't think she'd be really super blunt about it. You actively seek out new experiences and knowledge areas to explore. Oh my god, this is such a genius idea to determine an OC personality. Why haven't I thought of this before? Now you can do it too. Hi, Edgar. I've been doing this before. It's kind of fun. Sometimes it's hard to think of answers, though. You actively seek out new experiences and knowledge of areas to explore a little bit. You're prone to worrying that things will take a turn for the worse. She doesn't really think about that. You enjoy solitary hobbies or activities more than group ones. I feel like she probably... Depends! If she has, if she's hanging with her shark, like her pet sharks, is it considering a solitary hobby or a group one? But still, I feel like she's more into being with people, so I'll say no. But she probably still wants time alone with her sharks. You cannot imagine yourself writing fictional stories for a living. I don't think she can imagine herself doing that now. I'll put it here. I always gaslight myself, like, is it really the case? I should be less confident in my answers. I'm not the character. You favor efficiency in decisions, even if it means disregarding some emotional aspect. She wants the emotional aspects to be considered, so... But she still needs to make efficient choices. You prefer to do your chores before allowing yourself to relax. No, she doesn't. She doesn't do the chores. In disagreements, you prioritize proving your point over preserving the feelings of others. I don't think that's true. Here. You usually wait for others to introduce themselves. No. Your mood can change very quickly. No. You're not easily swayed by emotional arguments. That's a good one. Depends on how you define. Is it like easily swayed by emotional arguments? Is it like you will change your mind? Or will you be like getting emotional too? I don't think she will get emotional. I think she will consider the thing. But I don't think she will be super like changing her mind fully about specific arguments necessarily. So you know what? I actually put a neutral answer for this one. You often end up doing things at the last possible moment. Yes. You enjoy debating ethical dilemmas. I think she's probably interested in those. Even if she sometimes... I think sometimes she has trouble, but at the same time she's curious to see what people think. Usually prefer to be around people rather than on your own. Yes. You become bored or lose interest when the discussion gets highly theoretical. Probably, actually. Because if she has trouble keeping up, even if she's curious, it's again harder to keep up. So yeah. When facts and feelings conflict, you usually find yourself following your heart. Yes. You find it challenging to maintain a consistent work or study schedule. She probably doesn't find it... I guess she probably doesn't find it challenging per se, but I don't think it's her nature. She normally will go just with the flow, so I'll say yes. You rarely second guess the choices that you have made. Yes. Your friends will describe you as lively and outgoing. Yes. You're drawn to various forms of creative expression such as writing. I feel like she's not drawn to it, but she's interested in what people think of it. Like if someone will share stuff about it, she will want to know their thoughts and stuff, but she probably wouldn't be super into it herself. You usually base your choices on objective facts rather than... I love how some of the questions are really similar. No. You have a to-do list for each day? No. You rarely feel insecure? Yes. You avoid making phone calls? No, she probably loves those. You enjoy exploring unfamiliar ideas and viewpoints? But I feel like it sounds like other stuff. Like, see if it was an unfamiliar place, you will definitely do it. Ideas? Maybe every now and then. One of those two. Here. Hello, Quelm! You can easily connect with people you have just met, yes. If your plans are interrupted, your top priority is to get back on track as soon as possible. No, she's just vibing. You're still bothered by mistakes that you made now. She's just there. You're not too interested in discussing theories on what the world could look like in the future. She's probably kind of interested. Your emotion controls you more than you control them. I wouldn't say that's to such an extent, though. She wouldn't be controlled by her emotions. But she does consider emotions, but I wouldn't say it's controlling her. So I'll say disagree still. Even though it's kind of against what I said earlier. Through answering these questions, I'm also getting a much clearer picture of her personality. That's really cool. I'm glad you think so. When making decisions, you focus more on how the affected people might feel than on what's most logical. Yes. Your personal... we're almost there, by the way. Your personal work style is closer to spontaneous. Yes. Don't even need to finish the thing. When someone thinks highly of you, you wonder, no. You will love a job that requires you. No. You believe that pondering... I wouldn't say it's a waste of time, no. She has trouble, but I don't think she will think it's a waste of time. You feel more drawn to busy, bustling atmospheres. Probably, yes. If a decision feels right to you, you often act on it without needing further proof. Yes, probably. She 100% keeps organized by having everything out and visible. To others, it's a mess. To her, it's all in perfect order. I believe that. You often feel overwhelmed? No, I don't think she's very the kind of character that will get overwhelmed. You complete things methodically without skipping over any steps. I think she probably will want to not skip steps, but she probably doesn't do it super meticulously. Meticulously? I don't know how to say it, whatever. You prefer tasks that require you to come up with creative solutions rather than follow concrete steps. I think she's open to either. Maybe more. I think she might enter the creative stuff, though. You're more likely to rely on emotional intuition than logical reasoning. Maybe. You struggle with deadlines. Yes. You feel confident that things will work out for you. Yes, probably. Alright. She's ENFP! Wait, I just realized you don't see the E, but it's E, guys. It's a E. She's a campaigner. She's definitely an E. I mean, she literally wants to talk to people all the time. Alright, so that's confirmed. Let's go. Are we doing MBTI test? Hello, Ash! This is a MBTI test for a character that I'm making because we didn't confirm her MBTI before. So we did the test imagining, like, basically putting ourselves in her shoes. Okay, so... then the only thing I really need to do... I'm not surprised she's an ENFP. I kind of figured she'll be something like this. E something. It will be ENFP or ESFP. Actually, we can probably see the results. How extreme everything is. Yeah, see? This one is more... this one is definitely more in between the S and N. I'm not surprised at all. But yeah, she is wanting people to be more, you know. I'm not sure how to finish this sentence. All right. We're twinning. Oh my god, are you an ENFP too? That's funny. Well, I don't know if it's really funny, but that's cool. This is she's you core. Or you're her core. Okay, I love your character design on your model. It's so pretty. Thank you. I just tried a bunch of stuff. Let's see. Is this back? Probably not. Oh, it is back. Cool. We can change it. Okay, great. So let's just change this stuff then. So ENFP. Yay. And then we said that she was a biology teacher. And also I wanted to fix a typo juggling here. Oops. Here. She teaches biology when working as a substitute teacher. Suggested by Mitchell Overdrive. Thank you, Mitchell, again. It was Mitchell, right? I hope it was Mitchell. Thank you for the hydration. We are twinning. It is ENFP-A, I think. Oh my god, that's her case too. She's like assertive, not turbulent. Yeah. I also am not surprised she's assertive and not turbulent. She doesn't seem like... Because from my understanding, maybe I'm getting that wrong, but I was under the impression that assertive versus turbulent is basically how much this will affect you. Like how... I wouldn't say how much of an extreme it is, but like... T seems to be like it can really have issues in your daily life and stuff, or wear you out and stuff. Hello, Nadestad. Welcome, welcome. Let me drink before I forget. So see, this character will actually be done really quickly. Just gonna remove this, remove the MBTI. I wonder... Okay, I don't think I gave names for her company though. Oh, Tuna Taxi, never mind. Bottlenose Explorers, never mind. She has names for all of her activities. She's so... I love those. Tuna Taxi. Love it. She just goes with the flow of the water. It is so true. So true. So, oh my god. So we just need to figure out a story name, but I don't even know what kind of story name she will have, because she has a really chill story, right? I wouldn't want a crazy story name. I'm a taxi. Maybe. Would you like that? She's a whirlpool of positive chaos and she's thriving in it. Yeah! I love that for her. Yo, she's honestly... Again, I love Freya. She's one of the favorite OCs we made. And I'm really happy with what we made. But God, Shelly is... It's so refreshing to work on Shelly in comparison. No angst, no pain, no 8,000 questions to ask. We're just vibing. She's just vibing. She's just chill. She's just there. Oh my god. Hello, Baculus. Welcome. Okay, for the story name, could be something like... I wouldn't want to word it like this, but something like, you know, something about Shelly's many adventures or many experiences, like something on the fact that... Because I could imagine if she had a story, it's probably like, you know, every time she meets a new person through her different jobs or things she has to do to help people, and then she discovers new people and it's kind of just chill. So I probably want to have something like this in her title. Shelly's, or let's look at some vocabulary of you know, like shell vocabulary, I guess. Shell synonym. I didn't know Shelly was chill like that. Now you know. Or let's see. Water. No, I'll write sea, seam, or ocean. Vocabulary. How do you call this? I know the word in English, in the forbidden language, but Oh, never mind. I found some stuff. Although I think they're just like... Okay. I see some words that could be interesting. Shaylee's Seafloor show? Then it feels like she's having a special show on TV. Reminiscing of Shaylee's journey or something. I like it, but then it feels like it's kind of almost nostalgic, you know? Reminiscing. It makes me think of like when Marnie was there. Honestly, it doesn't even need to include Shaylee's name. I'm not against Shaylee's name being included. It can be Shaylee's something something, or it can be something just based on a vocab of the ocean and stuff like this. Coast adventures and stuff like that. I'm not saying this is the answer we should go for though. I'm loving this character. I'm glad you like her. Maybe something with a journal? But see, no, because then I feel like it feels more like a nostalgic thing where you look back on... Then it feels cozy. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, it feels like, oh yeah, I'm looking back on my journal. After... Then it feels like there's something bittersweet to it. I don't know if that makes sense. I want something bubbly. It could literally be something like Shaylee's Bubbly Adventures. Something. Shaylee. I really love how chill she is, like super outgoing. Yeah, she really is. Freya could never. And I could never. Shaylee's Bubbly Adventures? I guess we could go for this. Let's look at synonyms of adventures. Just in case we find other words. There's ordeal. There's exploration. Escapade. Expedition, although expedition feels like she's really adventuring somewhere specifically. Tribulation. Time. But time is kind of, I don't know. I'm looking at more stuff. Crusade! Crusade is kind of cool, no? Because then it feels like... Crusade, you kind of think of a cruise, you know? Like water and stuff like this. But Crusade feels like she's traveling, though. So I don't know. Fast times with Shaylee. Gotta go fast for real. Crusade is like war and conquering. Oh, really? Crap, my bad. Shaylee's Shining Shoreline Adventure. I kind of like it. I mean, the last one is kind of long, but I like what you're doing. I kind of like it. Shaylee's Bubble Cruise will be more what you thought about. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, okay. Shaylee's Shining... Or Shiny, or Shining. Sharks and Shells. The thing is, the sharks are not the main characters and they're not always there, so I feel like with this title, it feels like they're everywhere. Also, She-Hole, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Hope you had a nice stream. One sec. Oh, you were just chatting. I hope you had a nice chatting session. Welcome, raiders. We're just thinking of character stuff together with the chat. This is a profile of the character that you see here. Her name is Shaylee. Today we're just looking at all characters that we made throughout the years where the chat decided on various features and we're just finishing some little extras about them. Yeah! Hope you had a nice time though. If you need to rest after your stream, feel free! Thank you so much for the raid though. And thank you for following! Oh, I saw Ash on YouTube said maybe Sora because it means sky and seashell. Wait, in what context does it mean seashell? I know about the sky though. I kind of like this. Although it's kind of... I wouldn't say it's just... Maybe it's a bit short, but it could work. Tides could be a good parallel. This signifies change, going with the flow of life, and the inevitable return of all ideas. Oh my god, did someone have a title with tiles? I like it. Unless you meant like shining tides. I could imagine also something that's like something with the sea and then escapades. But escapades feels like you're escaping, right? Errands? Because you kind of do errands. Or it can just be something like daily something, you know, like every day she has daily shilly. Or something like to show that it's a frequent, like it's showing the frequent, her, like, you know, her daily life kind of with her little adventures. Let me see stuff. I want something that really feels like it's a fun or bubbly story. What were the synonyms I had for adventure again? I really forgot. Let me see. Oh, someone followed, I just saw. Sorry, I don't see Twitch right now. Thank you for following us, Amin. Welcome, welcome. Like Journal of Charlie. No, I don't want... Because Journal feels too nostalgic. And it doesn't feel bubbly. It just feels like you're writing in a diary and you're looking back on it. And then you're like... It feels a bit too sweet. I really don't want the diary idea. Or the memory idea. Because it feels... It doesn't feel bubbly. It doesn't feel... like a fun story. Not to say diary stories are not funny. But it has something bittersweet to the title that I don't think will be fitting. I did like the shells and sharks, it's just that I don't think the sharks are always there. Because then it feels like the sharks are the main characters too. Job synonym. Maybe something based on the fact that she has 8,000 jobs. I'll also look at quests. Quest synonym. Oh, there's not a lot. Yeah, no. They're not super... They're not super there. Shaylee's beach workation. She's probably... It's probably more the ocean than the beach, but I think it cool. It could be Shaylee's bubbly workation or Shaylee's bubbly... I mean, adventure still works, but... I can't help but feel like there's probably a word that I know about that could be a bit more... a bit less basic than adventure, if that makes sense, but I can't think of it. Vibrief. That's kind of funny. It has potential. That could be. I could imagine a song with that title. Wait, I found. No, wait. This is still the same thing. I'm checking different. If there are people that have other. Could still be Journey, honestly, but Journey feels also a bit nostalgic. Escapade still kind of works. Life with Shelly, titled Tales of Shelly. But Tales of Shelly feels like you're looking back on it and you're listening to the old tales of someone and it feels nostalgic! We keep getting nostalgic! Life with Shelly feels nostalgic! I'm so picky with that kind of stuff. It's so annoying. I'm sorry, guys. I know I'm a lot. I'm trying to check some stuff right now. Oh, interesting! For some of the synonyms of adventure, depending on how you see it, if this is like the excitement associated with danger of, or the taking of risk, one of the words that is put is rush, which kind of fits with her being like also a racer. In memory of Shelly, what the hell? What the hell? I think for now, I might just stick to Shelly's Babbly Adventures. But I also... Oh, God. Ah! I really appreciate you guys sharing your ideas though, even if I'm not taking them. I do appreciate it. Super Shelly Odyssey. Perfect! Let's go with that! You know, oh wait, that reminds me of... Someone said Shelly's shining something, right? Could be... Shining Shelly something also. Shining or shining... Yeah, shining Shelly. God. Okay, guys, I think I'm gonna just stick to Bubbly Adventures for now. Until I find something that I feel like really feels... more... chaotic, I guess? Question mark? But... yeah. That would have been really short to work on this OC though, compared to Freya. Like, that's all we really needed to figure out for her. Shotgun Shelly, that's the wrong character. Oh, do we have a word kind of like adventures that start with a P? Pursue. Because, you know, her last name is Petrol, so we could also go something with Petrol. I'm trying to think. I do realize that like, I like having Shelly's name included potentially, but the problem is that I feel like it's very easy to have the title sounding very nostalgic when her name is included, because then it feels like you're looking back on something. And then it feels... yeah, I don't know. Purse it. Petrol Purse it. go for one of those overly long-winded anime titles, but I don't think it would really fit with the kind of story she has, you know? Pioneer. Let me look up some words that come with like shell. Shell vocabulary, okay? Wait, no freaking way, guys. I can't believe this is a thing. Did you guys know there's a word, like there's an actual thing that's called racing shell? And it's a real thing? Like it's an actual... There's an actual definition for it? Why does it fit? That's so crazy. That's the definition of it is a very light, narrow racing boat, but that's kind of funny. Is that Sailfishy Race? Sailfishy Race is kind of... Sailfishy Race is her affiliation. So she has different jobs, right? So when she participates as a racer, the race is called Sailfishy Race. Then she's also a taxi driver for Tuna Taxi. And she's also a tour guide, which is for Bottlenose Explorers. Yeah. Was this a day in the life of Shelly? Adventures of a mermaid racer. She has sharks. Perfect. No. Of a mermaid racer with her sharks. I hate this. I hate that I'm considering it. The thing is, she's not just a racer though. She's not just that. She cannot be confined. Not long enough to be a light novel title, though. Well, she's not supposed to be a light novel. The term standard referred to a boat's rational stability. The tipsy tender if Shelly petrol. Tipsy tender of Shelly. I like this. Although people might think she's drunk. What's the main thing about her? I feel like, in a way, even though she has a lot of jobs, I kind of see her a little bit like an errand girl in the way that she does a lot of stuff, and she probably has episodes where she just helps people with random stuff that she's not really having a job with. That's why I like the stuff like Bubbly Adventures, for example, because then it's just a lot of different stuff rather than one thing. But I can't make up my mind. I can't. It's so hard to come up with titles, man. The title tender of Shelly Petrol. Petrol, not like petrol, but petrol with an E. Otherwise, you're insulting her! The title tender of Shelly Petrol. I kinda like it. Or maybe we don't have to include her name, actually. Because I feel like, again, with her name, it feels like we're... I'm so annoying, man. Just call it Petrol Derogatory. Now! We have at least 5 other OCs to go through. It's true. What was it? Tipsy Tender. Yeah, I feel like... It's just that the first thing you think when you think of tender is not really... Like, you just think of tender meat, right? Or tender, like, texture, firmness. So, even if it means something else, the first impression that the story title will give is a different idea. Tipsy Tender feels like it's something NSFW a little bit. Even though I kind of like it, I kind of think it sounds good, but I feel like the first impression it will give is the wrong one. Tipsy Tender sounds like a drink and grill bar. You know what? I kind of see that too, actually. I kind of get that. Someone's gonna steal the idea. You need to copyright it before it's too late. I want to eat there. That must be good. That must be good. Now I actually feel hungry because it's also like 1 p.m. Okay, you know what? I think for now, I'm really not against changing it later. For now, I'm still gonna stick to whatever we have. But just so we can move on to the next characters, I'm gonna just save it as this. Yeah. But I'm not against changing it later. Okay. Are you back? Are you back here? If I make the edit... Okay. I'm just gonna write it down then. That's okay. Story name. Shelly. I'm just gonna call it this, but we can go back to this just like for Freya. We still never confirmed the story name. But we can work on this after the... After we get through the other characters. Work in progress. Yeah, work in petrol. Yeah. Okay, so that means next we're gonna be working on the next character, which actually already has a lot of facts figured out, so I don't know if it's gonna take a while. But for now I want to have something to eat because I'm kind of hungry. So I'll be out for a little bit and then we get back to working on the characters here. I'm just gonna hide this. Working petrol? I sure hope so. Ha ha ha. Hello malware, I'm sorry, I'm gonna go for a bit. I'm not ending the stream, but I have to go AFK. But yeah, I really need to eat something. Have a good meal, thank you! Hope you have a good break too, guys, because I know you had to think about stuff related to the OC for a good while. You need to rest your little brains too. Let me block my raids before I forget. Okay. Alright. See you in a bit, guys! returned 3 minutes early. Rare lunacyhilly moment. Rare moment where I'm not late. Crazy. No one expected this ever. And yet, here we are. Hey. I actually was surprised. I had time to like actually properly eat. That was cool. I actually did a bit of thinking, guys, which I know is very rare, but I was thinking of how there were like trouble in telling what kind of title we want and how I'm kind of a bit too picky with it. And I realized that probably the best way to have a title confirmed is probably doing it the same way as we confirm the character names in the first place, you know, with like the doing a title battle royale in terms of voting. You vote and then we choose based on whatever survives at the end. Maybe that will be better, no? What do you guys think? And if that's the case, should we confirm Shelly's title yet? Like already right now? Or should we move on to another character and do it at the end? Probably better to do it now, right? Because otherwise we're gonna forget. I don't think we even had necessarily... Did we have ideas for Freya's title? I don't think we did. I don't remember that. I do remember there were a lot of ideas for Shelly though. So... Okay, first of all, has the thing been back or not? Did it ever return? Let's see. Can I make any changes? No, okay, it's still broken. That's okay. Titles ended up being the hardest. Right, it's so hard. So, let's have a little list of all the names and do some battle royale, okay? I think it probably will be best, because otherwise I feel like we'll never decide on something. And I also don't feel too good about being, you know, preventing you guys from getting titles you might like. I had a title for Freya. I'm sorry, I completely forgot. I guess we can get back to it after. I want to still do Shelly's one while it's still kind of on the theme, if that makes sense. Let me bring her back actually. Shelly! Okay, so... Oh my god, I need to check things. So, there was Shelly's, Bubbly, Adventures. There was... Someone wrote Sora. And then I need to look at the chat history. Might be a bit slow. If you do remember stuff you wrote, feel free to tell me. I'm gonna try to write things down though. Gonna move the chat for a bit. How far did it get? Here. Okay, I can see the history. Okay, so there was... Oh my god. Shelly's Seafloor show. Reminiscing of Shelly's journey. I have to resize things, don't mind me. Shelly's Bubbly Adventures, okay. Fast Times with Shelly. Feel free to keep suggesting stuff, especially if you already did it before, but if not, you can, like, new and... Old and new are fine. Shelly's Shining Shoreline Adventures. I'll put an S to it because I think it's more like several adventures. Okay, let me just resize things. Here. Okay. Shelly's Bubble Cruise. Cruising through the sea. Or the seas, rather. Sharks and Shells. I'm checking all the chats for now, but like if someone writes something right now, I will still check it later. Don't worry. The Glimmer of the Sea. I'm just gonna write up there that deciding on title, story title. Like Journal of Shilly. Wait, Shilly like this. Can't even write the name correctly. Shilly's Beach Workation. The only thing I kind of don't like about Beach Workation is that it feels like she's on the shore a lot when she's more like underwater. But Vibe Reef. Bubble Reef, Life of Shilly. Tidal Tales of Shilly Petrel. I can't write. Life with Shilly. I'm not writing the in memory of Shilly because this was obviously a joke. A look back on Shilly. Shilly docu-series? Docu-series, like documentary series. Shilly Goes Again. In the Seas with Shilly's. Shilly, oh my god. Shilly's Wonderful Wake. Wake? Shilly Mermaid of Mayhem. What does mayhem mean actually? I never know. I don't want it to be too far off though. What does it mean? Definition. Knew less of willful damage or violence. Wait, I cannot add that. I'm guessing that was a joke. Shilly's Rampage. Mayhem is chaos. Maybe it's maybe it's a bit too much. Not gonna lie. Racing Shells with Shilly. This is way too big. Is that... Okay. Tipsy Tender. I still like Tipsy Tender. Honestly, if I wasn't concerned about how it will be interpreted, I will think it might be my favorite. The Tipsy Tender of Shilly Petrel. The Tidal Tender of Shilly Petrel. The Topsy-Turvy Tender. Oh my god. The Topsy-Turvy Tender of Shilly Petrel. In this case, I think just Topsy-Turvy Tender could work. I'm gonna add it too. Oh my god, I can't type. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, I'm actually back to the stuff from after the break. Okay. Did I miss stuff? Okay, the Topsy-Turvy. Okay, I just saw it. Shilly's there. Okay. Alright, that's a lot of titles. We're cooked. We are cooked. Shell cells. I hate that. I don't even want to read the rest. Okay. I'm trying to figure out how we're gonna make this visible because there's so much stuff right now. One sec. One sec. I think I got this. If we do this... Yeah, okay. This is a black screen. I'm really sorry. It's just the only way I can make this somewhat visible. So, we're gonna have to do... well, some battle royale, guys, with all the titles. I'll make Shelly bigger so that you can see if you vision the title for her cool self. Okay. Okay. So, how it's gonna work. This is gonna be a Twitch thing. I'm sorry for the YouTube side. But we're gonna basically vote on every single title until we get one confirmed. Looks like it will become like sharks in the water. Like, you mean like bloody or something? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. I need to count how many they are because I haven't done that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 30! Exactly 30! Okay, so actually we can go with like multiples of 5. That's great. So, yeah, it will be 5. So, I guess I'll start now. I'll put them to 1 minute. If you have some titles you prefer. Honestly, though, I won't have time. I won't have the space to write all of them. So we're gonna have to divide them into different things. So those are the total of the text, but I need to write them individually in a shorter thing. Choose a title. Part 1. This is probably too big, yes. This is kinda large. Okay. I'm gonna put the options here. And then you have to choose between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because it's gonna be cropped otherwise. So. I just need to... 1, 2, 3. This is 5. Or is this 4? This is 4. Okay. Sorry, I'm just gonna copy paste them. Okay. I'm gonna start a poll. You can vote for the one you prefer. And then it's just gonna pass to the next round. But this is gonna take a little bit. Hello, local beach lion. Welcome. Alright. Title decision part 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Read screen. Titles on screen. Alright, you can vote for the one you prefer. And then we just remember. We just remember. Just in time for voting. Yeah! We have like 30 different titles we need to choose one from. So we have a battle royale basically. Great. Great, great, great. You know what? I think I'll actually take part of voting for once. For the OC names, I usually don't, but for those, I think I will. Okay, I think I'll choose this one. And I'm gonna keep another text file to keep track of the winning. Winning pools. Okay. The first one won. So the first one is Shelly's Bubbly Adventures. Alright. Thank you for voting, everyone. We're gonna keep going for a little while. Adventures. Okay. Alright, next. Where did it stop? Fast time with Shelly? Yeah, okay. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the next ones, I think. Okay. Part 2 will be... For number 1, Shelly's Shining Shoreline Adventures. For 2, Shelly's Bubble Cruise. For 3, Cruising Through the Seas. 4, Shark and Shells. And 5, The Glimmer of the Sea. Here we go again. Wait, what? Wait. Oh! Wait! I forgot bots could do it. I was so confused. Like, what's happening? Okay. Okay, I didn't do it, but you guys can see it anyway. Thank you, mod, for doing this. I started to... Thank you! That's actually convenient. You just forgot to write part 2, so you just wrote title decision part, but that's okay. Thank you! Okay, I'll vote 2, actually. I think I'll go with this one. Alright, but I mean, I'm... Don't worry about this. I appreciate you doing it, though. I just got surprised. Thank you! That's actually gonna be convenient for me if you help with that. But also, no worries if you can't. Alright. It's already about to end. And number 1 won, which is also the one I chose. So Shelly's Shining Shoreline Adventures. I'm sorry, I realized that it was partially hidden. So I'll write it down here. Okay, and we finished with Glimmer of the Sea. So the next one is from Journal of Shelly until this one. Okay, let's keep going then. Part 3. Gonna paste them and bring the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. So in order, we have Journal of Shelly, Shelly's Beach Workation, Vibe Reef, Bubble Reef Life of Shelly, and Tidal Tales of Shelly Petrel. Alright. Thank you, Alex, again. God, I actually don't know which one I will choose for myself. Oh, God. Probably... I have a hard time. Probably this one. But let's see what actually passes through the next round. I think we have 6 different parts for the first round. So it's gonna take a little while. And then hopefully 2 more. And then 1 more. In terms of rounds and how they're divided. Maybe we can do it in less than 10 pulls. That would be great. Alright, number 5. Tidal Tales of Shelly Petrel 1. Thank you for voting, guys. I'll be writing it down and the ones that made it. Alright, next. After Tidal Tales. We're halfway through the first round. Oh. Okay. Oh, I didn't actually copy this one. Alright, there we go. Next round. Part 4. 1 is Life with Shelly. 2nd is A Look Back on Shelly. Shelly docuseries. Shelly goes again, and In the Seas with Shelly. You can vote now. I mean, I'm saying this, but I actually haven't made the poll. I'm just assuming. I'm assuming Alex is on the lookout. Thank you, Alex. All right. I don't know actually which one I will choose. I think I chose. I think I know. I think I'll go with this one. Oh! It's almost over. I didn't pay attention, sorry. Oh my god. Number 5. In the Seas with Shelly. Alright. I'll add this. Okay. After In the Seas with Shelly, where are we? Wait, actually, what was... Oh, In the Seas with Shelly was the last one, I think. Then we have those 4, 5. Oh my god. Shelby, those... Okay. Oh my god, crap. That's gonna be the long one. That's gonna be the long one. Okay. Round 5. Was it round 5 actually, or did I just forgot to update it? I don't remember. I don't remember. Let me check actually. It's not ready yet, by the way. Okay, it is number 5. Okay, I am actually keeping track of things. Great. So we have Shelly's Wonderful Wake, Shelly's Rampage, Racing Shells with Shelly. What's this? A Day in the Life of Shelly, Adventures of a Mermaid, Racers and Her Sharks, or Tipsy Tender. I'm gonna resize it for you guys though, because it's really hard to read. Of Shelly, Mermaid, Racer and Her Sharks. There we go. Alright. Long title. We're actually considering 4? Yes, we are. I think it has potential. And I could see it, honestly. I need to think about which one I want though. I need to vote. I actually hesitate between a lot of them, so maybe I'll just not vote this time. Yeah, I think I'm gonna decide not to vote this time because I think all of them are pretty good. Which one will make it? Number 1, which is Shelly's Wonderful Wake. Alright. Shelly's Wonderful Wake. Thank you for your votes. Wait, I made a typo. Okay. Alright, I think that's the last round of the... Well, the last part of the first round, if that makes sense. Yeah. Alright. You know, I realized in retrospect, I think the person that said Shelly's there didn't mean it as a title. But just happy to see that Shelly was visible. But I guess it's just gonna make it somehow accidentally. That's fine. Alright. I'm gonna think about it too, though. Oh god, I'm hesitating between 2. I think I'll choose this one. And then we have the next rounds, which I'm a bit scared about. But it should hopefully be done pretty fast now. I think we have only 3 more votes to do. Hopefully, maybe, probably. Okay, which one will make it? Shelly's there. The accidental one. I know you guys chose it because of it. But that's okay. Alright, so in the winning pools we have... That's kind of funny. We have Shelly's Bubbly Adventure, Shelly's Shining Shoreline Adventures, Tidal Tales of Shelly Petrol, In the Seas with Shelly, Shelly's Wonderful Wake, and Shelly's There. It was on purpose? Really? Okay. Okay, then that's perfect. It's not an accidental thing. Perfect, perfect. Then there's no problem. Okay, so we're gonna vote between like the first 3 and then the second 3. The first half. So I'm just gonna get it ready. Wait, I just realized you guys didn't see the winning pools, but the winning pools are here. But I'm gonna prepare for the actual vote of the thing. So wait for it, please. So again, we're gonna have to vote between Shelly's Bubbly Adventures, Shelly's Shining Shoreline Adventures, and Tidal Tales of Shelly Petrol. Okay. You can now vote for the one you prefer. Thank you. She is indeed there. It's true. We cannot deny this fact. Also, hello, Rises, and welcome. How are you? Doing well. Just doing fun OC stuff. I like when we have pools battle rails. Even though it can be really long sometimes. Oh wait, I should think. Honestly, I like all 3 of them, so I'm not really sure which one I would want to choose. I guess I'll just trust you guys to choose whichever you prefer and be fine with it. Thank you for the hydrate. I drunk. Thank you. I just realized my ear is getting cut off. That's kind of sad. Okay, perfect. And the one that wins is number 2. So Shelly's Shining Shoreline Adventures. I actually like it. I mean, I like all of them, so that means absolutely nothing. Okay. Alright. Let's just wait for... the second half. And then we're almost done. So, part 8. Thank you for the head pat. We have In the Seas with Shelly, Shelly's Wonderful Wake, and Shelly's There. Those are the 3 new options you have for the title. Thank you for the headbutts. How spoiled I am. We're almost there, guys. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Doesn't really fit with the music I'm going for. We're there or Shelly's there. I think I'm gonna choose this. Because I forgot to vote. My bad. Alright, so Shelly's Wonderful Wake made it. And so now we have 2 more votes. No, 1 more vote. 2 more names to choose, two more titles to choose from, and then we'll be confirming the title, which is either Shelly's Shining Shoreline Adventures or Shelly's Wonderful Wake. I realize it's kind of like hidden though, so let me... I'll put it like this now. Final final. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, what will happen? I'm gonna vote for my favorite. Hello, Roki. Thank you for following. Welcome. The votes were neck and neck. Potential for everything. I forgot to do something. One sec. Here and there. We're all in agreement. Why were we confused? That's because I don't remember what I had against this title, to be honest. It's pretty good. all of them are pretty good, but I don't know. Sometimes, you know, you channel vision and then you can't see anything. Alright, so Shelly's Shining Shoreline Adventures it is. There we go. Congrats, guys. We now have the title of the story confirmed. Yippee! Where is my page? It's not here. It's there. Alright, there we go. So I can write it down. I don't think I can edit it yet, though, because, you know, I think the website is broken. But we'll remember this. And I'll be looking at the VOD again to remember who suggested this title, so that, of course, you get credited for your genius idea. Thank you for contributing to the ideas and to VOD, guys. I appreciate that. Okay, it's still broken. Just wanted to make sure. So, okay, just need to make sure what can I delete among all names here. This I can erase. And here, so Shaylee's shiny. What was it again? Crap, I forgot. Wait, I deleted it, guys. What was it? Was it shiny or shining? Shoreline Adventures. Oh my god, my brain. Okay, so this is what we have. I think I forgot. Shining, thank you, my god. Crap, okay. We're fine. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So, with that said and done, I think we can check the next characters if the site allows us to do that, because I think it might be broken. It might be broken, guys. If that happens, we kind of can't really do much. So then we'll just have to figure out something else. Or we can have like a second half of the stream where we just finish this when it's not broken, I guess, on a different day next week or something like that. But first, let's see. Maybe it's actually okay. Maybe the page is... No, okay, it's broken, guys. It's broken. Okay, how about Freya? Is Freya's page... Okay, every page is broken. The only page that works is this one because I have it so I can duplicate it. That's tragic. That's tragic, guys. Why did it have to happen today? I guess even though I really don't have a lot of... It's not Toy House, it's Cloud Fairs that's broken, but yeah, it's still ongoing. Well, when I say the site is broken, you know, I just mean that the site is not accessible, which is true in either case, but yeah. I can still briefly talk about some of the characters, even though I cannot really give the details, and honestly there are stuff that I forgot, but I at least want to introduce them to you guys. I think that's at least the least we can do. So far we got to see Freya and Shelly. I'm glad you guys seem to like both, and I really like how we got to expand a lot on Freya, and also just seeing how you seem to like Shelly. It made me happy. The next character is one of my favorites in terms of like character design. I do need to bring her though. She'll be here, yes. Give me a moment. Hope you're ready for one of my faves. Maybe you can even tell who this is about, because I think you guys know that I have a type, probably. But it's okay. Nothing wrong with having a type. Nothing wrong with being biased. Even Twitter is down and YouTube and Steam. Wait, YouTube is down? Does it mean that my stream died? Is my stream not accessible? Because I'm supposed to multi-stream there. Also, Steam is dead. Technically, some of the stuff I'm running for my model to work is... Oh, YouTube is still working? Okay. Maybe just some stuff is broken. Okay, you're good. Okay. Alright. So, for the character, let me bring her to the scene and change her color. One moment, please. No. Okay, this. Alright. Just to be sure, I was AFK for 2 hours and so we only went through Shelly and Freya, right? Yeah, but to be fair, we might not be able to get through the others because the website where the OCs are is down. Or more specifically, Cloudflare is down because it seems important to clarify the specifics. So we might not be able to continue, but I want to just at least talk about them. Okay, so the next character that I won't be able to show you in full details, but at least show you a little bit, is Eri! The one right there. Wait, the one right there. One of my favorites in terms of design, because yeah, I do have a type. So she's a witch and she's in kind of, I think she's sort of undead. She got kind of, yeah, I think she's still living through mushrooms that kind of grew on her body, but she's still her own person, I think. She's a witch and her design is kind of a mix of two things. This is a summer character. I know it's surprising, but it was made in the summer in August 31st, I think. And yeah, there was both two themes that was citrusy and mushrooms, which is kind of a weird combo, but I tried. I think you can see that there's a lot of mushroom-like stuff, like there's mushrooms on her hair, on her skin, on her clothes. Her wand is literally a mushroom. Just a lot of mushrooms specifically. But I tried to include some citrusy themes for like the under part of her hat, for example. Also, I wanted to do that with the lines on her socks, but it's not very obvious. And also the lines on her sleeves, but also not very obvious. I kneel to witches. We love witches. I love witches so much. I have so many witch OCs. But I really like her things. And so I think physically we did say something like, oh yeah, by the way guys, if you like the collab that we had with Anba the other day, Anba was actually one person that contributed a lot to this OC making. They were there when we had the OC making stream for Eri and they had a lot of really cool ideas. Honestly, I wouldn't say they carried because everyone did really well, but they got ideas I was really mind blown about. So more credits to Anba for being really cool. Hi Cubicle! Welcome. But yeah, so basically I think she's supposed to be like physically around like 11 or so. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's around this thing. Anba more like unbased. You should tell them that. And I think she became a witch after being like taken over by the mushrooms or after like I don't remember. I think she's very good with mushrooms for obvious reasons. She probably studies mushroom and potions based on mushrooms probably. I really don't remember. I wish I had the thing. Yeah. I love showcases like this. I shall check the VOD as well after as well. I'm glad. I wish I could showcase the details, but I can't, unfortunately. I should have noted the details down. I guess it's, you know, there's a little moral to this story that you should always keep track of stuff and not relying on them being online, because if something happens to the websites, you just lose everything. But yeah, she's not a very expressive character, as you can tell, probably. She is... I think she's much more expressionless than Freya, though. But I think that's kind of on par with her witch branding, if that makes sense. And what was I about to say? She has a familiar. I don't know if you noticed, but every character has a familiar. Freya had her little seal recruiter that's kind of spying on her called Pistachio. Shaylee has all her sharks, which she just has a lot, and they all are based on fruit, so I didn't just make one with one name. I know there's at least lemon, but I'm guessing there's as many as we want, honestly. Knowing her, she probably does. And Eri, actually, I want to say that Eri is not even her full name. She has like a longer first name, but she's commonly called Eri. I think her first name is Eri Fishy or something like this. Not fishy like the fish, but something like that. And she has a little familiar that you can actually see in the drawing, but it's not the most obvious thing. On her hat, she has a little gecko that's also, I think, yeah, it has also a mushroom growing on its tail, and it's called cordyceps, which is also some kind of mushroom, I think. I don't really know what her familiar does, honestly, but it exists. Did you know people have found a way to hook up readers to mushrooms in a way that allows them to play music? That's really cool. That's pretty interesting. I'm very intrigued. That's kind of all I can give in terms of information for this character. She doesn't really have a backstory, but I think there is something about how, you know, she kind of is undead, but... And normally she should be dead because she probably lived for hundreds of years, but she still lives because of the mushrooms that are on her body somehow. And she probably died when she was 11. Or, well, died. Stopped living as a normal person. If that makes sense. Hi, Tax! But yeah, that's unfortunately that's kind of all I can really share about her, because the other informations about like design details are a bit more lost for now. Is she infectious? No. She will probably see you collapse in the forest, and she will quietly take you to her home and bring you a potion and look at you in like in an expression that looks like she gives zero crap about you, but she still does it anyway. And then she just moves on. She doesn't really... She probably will experiment on you a little bit, though. Anyone else suffering due to Cloudflare? Yes, actually, that's the problem. Normally, I'm talking a bit more about the characters, but I can't access their page because of the issue! Ah! So we only got to access 2 full profiles. Now I'm just trying to remember. Yeah. You'd think she's decomposed by now. Impressive skin and flesh. Somehow she's not decomposing because of, I don't know, magic and mushrooms. Probably trust. I don't remember if there's proper information about it. Maybe. I thought there was cool stuff written on her page about that kind of stuff, but again, I can't access it, so... Cordyceps are a fungi that takes control of insects. It has the insect move to a high location before killing it and spreading its spores. This is so impressive how nature can be really strategic in a way. It's fascinating and scary at the same time. Is this website called Unsorted? No, this is Unsorted that you see. This is like the category of my character. The website is called Toy House. You can actually see this in the pinned comment, but you can't access it because unfortunately it's linked to Cloudflare, which is down. So right now we can only stare at the icons that are there and cry. Yeah, this is Story House. This is a website that's common for people to post about their original characters. Yeah. I did have like a profile that was put before, which was another character. That's the only one that I still have access to because it was before it died. I mean, to be fair, it seems that it dies and then sometimes it gets back, so maybe it will eventually return. But not right now, unfortunately. It's closed. It's dead. Yeah. Very beautiful avatars though. Thank you! So that was Eri. One of my personal favorites. And the summer OC of 2022. The second last of that year. And then we're gonna move on to the next character already. But don't worry, maybe we can return to her if you know, it gets fixed before I have to end the stream. Although, honestly, if the stream is like... If this lasts for a while, I'm not sure how far we will get to do things. Because I'm kind of scared of making this story without the additional facts about the characters. Because I'm kind of scared of forgetting something important about them and then making it kind of out of character, if that makes sense. So maybe we'll need to postpone the rest of it to like another day. Which is okay, because we still got to do quite a bit of work on the first two, and I'm happy about that. So the next character... I'm exporting her file. Give me a moment. An evolution of cordyceps that can infect humans are the basis of zombie survival game series The Last of Us. Oh, I see. Interesting. Alright, I'm just gonna need to change the little thing here and there, and then we're good to go. Alright guys, the next character and last character of that year is Vermilia, the vampire that is right there. As I just said, she's a vampire. Wait, I just realized I didn't show. Sorry, Vermilia! Take two. Vermilia! Which is this character. So she's a vampire. She was bitten a really long time ago. Probably, I forgot what year, but she's not a character that was born in the modern times, but now she lives in the modern times. We tried to make that work with her hairstyle that is not exactly modern, outside of the peekaboo hair, but it's a bit more the retro. She got bitten, alas, and now she just lives. She is kind of like... She's working in some kind of food delivery thing, but I think she's only doing it... I don't remember correctly if that's true, so maybe I'm gonna just spout nonsense about my own OC. But if I recall correctly, she's like a food delivery person for other vampires, so she delivers like, I don't know, cans of blood or something. I think stuff like this, which is like she's just using her coffin-shaped skateboard to get to like her clients, and she wears some streetwear, which was really the part that killed me when I had to work on it, because I was really seeing the vision. I really like the retro hair and the red hair, vampire, a bit larger than the usual body shape I draw. And then, boom. Streetwear, and techwear, and I'm like, no! No! Not the techwear! But I still think the techwear looks not too bad. I wonder what flavor is the bubblegum. Strawberry, probably. Isn't it more likely it's some kind of blood? Ox blood. She will fit a gothic fantasy story. She will fit any story, trust. But yeah. The OC Luna always tries to gaslight me about not existing yet. Vermilia? What? What do you mean? I pretend this character doesn't exist? The techwear is great, well played. I'm glad you think so. I'm really not confident about techwear. Even though I think it looks cool, I feel like whenever I draw it, I feel like it's very easy for it to look the same. But I think that's just because it's not something I'm super familiar with. Blood tastes alright, but it's not sweet. Then sweetened blood. Haha! Can't say anything about that. You always try to convince me I didn't exist yet during this OC. I think that's because you followed after. Which, you know, is on par. So if you did contribute, that means you didn't even follow me, which technically can happen. But because of the history, usually I consider first chats to be the time they followed, even though it's not true, so I just assumed you were not there. My bad. Actually, I can see it though. I could see it because I have the VOD of this debut, because I was after I debuted. That's the only OC of that year that I drew and worked on stream, and I have the VOD of because it was after I had a model. So I can actually see. You assume that based on follow. I kinda did, but it's true that people sometimes just chat for a while before following. And also, I always say when people make OCs with us that they don't even need to follow, so. And also sometimes, you know. Sometimes, you know, people unfollow, or sometimes also Twitch makes people unfollow. It has happened before. Which is always a bit awkward for everyone involved. Oops, sorry. That was my headphones against the mic. But yeah, did I have other cool stuff about her? I don't remember. I don't remember how old she's supposed to be. I'm guessing she's supposed to be in her 20s or very late teens, but I'm guessing more like 20s physically. I don't even know if we wrote about that. I remember that she is born on December, but like early December, so it's technically still a full character because full technically ends at like December 20 or 21st, whatever it is. I think she's born on December like 5 or 6 or 3 or something like this, and she's bitchin' on the same month, like on her birthday month, but not the same day. And I think she's been bitching for a good while. If she looked in skate competition, it seems like she will have an unfair advantage. Why? I don't understand. Because you think she's like super agile or something like this? I don't actually know how her vampire stuff is. Okay, I was wondering if my tracking was broken again. I don't know if she has any specific abilities actually. I don't remember. I'm trying to think if anything like this is written, but I feel like she just needs to consume blood and that's kind of it, and she just doesn't age. Happened to me once. I found a streamer I watch regularly on recommendations and was like, what, Twitch removed my follow? Yeah. I had even a friend recently that was like, what the hell? I felt so awkward, I didn't dare to follow you back because I didn't want you to notice it. I didn't get the wrong idea, but I don't really, I mean, it happens, and even wanting to unfollow for any reason is valid technically, but yeah, it happens. I actually don't think I experienced this a lot on Twitch, but I think that's partially because I don't watch Twitch streamers. Like there are not a lot of people I keep track of very regularly, so if it's like just people I watched only like once or twice and Twitch unfollows me, I probably will just think I never saw the channel before or something like that. But on Twitter I have actually remember I experienced this a lot and it was really annoying, especially when it's friends. I mean, I know they wouldn't kill me for it, but it still feels a bit awkward. Thank you for the hydration, redeem. But I once had a regular that kept having this issue in the channel. For some reason, like every other week or so, they had to refollow because Twitch will remove it. I don't really understand why. But yeah. You know, I do realize something, unless I completely forgot about it, but I think this is the only character in this whole OC making series that does not have a familiar. I mean, as far as I can tell, she doesn't have any. She just has her bubblegum and her drink, her can. I wonder if I wrote that it was called Red Blood. That would have been so smart, but did I think of that? I'm gonna zoom. Red... Blue... Could have just red blood. Yeah, I don't think she has any family on her. Looking at the screen. Yep, doesn't. Oh, I never noticed! Oh, that's so cool. The straps that she has on her pants, at the end of it, there's like a little, like, bat wings attached to it as an accessory. And even, oh my god, her shoelaces! The knot is bat wing shaped. That doesn't make any sense, technically, but it looks cool. Yeah, and that's it. The skateboard is the familiar. Wow. I have no words. Interesting though. Yeah, I wish I had more to say about this character, but honestly that's all I can really remember. I'm sorry guys. I also know fellow art fans that follow so many they reach the max amount of possible follows. Oh right, there's a limit, right? Yeah, right, that can happen. Wing-shaped laces. Love that. Alright, and that was the last OC that was made during the year of 2022. Oh, you know what? I wonder, since I do have the VOD somewhere, maybe I can find the VOD and see if I wrote some facts about it. Because sometimes I write this, like I doodle the ideas in the on screen. Let me see. So this was done in December something. Videos. My god, this is very old. I think it would be really weird to hear myself here because I sound very different. You know what? I should have the audio on just so that you hear the difference. It's really weird, I think. I changed a lot in the past 3 years. My way of speaking keeps evolving, I feel like. Present Luna being surprised by how past Luna is talented. I'm just, yeah, pleasantly surprised by some of the ideas I had. I'm glad though. Real love cool. It doesn't matter if it makes sense. It's cool as AF. You're so right. Alright. I'm gonna, I guess let's listen. Let me find it first. That was in 2022. Cult of the Moon. Oh my god. Where's the OC making stream? Where is it? I can't find it actually, wait. Oh no, I literally accidentally clicked on it. So okay, this character was done on December 14th. That's her birth date. Okay guys, hope you're ready for the audio quality. I don't know if you'll hear it a lot actually. Wait, you know what? Let's remove the background music just to hear it. Oh my god. I'm gonna sound so youthful. Okay, I need to increase the volume. Okay, you ready? This, and that we have a design complete. We will decide on things a bit differently for the name of the character, in which everyone, really, truly everyone here can. It's so quiet. Names that that's the max volume, by the way. Doesn't have to be just one name. You can suggest as many as you want. This will also apply to last names, but usually they're not as popular. Do you even hear it? The names that we have for the character, we're gonna I see binary. I see you actually. I see you in the chat. You wrote hic because I hiccuped. You don't hear it? It's just very, very quiet. One sec. I need to remember. Okay, so normally the volume is at 15. I'm gonna increase it so that you guys can hear it, but I need to remember to decrease it later. For nothing, no safe for work. I even had hic privileges. Now you replied with an emote. What else I have in my rules, but you know, things like this. Do you hear it now? As long as it's not no safe for work and not like hateful to one kind of people, we should be fine. But yeah, I think that's about it for the rules. I'm so low energy. I will drink before I announce the first very first step of the OC making thing. That will be which prompts we decide on. For this, I will write them down. Actually, I don't know if I really need to write them down because... Wait, I can increase it, one sec. On the thing anyway. I increased it. Where will I even write that down? No stretching today. Oh, we're not drawing before a while actually, so yeah.
I'm just so low energy. You sound older there, really?
Wow, I'm so close to everyone.
Oh my god.
Why are you saving? There's nothing to say right now. Have you found the top?
Oh my god.
Tease.
It's just my energy that's so different.
That's what I make people think. People think that they actually come to me when they subscribe and get sent to the moon, but the truth is there's nothing on the moon. You're just like, you expect to see me, you expect to see a cute anime girl reaching you, but then there's no one. And you're just like, wait, did I just get scammed? And then I laugh evilly in the background, but I'm so far away that you cannot hear it anyway.
Oh my god.
Actually made out of cheese. I wouldn't be able to tell you. Oh.
Me finally beating the living on the moon allegations. So true. Okay, I see the doodles. I can see some of the notes, like some of the design decisions that people chose. But let me see. Because at some point I read it properly. Oh my god, all the name. I see the name Battle Royale. Oh, I found information. Okay, guys. This is the past Luna. It's true. Okay, I'm gonna bring back my background music, but I need to decrease things, otherwise you'll get jump scared. Okay. Alright. You sound older and now younger for some reason. What? No. Really? Really? That's so weird. I feel like I was just very low energy back then. Which is kind of funny. And it's even more drastic in some of my PNG days. Okay, I have information. Okay. Just my opinion, don't worry, I'm not offended by the statement. Honestly, you know, 82, 87, does it really make a difference? I wasn't 82 back then, actually. I was 84. I can do math. I am impressive, I know. Okay, so... I hope I didn't offend you. Yes, you didn't. Don't worry. It's cool. Okay, so among the cool information that I wrote, thank God. So first name Vermilia. Her middle name, she has a middle name actually, which is Carmine, which is kind of funny because someone we collabed with recently, Tomoe Carmine, has, you know, this as a last name, so it's like, wow, that feels weird now. Carmine, it's written C-A-R-M-I-N-E. I added an extra E. Wait. C-A-R-M-I-N-E. Yeah. It's a difference in whimsy. There is far more wonder in Luna's heart now. That's just a streamer experience when you remember to be a bit more energetic. Although I think there's a charm in it though. Like when I listen to very, very old clips and I just sound much younger, and also just, I don't know. Like I don't really mind being more energetic, but sometimes there's like some strange nostalgia that comes with it, I suppose. Being like, wow, I was not influenced by the streaming culture then. Okay. So, about the stuff for the characters. So, middle name is Carmine, and her last name is McIntosh. Okay. She's born on December 14, 1936. So it's been a hot minute. And she got bitten in 1961. Wait, what? When she was 24. Does the math actually add up? So she was 24 when she was bitten, but she got she's now, well, I said she's now 86 because with the math of back then, now she should be 89. Carmine is red, I'm pretty sure, and Vermilion is green. Vermilion is another another kind of red orange-ish. It's not green. What's her last name? Did you say Macintosh? Yes. Someone must have chosen that. Or did I? Is it something crazy? You guys are saying it's sponsored. Oh my god, crap. Is this a brand? I don't even know. Was I the one that chose this? I don't know. Maybe some people gave random suggestions and I was like, you know what? That sounds good. Probably. The website needs to work. I need to know who trolled this. I'll check if it's working again just in case. Alas, it isn't. You will not know yet. 1961 minus 1946. She's born in 36, not 46. But still, that's my last name. Wow. I don't know if it's really different, but it's written with like without the A. But I guess it's the same thing. That's kind of funny though. But do not dox yourself. Probably not the best thing. But I think I know why she was 24. It's because she gets bitten, I think, before her birthday. I think she's getting bitten on December 7. So she didn't turn 25 yet. Damn, F, so close to her birthday. We have another OCs that's done dirty like this close to her birthday. That's the next one actually. That's pretty funny. Thank you for the hydration. Got bit. Yeah. Freaking mosquito. Hate when that happens. Wasn't it Mina? Yeah, Mina dies before her birthday, like the day before. For her. Anyway. In regards of more information I have about the character, she's very small actually, guys. She's tiny. She's 144 centimeters. She's microscopic. And in regards to her, okay, this is very weird because I see different options for her personality, but I feel like those don't really work together because from what is written so far, someone said free-spirited, then someone said kudere, which is like very cool and not very like expressive, and then someone wrote energetic cinnamon bun. So like the kudere and energetic cinnamon bun is kind of a weird contrast. Wait, I don't want to hear myself anymore. That's it. Free-spirited, going at her own pace. I think I'm currently deciding on her personality because I'm getting mixed signals. I'm checking until it's getting confirmed. Okay. Okay, apparently I just kept the kudere and energetic. Oh no. Okay. No? Yes? Okay. What? I keep changing my mind. Girl, what are you doing? Okay. So, in the additional information I have... oh! I have the flavor of her gum! Someone was asking about it. It's actually apple flavored. Interesting. Okay, now we know. And yes, she is an Uber driver for, well, not really officially Uber, but a delivery person for vampires. She's working for a website that's literally just called takeaway.blood, which is extremely boring, girl. You did not think of a proper name. And basically, she got bitten by her date. This sucks. This sucks. What is Toy House, by the way? Because it looks like it's meant as like an OC database. Yes, it is actually. That's basically that. That's like a website where people can post about their OCs. Although I think you cannot just create an account. I think you need an invite link or an invite code to be there. But yeah. That's basically it. Tokyo Ghoul. Spoiler! But yeah. They can be vampire together forever. Best date ever. I don't think she stays with that person after. Pretty sure she's dumping them. I don't think she will appreciate being bitten without her consent. She works for Blood Drive. Let me see actually if I can showcase like the preview of the video, because if that's the case, you can see my screen, like the screen of my old overlay tube, but also, you know, video of the VOD, and you can see the stuff that I wrote. Here. Okay, I found it. I'm gonna hide this. But you don't see it yet, so it doesn't really matter. La 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 la. Okay. I guess we can go with this. Wow, that feels weird. Oh, why can't I? Oh, I just moved the wrong thing. Where is my video? Here. Okay, guys, this is Lunacyption. And yes, I still use the media player. I know everyone is giving me a bunch of crap for this, but this is what I do anyway. Leave me alone, okay? Dual Luna. Yeah, that was like with my first outfit back when I was young. And, well, young is a big word. And not as stream experienced, whatever that means. What do you mean? Why is basic media player a bad thing? Is this the player of media? But people keep teasing me about it. Okay, so as you can see, there's like a lot of stuff written down. Just gonna make sure I see the chat though, because I'm not looking right now. And can I do the... Oh, okay, here. Amira, can you see my cursor? No, you can't. Oh yeah, you can. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, there was even a version of the drawing that had like her with like ominous lighting. That was so cool. And then all the information. But I wonder if I read more. Okay, so I just decided she was cool and free-spirited in the end. Not a high-energy cinnamon bun because too many mixed signals, I guess. Is that it? Is that all that I wrote? Yeah, seems like it, guys. Sorry, guys. Blood delivery girl. Yeah. Turning date shortly before her birthday. Don't dirty. F. Not Genki vampire. Maybe she was Genki before turning. And then she was not Genki at all, because I will be pissed too, honestly. I will not be happy. But yeah. She's just there in the background, this little lunacyhilly. Showcasing fangs for no reason. Look, she has fangs. I have fangs too! Real and true. And then, oh yeah, you can see who decided on what. So, but there's no deciding on the names. Maybe we can find it though. No fangs? Well, screw you, I can get the fangs anyway. Boom! I have them! You will not take that away from me. You do not have the power you think you have. But yeah, we can see who thought of what, but I'm actually interested. Someone was wondering about the names, right? Let's see. We got like a lot of different names for the first names, but usually the last names are much more later. Last name. When do I decide? I'm looking. I'm checking. When do I actually change it? Someone say that her last name gotta start with Mac. So someone mentioned it. Wait. But who said Intosh? I'm checking. Did someone mention something like this? I don't see it. Did I just look at random names that start with Mac and then I just chose it like that? We need to figure out the answer to this mystery. Let's see. Hello, Jenna! Bun! Gosh. Thought of initially the Apple name? Apple names. Mac something? Macintosh. Wait! Is Macintosh the guy that made Apple? Like the brand? Is that why? Is that Is that the thing? Oh my god. Okay. Now we understand. But the worst part is it seems that it's not even anyone's idea, it's just me looking it up.
If anyone energetic cinnamon bun, that's the first time I see someone seeing bun. I'm used to cinnamon roll. Cinnamon bun is...
It's the long form of the Mac!
I'd say she looks between in her later 20s or early 30s. Oh, really? Interesting. That works for me too. Let me talk to my phone real quick. Apparent age, it's both. Like I want to take both the apparent and real age. So like.
It's also a type of apple. Oh, okay. Okay, I feel better about this.
Doesn't some medieval creature age slowly compared to human in some stories lore? Oh, in my case, I thought she would just look like this forever. Honestly.
Oh my
I just
god.
figured that she stopped aging as she became a vampire.
I see my English
Her
mistakes.
last name gotta be the one that starts with Mac. Yeah, Macintosh, right? But I have like, if other people have suggestions for the last name, that works too. By the way, we can add more.
Okay. And we never did, and it's okay. It's okay. But yeah, that was the lore on Vermilia, and that's it. Actually, that's kind of all I can share about her. Alas, because I didn't write the other specific facts if there's like ideas and stuff, but we at least got to understand a little bit more about her. But yeah, she doesn't have a familiar. That's the only OC in this case, I think. I think all the others have one. A Scottish clan? Like there's a Scottish clan called Macintosh? I didn't know. I just heard everyone like lose their mind realizing that's the name of the OC. And I did not understand why, but now I kind of get it. Okay. So that was it for the OCs of 2022. I can talk a bit about the ones from 2025, the ones that we made this year. Just making sure that it's still broken. Unfortunately, it is. So, give me a moment as I export the remaining files. The next OC, which is the first OC of the year, which is also an OC that was done dirty by their narrative and life and lore, but that people really liked when I made her. Let me grab her. Happy 31 months! Thank you so much, Janapon. Not sure why you're shaking a monster like this, but why not, honestly? They probably deserved it. Okay. The next OC is Mina! And I don't know why... Wait, okay, we're good. Mina! Mina. That is Mina. Big 31, that is why. I appreciate it. Thank you again. I don't get the 31. Like if it's a crazy number, I'm sorry. I'm stupid. But thank you. Ghost Girl, yes! Oh yeah, wait, so as you saw, probably all the OCs so far have been based on specific things. They're not normal normies, right? They're like, they're their own character, kind of. So, this is a magical girl OC, a mermaid OC, a witch OC, a vampire OC, and then we move on to the ghost OC. There we go! Boom! So this is Mina, and I do have the VOD, so we can also check that out. They're also cute. Thank you. This was another design where I was also having a bit of trouble, not gonna lie. But I thought the cartoon was pretty endearing. So I'm gonna try to say what I can remember, and then we can check parts of the VOD to see what we decided on and stuff. I remember we took ages to figure out her hair color because someone said teal, but there are so many different shades of teal that we didn't like we had a tournament to decide which kind of teal it was. But basically she was a maid that unfortunately died right before her birthday, and ever since she became a ghost, and children can still see her sometimes and play with her, and they dress her up. So her cat ears are actually fake. It's just like accessories. Same for her headband, which is like a candle thing, kind of like for her birthdays and stuff. But we went with a lot of candles for the theme because of her eye color that feels a lot like a sunset, and I feel like it works well with the fire theme. But yeah, thank you for the hydration. But yeah, she's like a ghost maid that died like a while ago, but is still living like in the modern times. Like children nowadays can see her. How can the kids even dress up a ghost? You're asking too many questions. Does she just appear like that? The kids dress her up. Well, actually, her main outfit, like her dress and stuff, is her normal outfit from when she was a real maid. The chains, I think, are after she became a ghost, because it's kind of symbolizing how she cannot leave the mansion she died in. And basically, the kids that are playing with her are kids that now live in this mansion, you know, many decades later. And probably the candle thing is more a thing of her time as well. But yeah, the cat ears and the band-aid is accessories that she was gifted. I probably have some info on her that I could share. There was some we did think quite a bit about her lore, actually, I remember. Where she was... I think she was mistreated initially, but then the family... I think she works for the Montgomerys or something like that, and the Montgomerys are the ones that like gave her a place to stay. She just has to work as a maid in exchange, but she, you know, she has food, she has a place to stay, blah blah blah. She got along well with the children back then too, I think. And then I think because she feels really even though she was treated well, she always kind of still didn't want to cross boundaries with them. She didn't want to feel like she was a part of the family or anything, because she doesn't feel legitimate. Which is also what costed her her life, I think, because in this mansion there was a fire that broke, and she tried to rescue everyone, especially the children, but I think she just tried to make sure everything was fine. So she kind of prioritize everyone over her own life, and so that's how she ended up dying. She died from the fire in the mansion she worked in, which is also why she cannot escape it. And that's also why there's a lot of fire theme in her design, like the sunset eyes, the candle, even the candle headband, and the wisp that kind of looks like flames. Yeah. I think there is like a little bit, I don't remember the specifics, but I recall we talked about some kind of, not corruption, but there's another family that's like treating her badly, or that is behind the fire. I don't remember the details, or unless we just were wondering if the Montgomerys were bad or not. But I feel like the Montgomerys were nice, but just not another family, unless the family she was living with was not the Montgomerys. I don't remember the names. I think one of them is the Montgomerys, but I don't remember. Yeah, and she still lives with other people. She does have a familiar, but it's not included in this specific shot because it was well, I have a picture with the familiar, but not here. By the way, she lives in America, I think. And the familiar is I think spiritual coyote that looks basically just like a normal coyote, honestly. But he's guiding her, and I think he's been helping her, I don't know, bound with the children or whatever. I honestly don't remember. There was a lot of contradicting fact fictions with that part of the lore. I don't remember what ended up being canon. Yeah, we have to see the face! Yeah, we couldn't decide for a while. Maybe I can check on the VOD though. Give me a moment, I'm gonna try to grab the VOD. VOD, where are you? So, I still have the video open, but just not the right one. Video here. Yeah, okay. And then, if I open the first one of the year, so that was in 2025. It was April 20, I think. No, February. Wait, she's not a spring OC. She's a fall. No, a winter OC. She was born in February, I think. I tried to make sure that it's each OC per season, but they don't have the same month birth as the OCs we made in 2022, so that every month it can be a specific OC. At the end, hi Tuna! Hello, hello. So, I see one for spring, but I want the winter one. I found it. Yeah, she was made on February 20, and I'm guessing that all the VODs are actually accessible still on the YouTube side. Actually, I'm saying all the VODs, but that's a lie. There's one of them, and I think it's the summer one that got nuked by the VOD that got completely destroyed because of one music that played that blocked it completely. But yeah, your fringe is so cute. Thank you. I like playing with hair. Okay. So the OC, if I can find it. Not the OC, yeah, the VOD, okay. Oh my god, streamception. Okay. Yeah, you can see we were debating on all sorts of teal, and then people had to vote among all of those. And there were like 15 different teal colors. Oh my god. Yeah, that took a while. That took a while. Oh my god. Yeah. It's kind of funny to see that we have several teal OCs, even though we only have like 8 in total. We have like 2 of them have teal as a main thing. So her last name is, I think, Booker, if I recall correctly. That was her final name. Montgomery, I think we kept it for the lore, but did we write it down? Oh yeah, okay. Oh my god, we wrote so much. Oh my god, okay. Anything else that I did before writing nonsense? Yeah, she died the day before her birthday. Isn't it crazy? Before turning 20. Tragedy. Okay. Okay. Hates the mess. Looking forward to her birthday. Loves baking. Curious by nature. She likes everyone's birthdays, apparently. Values small happiness because she kind of, you know, now that she's dead, it's like, you know, especially after death. Ha 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 ha. Mocking poor girl that died. She likes to cook modern stuff somehow. Because somehow she can still bake despite being dead. Good for her, honestly. What else did we write? Plays with shadows. Oh yeah, she was communicating with children through shadows, like shadow play. Because they wouldn't always be able to see her at first, but they will be able to see her through her shadows, and then she will communicate through that. And then I think eventually they will get to see her through like more bounding. I think that's what we wrote. Candle power. So she has a power based on candles, I guess. I don't know if it means fire or if it means just lighting up or turning off candles. I don't know. I don't remember. Very proper and polite. I'm not surprised. It fits the type. She cannot talk because she's a ghost, but she can hum for some reason. And she likes to read. She has a lot of hobbies. Probably, you know, that's what happens when you die, I guess. Her eyes are reflecting the last sunset she saw. Oh my god. My handwriting is so bad in this stream. Oh my god. Becoming friends with her make her more visible. Audible, yeah. That's what I said with the shadows. You can actually see her after. And then all the names. Montgomery, we wrote on the side. I think that's because it was a... Okay, and then did we write more stuff after the crazy... Oh yeah, she's like American from those times, by the way. Wait, yeah, I mean, we saw this when we saw the dates of her being born and dead. Oh my god, I read so much. And then I just tried to clean it up, and then I gave up. After doing the full thing, I was like, actually, this is ugly, bye. And then that was it. And then I forgot about the coyote, so I just very quickly drew it. It's blue? Wait, is it a blue coyote? Bruh, I didn't even, like, you don't even see it at the end. What? Did I just give up on this character? Okay, no, it's just a very normie coyote. And I really didn't like drawing it because it was hard. Not taking is horrible for me, not because it does not do good, it helps a lot. The problem is that the problem comes when I have to decipher my own notes. I get that. That became lore. They are always hiding behind me now. I think there was a time constraint. I can believe that. I think so too. What? How long was this stream? It was only 6 hours though, and not 7. But I think maybe I was just really tired. But yeah, those are the info about Mina, guys. That girl right there. Oh my god, seeing the chats like all together is very confusing too. Alright. That was the lore on Mina, guys. But yeah, nice character. Another character that was done dirty. I think among all the characters that we have seen so far, you could have like a chart on like polite and kindness and expressiveness, and she's probably the most feminine characters out of all the ones we had so far. Even in her like hobbies that are often associated with like genders, even though it shouldn't be the case. Another great one, yeah. Too bad we can't open her page though. Yeah, but it's okay. Alright, next then. I'll be exporting the next one. And again, for this specific stream, we just quickly check the stream, like the video, but you can actually access the VOD on YouTube. It is available and will remain available, most likely. So I just need to export the next OC, which is the alien OC. Alien. What does the alien? Which was also very challenging, honestly. I had a hard time. Okay. I'm just preparing it. Give me a moment. Glorp OC. She does not look like Glorp in any way, though, so does it really work? And then... Na 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 na. Alright, next character is A, or Alien OC. That is right there. So her name is literally written like A-E-I, as you can see, but it's pronounced A. And she has 2 familiars for once, not just one, but 2, which are called B and C. Which is one of my favorite parts about this character, honestly. So she's an alien. I do not have much information about her. I don't really remember all that much. I know that she's kind of dressed as an astronaut and she really likes doodling, as you can see on her, well, spacesuit. Lots of doodles. She's very like that. She likes fun things. She's pretty... not childish, but like she has a very young spirit, if that makes sense. She likes to play with things. She's not necessarily immature, but she didn't give up on, well, you know, she's an alien, so maybe it works differently for aliens, but she didn't give up on her hobbies of youth. But to be fair, I think she's a young alien, so that's also this. Also, it's not showing her goopy wings. Right, I'm sorry, I don't have the file that shows it. So basically, she does have some melty, acidic wings that are kind of coral colored, but she hides them in the backpack of her spacesuit, which you can actually vaguely see, but I can't really point at it. She has 3 eyes, as you can see. Her ears can actually unroll, and then they look like very long elf ears, kind of. She has What else can I say? Oh, she has freckles. I don't know if you can see it on the screen, but she does have cute little freckles. Wait, I'm trying to make her bigger. Yeah, do you see it? Cute little freckles. Freckles, 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 freckles. I never even noticed the spool ears. Well, now you have. Very stretchy and like flexible ears. I feel like she just generally I can imagine her to have very stretchy skin. You're very good at making adorable little ladies. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. I don't remember what she does though. So I remember she has two different familiars. I think one of them is a UFO and the other one is a fish, like an anglerfish kind of, because she has tentacle hair that looks like drill hair, but it is kind of tentacle also. And I think the stars that we put at the end made us want to go for this. I think she's just running around space. I think she's just vibing, yeah. And now they're vibing OC after Shelly. Hey. Yeah, I can check the VOD. Let me look for it. Maybe we can find all that info. So that was the spring OC that was done in February. Oh, cool, it's already there. She does her best. Oh yeah, she's doing well. I think she's very smart and can like construct stuff and everything. Oh my god, guys, it's me. Okay. Oh, okay, right. So she was jellyfish themed. Looking back, I don't think it's really the case, except for like her hair that is a bit tentacle-like, but it doesn't really look like it. I had a hard time making everything fit, not gonna lie. But well, we try. Cyan blue hair, tentacle drill hair, 5 eyes. Right, she has 2 more eyes actually. I completely forgot. She has 2 eyes that are at the back of her hair, and actually you can vaguely see one of the eyelashes you know, at the corner here. Do you see it? Like on the back of her hair, on the side, you can see a little weird curve, and I was wondering what the frick that was supposed to be. Toy House is working. Wait. Alright. Alright. Hell yeah. Alright, perfect then. Thank you for telling me. Thank God. Alright. Thank you. Okay. That means we can get back to all the facts. Let's go. So, born on April 15. She didn't get her age confirmed. Wait, guys, do you still want us to go through all the OCs, or should we get back to the others we talked about and finish their little facts? What do you guys prefer? Should we finish the stuff we didn't get to complete for the OCs we already talked about first? And then we can get to each one of them in order? Perhaps that is better. Hello Simi, thank you for following and welcome. Good. Alright. Let me get back to Eri actually, so I can talk more about her intricate lore and facts and potentially finish things that we didn't get to before. I just hope it's not gonna crash. Oh, and I can even fix the stuff about Shelly, because there were some stuff we wanted to change and didn't get to, which was just the story name. So, if I remember correctly, Shelly's story is called Shelly's Shining Shoreline Adventures. Let's get that done, and then it's fully completed. Yay! And I need to remember who wrote this. Title, suggestion to be credit TBC, because I forgot who did it. Have story titles for all the other OCs. Yeah, right. All right, back to Eri. So let me bring her sprite back, because I changed it. Na na na.
I got the girl. There she is. We're gonna make her much smaller though, to see everything. So she's gonna be here for now. Alright, so... Okay, so she's not 11, she's 13, my bad. Well, physically. So her name is Erisife. Okay, not Erifiche. Erisife Vanillopa Exidia. So that's a pretty long name. And she has different nicknames such as Eri, Eris, or Eve because of the letters of her name. She's 476 years old, but physically she's looking like she's 13. Born on August 31, I think I said that though. Partially deceased human witch. She has the ability of fungus growth. I wrote a personality instead of MBTI. Although it could be interesting to do an MBTI test for her. If you guys will want that, we could. I don't think I'll do it for Freya, simply because Freya kind of also has like memory loss, so I feel like it's affecting her. But for Eri, I wouldn't mind. I feel like Eri will almost be like the total opposite of Shelly though. I could imagine her to be I something TJ, which is most likely gonna be the full opposite of Shelly. And she has some colors. Affiliations. She doesn't have affiliations, but I wouldn't be surprised if she just doesn't have actual affiliations in her story, because she seems to be a pretty lonesome character. She's also pretty small, 152. Again, you guys just keep going for tiny or gigantic. She feels like the very tired type. She feels like the one that's just, yeah, she's affiliated with the fungus. So true. She's a fungus witch. And then let's talk about some of the little facts that were decided by the chat. So the color scheme was decided, which was autumnal, which I guess applies with the mushroom stuff. She's a fungus witch. She has long hair. She has, for outfit style, someone wrote lemon. So that's why I had to make something work with it. And she has a mushroom branch for a wind. And a gecko as a familiar. For the additional suggestion, someone suggested sleepy, bored eyes. And then someone wrote an idea, which was, I fell asleep a bit and imagine she's a partially deceased witch whose body got overgrown by the fungi she cultivates. She and the fungi now formed a symbiotic relationship, and the fungi cover all parts of her body that she loses. Right, that was the thing that I want to talk about. That was kind of, I don't know if I'll say detailed, but like there was quite a bit. I think the citrus yellow releases her. I'm glad. I really think so. But yeah, so somehow seems like mushrooms are just carrying her a little bit. Good for her. As you can see, Anba is the one that decided the name of Eri. And then for her age, we got this. Calm introvert was suggested. And then the gecko is called Cordyceps, for the nickname being Cordy. And then for additional design notes, this is actually more me writing out all the little references that I took, like to try to basically make sure that the design was fitting with mushrooms. Like it's all based on real mushrooms, more or less. So as I said, the inside of the hat, the upper part of the torso. Actually, I'm gonna open the picture. Can you see it? Yeah. So the inside of the hat here, the sleeves, the open part of the torso, which you don't see because there's a ribbon kind of in the way, and the socks are based on the citrus. The skirt is made of full fungus. It's like I tried to write down all the specific mushrooms that were based on this, and then here it's supposed to be the tree bark. I think I wrote tree bark. Is that how you call this? Yeah. The red orange part of the clothing with white dots are taken from Amanita, which is literally this part here, and also the part of the shirt here. The frills and ribbons are based to a specific photography, but I couldn't figure out what kind of fungus it was. But it looks like this. It looks very beautiful.
And I really wanted to implement this in the design because, again, I think that could work so well as like a ribbon or something. But I couldn't tell what kind of mushroom it was. I really think it's beautiful though. So yeah, and this one is for the frills, like here. The ribbons here, and also the ribbon, because basically her witch hat is like, it has a ribbon to attach it against the chin so that it's steady, and so the ribbon goes all the way here and it's there. But it's kind of similar to the color of the top, so it's blending it a little bit. And there's also some frills here, or rather ribbons around the socks here that is the same kind of ribbon. And then there's like bracket fungi on this thing here, and white buttons for her hair, and some others that I didn't really think about. That looks like it should be submerged. And also, I think she has a mushroom here even. And she even got mushroom here that makes it look like she has earrings, but she actually doesn't. And even here, it looks like she has a ring. But nope. Mushrooms only. Same here. And same here. She just got mushrooms everywhere, honestly. And here you can see cordyceps and like it's full glory. Well, I'm saying full glory, but it's kind of hidden. Yeah, little guy. Just vibing. Just having a great day. Just happy to be there. Yeah, those are all the facts that we already established about Aerie. The only things we could be missing is, again, the MBTI if we want to go for this, which, again, we just need to take the test. And figure out her affiliations, but I actually imagine her to be a very lonely character, so I don't actually want her to really have affiliations with people or organizations or anything like that. But her story, we could think about names. Maybe I'll write down that she's a lonely character. She doesn't really, outside of, you know, cordyceps, she probably doesn't really hang with people. So I'm just gonna write that down actually. I guess here. Okay. So extras, and then Aerie does not have any affiliations due to her being a lonely character. She does not bond with anyone. Honestly, I don't even think she's even close with her familiar. Not even cordyceps. Mushrooms are already enough fun, guys, to deal with. So true. Cordyceps. I realized saying not even cordyceps is kind of sad, so maybe she does not bond with anyone except for cordyceps, who she is still putting a distance with. I feel like that sentence is really scuffed, but whatever. It's nice that Cloudflare is back. Yeah! I'm really glad. Okay, let's do her little MBTI test. So that was the result of Shelly. I think it's good to keep it around. Now we're gonna do... Oh crap. Can I not make a new test? Wait. Don't worry guys, I got this. If we need to, I can make it work. Just give me a moment. I'll just make it on an incognito window. Easy. Easy. Okay, guys. Where is my window? Was it here? Okay. Alright, guys. So that is the normal thing. Here, I'm gonna include the other one, which is here. No, not here. My bad. Here. Okay. Just gonna change the size of the file. Of the screen, rather. Okay. I got it. I had a D&D character that had practically the same origin, except she was an ant person. Circle of the Spores Druid. Ooh. Alright, let's see what kind of MBTI result Eri has. But my bet will be that she is I something TJ. I just don't really know about the second one. Actually, wait, it's intuition versus... What is it? What is it normally? It's... observant versus intuitive? I will guess that she is observant. So I'm guessing she is actually ISTJ. I probably shouldn't even bother taking the test, but I will write it down. I will try anyway. Alright guys, let's go. You regularly make new friends. No, she doesn't. Complex and novel ideas excite you more than simple and straightforward ones. I feel like she's just not really excited about stuff. Except for... I feel like it depends, right? Because if it's about mushrooms, yes. But otherwise, she probably doesn't care. So in a more broad thing, she'd probably be no. But for mushrooms, yes. So I'll say no. You feel more persuaded by what resonates emotionally with you than factual arguments. No, I think she's a very factual person. She probably relies a lot on, like, facts. Isn't the partially deceased part due to not being observant and spacing out? No. She's partially deceased because she got... We don't know actually what happened to her, but I think it was something like... She just died and the... You know, she was 13. Since then, like, several hundreds of years passed. I think she's kind of tired. I don't think she's spacing out anymore. Your living and working spaces are clean and organized. You know, this is the one thing I'm not 100% sure about. I don't know if I imagine her to have a mess of a room or a really clean room. I can imagine it to be an organized mess. If that makes sense. Like, it's really full of clutter, but she knows where everything is. It's just her own organization. But then, I don't know what I will answer for the question. All the fungus isn't clean. Well, this is how she lives. She's literally part of it. She cannot really get rid of it. It's part of her life. Is that or she dies? Yeah, I will guess that if she had to take out the mushrooms on her, she will be dead, by the way. This is like what I've been thinking the whole time. Honestly, I still disagree. She's calm. She doesn't really network. She doesn't talk to people. She is efficient. She do not care about people's emotions. She probably... I don't think she really need schedules and lists. I think she doesn't need those. I don't think she really doubt herself much. She doesn't really have time for that, actually. She's just like, moving on. Let's just learn from it. Doesn't mean I suck. She wouldn't talk to people. She doesn't care about that either. Probably interpretations of creative works. She doesn't care. She probably only cares about mushrooms. And maybe like stuff like medicinal stuff, healing stuff, potions, that kind of stuff. Hello, Bob Bunny. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I hope you had a nice stream. Bow Bunny. Thank you for the shout out. You were doing art. Ooh, I hope you had a nice time. Welcome, welcome. I'm lunacyhilly. You can call me Lunacy or Haley. I draw on stream. Right now, well, I normally draw on stream, but today I'm not doing that. I'm just working on characters that I made in the past with people, which I forgot to showcase it, but this is the character we're doing right now. I'm just figuring out her MBTI test by taking it, imagining it's her answering. Yeah. I hope you had a nice time in Balvin stream. If you need to rest after the stream, feel free. Otherwise, you're free to chill, but honestly, I don't know if it's super interesting for newcomers. But yeah, basically, I used to have special streams where my chat will decide on features of characters that we will make from scratch. So it will be both the contributions of the community and myself. And we're kind of looking back on those as a little recap, finishing some things that we never fully confirmed. And we were planning to make a story with them together. Honestly, I don't think we'll have time for it today, but yeah. I hope you have a nice day, whether you stay or not. I'm just gonna keep going with my MBTI test. That is not my personal answer, but about the character. Had to head off to make my lunch and dinner. Have a nice one. I'm glad your art went well. Thank you for the raid again. Okay. So, facts over people's feelings. Yes. Allowing the day to unfold without any schedule. I really don't think she goes with a schedule, actually. I think she knows what she needs to do, but she doesn't need to have a schedule because she just kind of always does the same stuff. So I'd say kind of yes. But also she is kind of... She does things. Rarely worry about whether you make a good impression. Yeah, she doesn't care. She doesn't do team stuff. She likes experimenting, probably. For mushroom stuff, at least. Prioritize being sensitive. No, she does not care about that. New experiences and knowledge areas to explore. I feel like it's so hard to answer this because I think in one specific thing she is interested in, yes, she will probably look for more stuff. But if it's outside of mushrooms or science, she probably would not. So it's kind of, it depends on how broadly we're talking. If it's within her thing, yes. I hope this stream goes well. I'll be lurking about while I cook. I'm glad I managed to stop by. Thank you again for the raid. I hope you have a nice meal. And also, no worries to lurk if it's inconvenient, but feel free, of course. So this is hard to answer to me. I'll put the middle for now. You're prone to worry? No, she doesn't care. No, you know what? I'll put this one. She enjoys solitary hobbies, yes. Cannot imagine yourself writing fictional stories. No, she probably cannot. I could imagine her trying to write stuff like encyclopedias about mushrooms. That's it. But not fictional stories. You favor efficiency in decisions, yes. You prefer to do your chores before allowing yourself to relax? Probably yes. She probably will get her stuff done. I could also imagine her procrastinating sometimes though, so you know what? I actually put the middle. And did I answer everything? Is there one I skipped? No, okay, we're fine with this. I don't mind not answering some. She hears the whispers and wants to Micord... Oh my god, how do you read that? Micordial network she's linked to. Sure. I'm guessing that's the mushroom stuff. In disagreement, she's prioritizing proving her point over preserving the feeling of others. I feel like she just would not even get into a disagreement. She would just be like, whatever. And then she would just give up. But probably she will prove her point. I don't think she really is considerate of people's feelings. Does she wait for others to introduce herself to themselves? I feel like she just would not want introductions at all, honestly. So I guess still this, like she wouldn't do it unless someone does it, but she'd rather just not do it at all. Her mood doesn't change. She's not easily swayed by emotional arguments. She doesn't really do things at the last moment, I'd say. Some stuff she procrastinates, but I wouldn't say at the last possible moment. Ethical dilemmas, I feel like kind of only for stuff about mushrooms and experiments. But I don't think she would really I don't think she really enjoys debating them. She just prefers them. I don't think she wants to talk, so probably no. She prefers being on her own. She gets... If it's highly theoretical... Depends, again. Depends on what it's about. But I could feel like she will actually gain interest if it was about mushrooms. If it's about something else, not really. I'll just use this anyway. She doesn't follow her heart. She doesn't find it challenging to have a consistent schedule, probably. She doesn't really second guess herself. And she's not outgoing for sure. She doesn't have friends to even describe her as such. She doesn't write. Actually, I feel like if anything, she could write. But not really at the same time. So I'll just say a little disagree. Or neutral. No, a little disagree. I could see her writing stuff like, you know, documented stuff. So maybe a little bit. But is it supposed to be creative expression if it's just documentation? Maybe not. Objective facts over emotions. She doesn't have a to-do list. She doesn't need it. She doesn't feel insecure. She doesn't make phone calls. She doesn't want to talk to people. And family ideas and viewpoints. It still depends on whether we're talking about mushrooms or not. It's so hard. I'd say overall, probably no. Thank you, Alex. I'll just say depends. She doesn't connect. She will probably get back on track. I don't know if it's her top priority, but she will try to still not forget about it. She's not bothered by mistakes. She's not really interested in talking about the future. It doesn't really matter to her. She has to live it anyway. She doesn't she's not really controlled by her emotions. What emotions? She doesn't care about how people feel about this. She's probably consistent with her work. She doesn't really think anything of if someone thinks highly of her. She doesn't think. Here. I feel like for this it will depend, but I could imagine her to actually act upon it. Is she immortal with the partial diseasedness? Yes. I mean, no. I think, again, if she got rid of all her mushrooms, she will die, I think. But I don't think she will die just of age. Like, she stopped aging. I guess you could burn. I don't think she'll get poisoned, for example, though. I think she's immune to things, but she's not immortal. She doesn't feel overwhelmed. She probably feels very underwhelmed all the time, actually. She is probably pretty methodical. I think for this it depends. If it's, again, it's tasks. I'm guessing it's about the mushroom thing, right? I could imagine her to like trying to think outside of the box to improve. She doesn't do emotional intuition. She doesn't struggle with deadlines. And she's rather... I mean, I don't feel like she's confident that things will work out. She just doesn't think about it. I guess it's okay. Alright, let's go. ISTJ! That's literally what I told you guys! ISTJA. Alright. We can write it in her little page. I knew it, guys. I knew it. Literally the opposite. The full opposite of Shelly. That's kind of funny, actually. Alright. MBTI. ISTJA. There we go. I'm gonna save this. I'm also gonna write this for Shelly because I didn't say it was A. Still good to know. Luna has become such expert at this, there's no longer a need to run through the test. I usually can tell the stuff like this part, this part, this part. But the second letter, I usually have a bit of trouble. Okay, let's see the details of her profile actually. How much is it? See, even this is always, it's always relatively close. The fact that she's much thinking and much introverted, I'm not surprised. And the fact that she's kind of in between those two, I'm not surprised either, actually. Because I feel like she's rather like she's both organized and not organized. And usually I feel like those go in this category, whether you're organized or not. Like, she has also a lot of clutter in her life. So yeah. That's her profile. Let's get back to it though. I didn't want to stay here. Okay. So, I will write none for her affiliations because I genuinely think she has none, and it's not like none available. She just literally doesn't affiliate herself to anyone or anything. And for her story, we haven't really thought of a potential story name. See, for her name, something like more nostalgic, like the journal of this character, or like look back on this character. Something more bittersweet for this character wouldn't surprise me because she's less bubbly than Shilly, right? So like her having a rather melancholic or bittersweet story is not something that we'll be shocked about, if that makes sense. I'm gonna what else do we need? Do we need anything? We don't really know how she died, but I think back then I imagine that she got lost in a forest and died when she was 13, but then she got kind of, I don't know if she died from like an accident or hunger or an attack of a wild animal, but eventually, not immediately after, she woke up and realized that she was fine because there was like mushroom that grew over her, and then she's just started living from there. That's probably what I will write you. Eri. When she was 13, Eri got lost. You know, I write Eri like this, but it's not supposed to be written like this, isn't it? With a Y? Yeah, I just can't even write her name properly. I'm a fake OC owner. Okay, Eri got lost in the forest and eventually died there. Whether it's from starvation, an attack, or an accident is unknown. However, she woke up again a few days after noticing the mushroom grew over her, allowing her to keep on living. Sorry, the chat is not really showing it. Here. That's it. Doesn't really... I guess she got her magical powers through the mushrooms too, maybe. She also got her witch abilities through the fungus. The end. Alright. Just need to think of a story name, but I don't know if anyone is even inspired for it, so we can also think about this later. Okay. That's the character for now. Is there something else? She's just kind of existing over there. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like her story, you know, it's just kind of stories about people that will save random people, but like, okay, this I was about to say save, but in this case it's gonna be a bad reference. For example, if anyone knows about the Hell Girl anime or manga where there's like, it's following one specific person that needs help in a way or another. And there's this girl that will provide something to them in return for their soul. In this case, I think it will be a similar thing, not like getting her soul, the soul of someone or anything, but like random cases of people getting lost in the forest or needing help with something, and Eri just happens to be there in those people's lives, and you see how she's helping them, but you never really get to know a lot about Eri. So it's like different, like it's Eri through the eyes of many people in her story, basically. The fungus witch through the eyes of the many, you know? That kind of story. And maybe every now and then there will be a little bit more pieces of her backstory, but nothing really crazy. I don't know if I want her to even like have character development, ironically enough. Magic and Mycelia, is that like a name, a title suggestion? I should write it down. What does Mycelia mean actually? Let me look it up. Oh, that's the mushroom. I like it. I'll write it down. Missing fact, story name. Gonna include this here so that we remember about it. Oops, I'm moving the wrong stuff. There we go. And then she's gonna be a bit bigger. All of her stories need a fully fleshed out new OC. Yeah, that's true. But that's not something we need to concern ourselves about, because right now we're not focusing on the full story. We're focusing on, you know, just the OC. And what kind of story her stuff is. I mean, think about it. You could say the same about Shilly. Her adventures meet like a bunch of new people, so they also need new OCs. But you didn't complain about that. Are you having double standards between those two, perhaps? Okay. Title ideas. It can be half fleshed out, but the same applies to either. Doesn't have to be deep characters for either stories, I think. Title, names, now story, title, ID. Oh my god, I can type story, title, ideas. So, magic and Mycelia. I want to think of more. Gonna keep it here, I guess. Gonna think of like some words. I'm not gonna go with like, I know that like, I think for Freya's story, one person did one suggestion or something like this. I probably won't confirm the story name if it's just one person suggesting things. I prefer to go with different suggestions and then doing votes rather than just one singular thing, just so you know. So in those cases, if that happens, it's more gonna be postponed to a later time, or just thing I will think of in a further future or something like this. But yeah, okay. Oh, in the Forbidden Country or the Forbidden Language, the mycelium. Oh, the mycelium can also be called mycelia, mycelium. I actually like this too. Mycelium sounds kind of cool. I'd say drop the end, but keep that name. You know what? Mystic mycelium. We're not bound by real words. It's true. I mean, mycelia is a real word. It's just that it has two different ways of being written, and both of them are correct. And I just think that mycelium sounds cool too. But they're both real words. Even in English, actually. Never mind. Alright. Gonna check some mushroom words. Mushroom names. Oh, mushroom synonym. But mycelia and mycelium sound really cool. I like it. It has something kind of magical to it, I feel like. I was gonna suggest Mycelia Magica, but it's basically just stealing Madoka Magica's entire name. It won't bring a lot of comparisons, probably, yes. mm. Veiled Lady Mushroom is very pretty. Veiled? Why do you see Veil? I'm glad you like her though. What's the character name again? This one? Her name is Eri. Eri Sife. Vanillope or something like this. Vanillopa Exidia, here. The Mushroom Witch. I mean, it's very straightforward. But I guess that could be a title. How about the little witch in the woods? Totally never done before. Just kidding. It would be fun to just call it Eve, but that's already her nickname. And I feel like it implies you get to know a lot about the character because it's their full name that technically you guys won't really get to know. Let me think. Oh my god, I can type. Oh my god, I can type. One sec. Strory. Strory, because it's a pun, I can't help but feel like you expect something cute and funny to it. Well, it's gonna be probably a more heavy story. Oh, what is that word? Wait. What about saprophyte? It means a plant, fungus, or microorganism that lives on dead or decaying organic matter. Something with it I think will be nice, because it sounds also kind of cool. It has a fancy sound to it. Take that and raise you the little Sporceress. I can write it down. But I feel like it's just gonna bring the wrong intention to it. But I actually think it sounds cool. I want to use saprophyte. Saprophyte? I don't even know how to pronounce it actually. I want to use it somewhere, but I think it needs something else to it, not just a word. Okay, wait. I'm gonna look up for some stuff.
I'm looking if there's more stuff that I want to use. Just the girl mentioned in the sub prophecy. I will not add this. I really do want to avoid puns if I can. Because it's again, titles, I feel like titles are such a good, well, not always, but usually it's a good way to tell you from the energy of the title what kind of genre you can expect from it. If you go with like something super cute or super funny, and then it's not that at all, it feels a bit off. That's my personal take on it. It's not a name, to be fair. How do you feel about one of those book-length title? I feel like most of them go for like light novels that have like 1 harem and a half, and reincarnation, which technically doesn't really apply to the kind of story this is. But you know, if you can make it work, because actually Anohana is not like that. Depends if you can convince me with something good, maybe. But if it's I can't believe this witch in the woods is actually full of mushrooms, that's probably gonna feel like a YouTube clickbait video. Yeah, no, see. Please do not add this. I just saw the beginning and I already know I do not edit. I fell asleep in the garden for many years and became a mushroom witch. SMH. Actually, should it be records or reports? Like reporting, giving a report to something. But honestly, the sorceress, it's like one I could potentially get behind. I don't actually. I think I could get behind it. What is saprophyte meaning again? It means it's a plant, fungus, or microorganism that lives on dead or decaying organic matter, which technically applies to her. The little lemon lady that spent 8,000 years wandering in the woods, but got swept into the adventures of secondary OC at the start of science and technological advancement. Bye. I also just added a saprophyte, and that's it. The sleeping saprophyte sorceress. She's not sleeping though. She's not the sleeping beauty. And also, technically, aren't sorcerers and witches considered different? Actually, I don't know. Are they considered different? I know sometimes people... No, it's wizard and sorcerers that are considered different. But what about witches? Where do they land in this? Then sleepy instead. She's not sleepy. She just has sleepy eyes, but she's not sleepy. She doesn't need to sleep, probably. She's just there. Such Fight Anthology. I like this. I'll include it. The alliteration must happen. No. I don't want it. I'm sorry. One sec. I want to make sure I still have the YouTube chat visible. Cute design, thank you! Remembering Eri? Sure. If we do that though, I'll put her full name. Do not add this. I will remove it. I'm actually more inclined to add this than what you suggested before, ironically. Goodbye, Eri. No, wait, that sounds like she's dead. She's not dead. Not this. She's half dead. Yeah, but you cannot say... Like, if you say goodbye, it's like she's never gonna... Goodbye, half of every... Every works because it's half of every...
Goodbye, Iris. I hate that. Reports of Erisife. I'm looking at things. I think there's some stuff I'll remove. I don't know if it's better to call this like from the reports of Erisife. I don't know if it would be better to go for records or reports. Because, you know, reports is like when you report, like, I report this case, kind of. Goodbye, very... And there... Okay, it was a typo. It was kind of funny, though. And there's not even a star yet. Yeah, it's true. Okay. I realized we need to do... Oh, okay, never mind. I was about to say we need to do something about this. Even with the current titles, we could probably make it work with, like... every 3, like we do several rounds of 3, and we could probably make a pool. I'm not that much more inspired, honestly, but I think we can just start a pool based on it. I'm gonna have a hard time finding some of them, or rather choosing some of them in the votes, not gonna lie. Okay, one sec. I need to make it blank. So, title vote. Oops, let me see this. Vote for the title. Where is it? Part 1. So, it's gonna be rounds of 3, okay? Now, based on what we have, it's gonna be Magic and Mycelia. Or Magic Mycelia. I don't know yet if it's better to go for one or the other. Maybe Magic and Mycelia. 2 will be Mycelium. 3 will be the Mushroom Witch. Can vote for your preference. Vote. Story title. Vote. Titles in on screen. Wait, I can see the chat one sec, guys. Alright, you can start your votes. What title will Con be better? That all the stories are from the other OC's perspective. Technically, maybe every now and then there will be a full point of view of the own main character. Although that wouldn't be the most you will see. But usually in stories like this, every now and then there is the point of view of the actual character. I think I'm gonna vote. Magical mycelium, that's not part of what? Although we're thinking about it first, but I feel like I do prefer how mycelium sounds. Mycelium it is. Okay, I'm gonna write down the ones that make it to the next round. One sec. Winners. Winning pool. Mycelium. Okay. Have a nice work, Nina. Okay. Okay. Then the next thing we have is... Oh my god, I feel like I'm gonna have a harder time with this next one. Actually, this one, I don't know. So, it's gonna be between sightings of Erisife, the little Sporceres, and Saprophyte. My god, it's so hard. Saprophyte records. Okay, let me just start this. A slice of life series starring Eri and what? I don't think we'll get that, I'm sorry. Sightings of almost sounds like she's an urban legend. Honestly, it could make sense, right? Because I don't know if magic is a common thing in her story. So being like, I almost died in a forest, and then a person that seemed undead with mushrooms that looks very young and seemed to be a witch saved my life. That's actually what I had in mind with the name that was suggested there. Title round 2. Titles on screen. Story title. 1, 2, 3. There you go. I really like quite a few of them. I like it. Because it's, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this, honestly. God, we're definitely gonna need to have a part 2 of those streams. Because this is really slow. I'm so glad I started at 10 AM though, because I was almost considering starting the stream at 1 PM. Imagine, we would have gotten like just one character. Not even finished one character. But I'm glad at least we can have like... It'd be nice if we could finish all of them. Not all of them. All of the ones in 2022. Okay. So, sightings of Erisife it is. And then the last pull for the first part, if I can call it that. Those 3. Okay, it's gonna be between Saprophyte Anthology or Reports of Erisife. And that's the one where I don't really know what I will vote for. But there it is anyway. Pull. Title. Story title vote. Names on screen. Or rather, titles on screen. 1, 2, 3. And then we'll have a final pull, hopefully, and figure out the story name. And I think we should be done with this character after. And then hopefully we can move on to Vermilia, which, honestly, Vermilia, we talked a lot about her. I don't know if there's really all that much that still needs to be talked about. There's her MBTI and her story name, I guess, that hasn't been confirmed. That's kind of it. So she'll be fine. Yeah. We do have, like, we did write a lot of the facts about the other character. So I think it should be... we shall be able to finish the stream soon. But yeah, I really underestimated the time it will take. So number 3. What is number 3? Reports of Erisife. Okay. Alright, so then we have to do things between mycelium sightings of Erisife and reports of Erisife. And that's what's gonna confirm the title of the story. You know, it's funny because sightings of Erisife feels like basically people talking about her as if, again, whether she's real or not, blah blah blah. Reports of her feels like it can either mean people that reported like seeing her, or I forgot to write part, whatever. I'm just gonna write final. It can also mean her scientific reports, right? Like she conducted research and she found out stuff, so it's a report, even though she's not really reporting it to anyone. Anyway, I'm gonna start the last pool. Every story title what titles on screen. One, two, three. Alright, guys. Do Luna and she have story titles? They're part of the same story. Well, Luna has several stories technically, but the story that she's part of in regards to the VTuber lore, it's the same story as Cheese. There is a name. But yeah, they're technically part of the same story in that aspect. They just have their own chapters where they're focusing on their individual selves, if that makes sense. Kiachen is not part of the lore officially, though. It's just sometimes we bring her there, but she's not canonically in the story. But yeah, I don't think I ever talked about the title of the story, but I did mention it. Like it's been around for like my debut and stuff, but the title of the story they're from is Moonlight Seeker. Kiachan doesn't deserve a story title. It's not really that, it's just okay. So Reports of Erisife 1. Thank you for watching. It's not really that she doesn't deserve one, it's just that she's not part of this story. She's not part of the lore. She was just kind of brought up there. You know, if you know, it's as if you ask me why I'm not having my friends in my lore. It's just they're cool and I like having them, but they're just not part of this. Alright. So one sec. Is it the right window? I think that's the wrong one here. Yeah, okay. But to be fair, Kiachan also doesn't really have a story when I think about it. So honestly, I wonder what kind of name I will give her. I mean, she's sometimes paired with a character and they have a duo name, so maybe it will just be the name of this duo or something. But yeah. I don't know. So what was it? Reports of Erisife. Thank you for watching, guys. Alright, that's it. We're done with her. 5 years later, it's done. Okay. So, the next one is gonna be Vermilia, and then we're probably gonna have to end. But I'm gonna hope that we can do some closure with the others and find some time to stream this next week still. Because it will be a shame to not have that. But I don't know if I'll be able to write a story with them though. Like this is getting a bit tricky. One sec. I need to change the sprite. Sorry, that was weird. time to focus on Vermilia, because here I think we got everything. Yeah. Actually, Vermilia is one of the few characters where I don't really know what kind of personality I associate with her. Like, I think we wrote that she's free-spirited. That's it. That can mean a lot. And I realized if I were to do an MBTI test of her, I will have no idea. Like, I would even not be able to do an MBTI test because, unlike the other two, I have a really hard time really understanding how she works or how she thinks. Is she just super bitter after that one faithful date? I don't think she's like hateful, for example. I think she probably changed her personality after this. I think she was probably much more, you know, since back then there was someone that suggested being a energetic cinnamon bun or something, which was cute, not really fitting of the rest of what was written though. But maybe she was like this before, and then after she became more cool. But I don't know if it's in the way that she's mad. I think if she's mad, she's not mad at anyone but that guy, but I don't think she's mad against the world. But also this happens, you know, quite a while after, so maybe she had a phase where she was mad and she got over it. It's been, you know, it's been like 60 years, so time flies. So yeah. I don't know. Honestly, this one is gonna be hard. And that could apply to any. I guess we should just start an MBTI test and just try to go with what we imagine vaguely and then see if it actually works. Otherwise, we wouldn't know. So, here. That was the one that we did for Eri. I need to do this again though. There we go. Oh, view your results. Crap. Okay, I need to make a new one then. Give me a moment. Okay, there we go. Let's see what kind of character Vermilia is. I also expect her to be more on the chill side because of the free-spirited status. She's probably just laid back, but like probably chill, but more laid back and a bit less expressive than Shilly. Shilly is like kind of crazy. Shilly is like super energetic. She wants to do everything. I will imagine that Vermilia is chill, but like also maybe a little bit distant sometimes. Okay. You regularly make new friends. Oh my god, this is already hard. Will she get friends? Oh my god, it's so hard to think of what kind of character she is. Oh my god. I could imagine her to be curious about stuff. But for the friend things, I guess kind of to some extent. Because she's chill, but she's also still a bit distant. So maybe she's neutral. No, I feel like she's still somewhat sociable. You usually feel more... Hello? Feel more persuaded by what resonates emotionally with you than by factual arguments. Hard to tell. She does seem like a vibe person, but not super emotional. Yeah. I guess you're right. Your living and working spaces are clean and organized. I could imagine it to be a little bit messy, but just a little bit. You know, like, you know, acceptable messy, but like still considered a little bit messy. Usually stay calm. I think yes. I think she's probably pretty calm. You know, she's like, you know, like, what do I have to lose? I already lost so much. You find the idea of networking or promoting yourself to strangers very daunting. I feel like she doesn't like it, but she's not like draining it. She's like, okay, fine. If it's for work. Unless she's actually fine with it. I don't think she feels super strongly about either. I don't think she's super enthusiastic about it, but I don't think she hates doing it either. So either she doesn't mind or she's just like, I'd rather not, but it's okay. Yeah. Don't think she's into it, but doesn't find it daunting. You know what? We're gonna put it right here. You prioritize and plan tasks effectively, often completing them well before the deadline. This character is so hard. What's the worst thing that can happen? Being bitten? Maybe she'll find a vampire hunter and then she's cooked. I don't know if there's such a thing in this story, but... One sec, I need to turn on my lights, it's getting a bit dark. I feel like she just does them whenever. Yeah, right. I feel like she's really... In everything, she's not really extreme. She's not like super organized or super disorganized. So it's hard. I guess then it will be also the middle. She's just gonna be full of middles. People's stories and emotions speak louder to you than numbers and data. I think she probably feels that people's stories speak louder than data. Even if it's not like super crazy extreme. Yeah. I wonder what MBTI that is for the full neutral. Yeah, I wonder. I think probably true a bit. She's perfectly neutral about everything. Now, not perfectly about everything, but about a lot of stuff probably. You like to use organizing tools like schedules and lists. I actually imagine that she does to keep her schedule there. The only thing she's extreme about is her skateboarding. I don't even know if she's that into it or if it's just for her job. Even a small mistake can cause you to doubt your overall abilities. No, I think she doesn't care. I think she just doesn't really think about it. You feel comfortable just walking up to someone you find interesting and striking up a conversation. I feel like... You know, I feel like she just doesn't really care about things. So I feel like she wouldn't really care about her impression. So if she needs to talk to someone, she probably would. If she finds them interesting. But I don't think it's like, you know, she will be super excited, like, ah, I need to talk to them, oh my god! You know? Yeah. Delivery people might be the kind of people that small talk easily. Yeah, but if it's part of your job, it doesn't mean you like to do it, you know? You're not too interested in discussions about various interpretations of creative works. I forgot if I said earlier she was into that or not, so this is kind of tricky. Crap, is she like art or not? If I go back, will I lose my other thing? Yes, she likes... Well, she said she likes... novel ideas, which doesn't really mean anything. Crap. If it's very... I feel like she likes things casually, but not to like a point where she will join a forum or like a full talk, TED talk talking about interpretations of things. So I think yes. You prioritize facts over people's feelings when determining a course of action. I think it really depends on the case, but maybe more facts? Maybe like, you know, my god, the situation sucks, but I need to think about my work, you know? I don't want to get fired. I don't want to lose my tips. But maybe because of this, you will think more of emotions. I don't know. Cloudflare is back up, so the site must be working for you. Yeah, it's been back. Thank God. I think she's neutral. I think it really depends on the situation. You'll often allow the day to unfold without any schedule at all. Sometimes. I think she's chill on that aspect, even if she's not super organized. Sometimes it's helpful to have tools for her work, but if it's like free time, she's just vibing. I don't think she worries about her impression. Like the first impression she makes on people. Or the first impression people have of her. I don't think she... does she like being in team-based activities? I think she's neutral. I think she doesn't care. Do you enjoy experimenting with new and tested approaches? I wouldn't say she goes out of her way to try new things though. Again, she's just neutral. You prioritize being sensitive over being completely honest. Neutral, I guess. I mean, being completely honest depends. Like, if you're... You know, you can be honest without being a jerk, right? You can be honest, but still find words that make it less violent for someone. But that doesn't make you less honest if you say it with kind words. I think she just does things in untested approaches, but not for the sake of it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think she's like... This is really super excited to try things. I don't know. Honestly, again, I really have much less ideas on this character, so maybe I'm even saying things that are contradictory to what I literally just said before. This character is like probably the one that's the most hard for me to read compared to the others. At the same time, she doesn't really care, right? But I think she could be prioritizing being sensitive. Not even out of empathy, but because it will be a pain to deal with someone being sad or upset. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's hard. I'm just gonna be full neutral. New experiences and knowledge areas. She doesn't actively seek for the new experiences, no. She can do it, but she's not like partially trying to. She doesn't really worry about stuff. She doesn't really... I feel like... You know what's really sad? Is that I feel like for this character, I have a really hard time seeing her outside of her work. I don't even think she likes her job though. But I just have a hard time imagining her having hobbies. Which is really sad, because like, what is this girl doing? So you know what? I could even say she enjoys the group ones more because she probably doesn't go out of her way to try hobbies. But if she's dragged into something, she will do it. So she probably does more activities with people because they're like pulling her into it compared to her doing stuff alone. I could imagine her listening to music though. Maybe that's because of the skateboard. I feel like most people doing the skateboard listen to music. I don't know what. But yeah. Nicer than blood. Yeah, basically. Also, welcome. I'll drink. My voice is actually really drained today. That's what happens when you literally can't stop yapping for 7 hours. I also finished my drink, so I'm just gonna grab a bottle. 1 sec. Okay. You cannot imagine yourself writing fictional stories for a living. No. You favor efficiency decisions. Yes, probably. To some extent. Because efficiency, it's not facts over feelings. It's efficiency that she matters about. I feel like she cares about. Like, if it's better to be sensitive because it's gonna be a pain to deal with a person being sad, she probably will be a bit sensitive. But if it's like to be efficient, she probably will prioritize that over facts. You know what? I'm even gonna put it here. You prefer to do your chores before allowing yourself to relax. I think it really depends. She both sometimes do it and procrastinate. I think she's actually more likely to procrastinate them. In disagreements, you prioritizing proving your point over persevering the feelings of preserving. She doesn't prioritize proving her point. She doesn't prioritize preserving. She just does not want to argue. She's just gonna be like, whatever. She feels like old school goth or punk. She's based on street techwear. Welcome back, Alex. Usually wait for others to introduce themselves first. She's kind of neutral. She can do either. Your mood can change very quickly. Not really. You're not easily swayed by emotional. Yeah, I don't think she's swayed. She's just gonna be based on like if something is annoying or not, but not, yeah. You often end up doing things at the last possible moment. I can imagine her doing that every now and then. I don't think she cares about debates and stuff though. Thanks for the head pat. Usually prefer to be around others rather than on your own. I think she doesn't care. You become bored or lose interest when the discussion gets highly theoretical. Yes. When facts become and feelings conflict, usually find yourself following your heart. No. I think she just doesn't really. I don't know. I don't know how she makes decisions, honestly, in that specific aspect. I realize I feel like I'm giving her a much more distant profile than I initially intended when I first made her. Right now, she's just very distant about everything. Hey! You find it challenging to maintain a consistent work or study schedule. I don't think she finds it difficult to maintain it. She just doesn't really want to. She could if she wanted. She's just kind of lazy. You rarely second guess, yet she doesn't second guess. Your friends will describe you as lively and outgoing at... Neutral, I'll say. Because I feel like I'm really giving her a super distant thing now. But I feel like she's also chill and can talk to people if she wants to. But the more I answer the questions, the more I feel like I make her much more cold. So I need to be careful. I don't think she cares about writing much. And for objective facts rather than emotional, I think it depends. She doesn't have a to-do list. I don't think she likes having this. Maybe I said the opposite right before, but I don't think she feels super insecure. I think she doesn't care about making phone calls. It's just, are you drawn to creative pursuits? Doesn't it mean, do you like to read like stuff like people that are writing, or do you enjoy reading or do you enjoy writing? I think either case she doesn't really care. Yeah. For some reason, I feel like she could have a surprising hobby or so, but I don't know what it will be. I think if she had a hobby, I could imagine her being really into music. That's the one I keep imagining for her, for some reason. It's asking, are you enjoying various forms of creative expressions? Writing is the example. Ah! Okay, you know what? Then I'm gonna put it here. Okay. I feel like she's distant on the surface, but she can have some of her old personality peek through here and there. The distance was created as a mask. Sometimes the mask falls. Maybe. I think this is not just a mask. I think she generally just got more tired. But maybe there are situations where, especially things she's interested in, like music. I could imagine that she actually liked dancing. Like, not necessarily dancing herself. Maybe even that. But like, watching people dancing. Street dancing. I could imagine her liking this. And if she gets excited about this, maybe her little, you know, energetic cinnamon bun side will come out. Maybe. Yeah. I should write that down in her profile later, that she likes music and dancing. Enjoy exploring unfamiliar ideas and viewpoints. I think not really. Easily connect. I think she can connect to some extent. I think she will still put a distance, but she can probably do the the first superficial levels. One of those two, probably this one. Your top priority is to get back on track as soon as possible. Not really, she's just vibing. I don't think she cares about mistakes she made. Or maybe just, one mistake she will care about is having that date. What's the story name of the Aries story? It was called Reports of Aries. You're not too interested in discussing theories on what the world could look like. I think she probably dislikes it, actually. Wait, it's this, actually. Your emotions control you more than you control them. No. She's a bit too much in control of her emotions, I will say. Because I feel like some of her distant stuff, I feel like she's genuinely trying to not be emotional. Trying to be as distant as possible. So actually she has too much control over her emotions. I imagine she's the type to not want to let go of her control over the emotions and not want to open up. But not in the way that she's a tsundere. I think back then we wrote kudere and I think it fits her well now that I'm doing her profile right now. Like, not like aggressive towards people, but just cold, not opening up. When making decisions, you focus more on how the affected people might feel than on what is most... I think it depends. The cinnamon bun comes out and there's a coworker nearby and she tries to push down the excitement but just can't. I think she probably can to some extent because she's a control freak. But I think, I think she probably will have a hard time hiding her smile. Maybe. But the rest, I think she got it. Alas. It is sad. Your personal work style is closer to spontaneous bursts of energy than organized and consistent effort. Actually... Maybe. Maybe to some extent. Even though she's relatively well organized. Well, she's procrastinating some stuff, but I think for work she's doing okay. But I think for her stuff, I could imagine her just procrastinate stuff and then suddenly do a lot. When someone thinks highly of you, you wonder how long it will take them to feel disappointed in you. And this is a question I'm starting to wonder about. Because normally I'll say, no, she doesn't care. But does she really? Or does she just not want to have a deep connection with anyone? You know? Although, maybe if someone thinks highly of her, and she's just like in her tired face, she's like, whatever. That's literally not me. But if it's someone that she's starting to actually connect with, maybe she will wonder about this. Maybe she does wonder about it. Yeah. Yeah. You will have a job that requires you to do most work alone most of the time. I think she doesn't care. You believe that pondering abstract okay, she probably doesn't think too much about philosophical stuff. I feel like she's just forbidding herself to like and think about a lot of things nowadays. In her profile and character. I feel like a lot of things she doesn't want to have an interest in it, so she just fully rejects it. Any philosophical questions, any abstract things, she's like, no, it's not for me. Because she doesn't want to, as if she doesn't want to engage in things in general. You know, the more I fill this profile, even though initially I didn't know what I wanted for her, but the more I fill it up, the more sad it feels. Like, she must be actually even more lonely than Eri in that aspect. Because Eri doesn't like talking to people, but this character, Vermilia, seems fine with social stuff. She just chooses not to engage and choose to stay at a distance. Not because she's drained, but because... I don't know. She lost herself a little bit. It's kind of sad. Her story is sadder than I thought. As for this, I think she doesn't care officially. If a decision feels right to you, you can often act upon it. Yes, I think she probably does. She probably doesn't want to think too much about it. I think we're on the last thing. You often feel overwhelmed. I don't think she does. She probably does skip some steps every now and then. And for this, I think she doesn't care. And for this, it probably depends. And for deadlines, I can imagine she... Depends on the setting! I'll say depends. And does she feel confident that things will work out for her? I'll also say neutral. It's so sad. She's so neutral. My god. Trauma does that to a girl. You trust someone, they shatter it. It's hard to recover. Sometimes it's true. I wonder what she's gonna get. ESFP. It's only one letter away from Shirley, actually. Wow. Wait, let me move the sprite. Where is it? Here. Damn. I'm not surprised she's an E, because she doesn't mind. Like, she's completely fine with social stuff. Even if she is, like, distancing herself, it doesn't feel like she's drained by interacting with people. She just is scared to open up, it seems. So, the E thing doesn't surprise me. The P doesn't surprise me either. The SF, I didn't really know about it. Alright. That's something we're gonna write in her profile. Okay. I think we won't have time to do her story name, though. It's already 7. I was about to say 7 now. It's already 5 p.m. But I wanted to write something. What was it? Likes music and dancing. Enjoys watching street dancing and street performances in general. Like, I can imagine her liking people that jam, I guess. You know, like bustling. I'll write this. Yeah. Scared to open up. Busking, sorry. Bustling. Forget I busking, yes. Thank you. Scared to probably unconsciously. I don't think she's even aware of it. Unconsciously afraid to open up and be part of the world. And forbids herself from being interested in many things. There was something else I wanted to write, but I don't remember what it is. Will probably be more open to new concepts in different circumstances. I can't help but feel like there was something I wanted to write, but I don't remember what it is. Afraid to open up, afraid to be part of the world, so she forbids herself from being interested or curious about things. I'm thinking. I do think she will thrive in a social environment if she wasn't like this. I'm probably gonna rewatch the VOD to see if I said something that I forgot and that I want to add. Yeah, I'm sorry guys, we won't have time for the title though, because the titles always take ages and it's already 5, so I won't have time to postpone it any further. I'm sorry we couldn't finish it. But I do want us to still have like a chance to finish this, so we can hopefully try to find a time next week to get a closure to the other things. I still can't be sure if we'll be able to have a story featuring all of them though, because it's taking so much more time than I thought. Damn, I really didn't think it would be that long. I was afraid it will be. It will be like the stream will be too short. And here I am. But well, I still hope you had a nice time, despite, you know, it mostly just being chatting and talking about OCs and stuff like this. Thank you for being a part of it. I probably won't read today, but I'll be back tomorrow playing a short hike, which is gonna be in an afternoon stream. It's gonna be a short game, hopefully. So she'll be a shorter stream. Making decisions is not easy, it's true. I'm so picky, man. I'm so picky with OC stuff, it's crazy. If I come up with like title ideas for the stories of every character, I'll write them down and I'll just provide them. Like, I won't confirm them, but at least that will give us some stuff to work with. The OC streams are always lots of fun. I'm glad you think so. I'm always a bit scared that those streams are kind of like too long for you, or I don't know, not really fun. So I'm really glad that people like them. And I'm really grateful that we got to like just looking at those characters and be like, wow, this is something that we made together. Like, it's not just my thing. It's like it's relying on your ideas too. That's really cool. I like that. Thank you very much for the wonderful stream as always. Please do rest well and take care. Have a fun time. I'm so glad. Thank you guys. You're good at reassuring me. Thanks for blessing us with one more new peak haircut. Actually, this might be the last one, I realize. I think the only one I didn't properly wear but did showcase it was like the side ponytail. I don't know if we'll include it. We'll see. But I'll be showcasing them all properly on Friday anyway, so yeah. Thank you all again for saying bye today. I hope you have a nice rest of your day. I'll see you tomorrow afternoon if you'll be there. If not, we'll be back with another morning stream on Thursday for art. So yeah. Bye bye guys. Have a nice day. Thank you for today. See you. Bye.